Hello, chat, and welcome back to KAISERREICH. That's right, chat. We're doing something a little different today. We're going to play Hearts of Fire, but we're going to play the incredible mod that is KAISERREICH. KAISERREICH, if you didn't know, is an alternative history mod, which, if my memory serves me correctly, is where the Central Powers won World War I, and you have a very, very different world. A world that doesn't look so good. A world that doesn't feel so good. A world filled with a lot of goddamn syndicalism. It's not going to be pleasant, chat. It's not going to be pretty, but it is going to be something. It's going to be crashed. What an epic start. I think that's because I just checkmarked all the mods when I should have checked them and just assumed that they didn't work. Silly me. That'll teach me, won't it, chat? Oh, that'll teach you. Yep, there's that button. The little yellow button. Ah, oh, damn it. My old Jeb Bush and Yoda death sounds. Why the is this in here? Get out of here. Resistance is in there. We're gonna turn off all this stuff that's got check marks on. Really? We gotta have the Yoda death screen. Come on. Come on. It's like the two things I need in my life. The two things I need in my life. It's like the worst thing that we already got. Oh fuck, are you kidding me? Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking stupid? It's significantly worse. It's more dystopian. Don't give me that fucking bullarchy. It's like, since Central Powers had won the world, would be a better... Shut the fuck up. Shut the... Fucking quitter talk bullshit over here. You have it so fucking easy, you spoiled fucking brats. You have no idea the luxury you have. Look at that little child. It's like, whoa. Alright, there we go. Now it loaded. Now we're cooking with gas. So, chat, we've got a lot of choices. New dispatch. Oh, is there a little button telling me what to dispatch? New scientist portraits. India content overhaul. And a brand new wiki. Oh, wow. A whole thumping new wiki. Isn't that wild, chat? Alright, chat, we have a couple of choices. We've got the United States of America, which, if you know anything about this mod, it's going to be an absolute shit show. It's going to implode into a horrific, bloody civil war. We've got the Dominion of Canada, the last remnants of the British Empire. The French Republic, the last remnants of the French Republic. Then we have the Commune of France and the Union of Britain, the syndicalist bastards that they are. The victorious German Empire and Austrian Empire, who are doing pretty good. The Russian Empire, which is in a horrific state. The Ottoman Empire, you don't feel so good. The Empire of Japan, I'm not really sure what's going on with the Empire of Japan at this point, and a bunch of minors. But I think it's only fair to put it to a poll, and I will choose one from each respective faction, and you can donate to contest the election. We'll put up something interesting. We'll put Russia in there, we'll put Japan in there, we'll put even Germany in there. And to throw things up for a real big of a loop, Chatfish, I'll even put Canada there. That's right. Canada is now available for selection. I'm a kind and generous god. Alright, chat, you have 60 seconds to contest the selection. If not, forever hold your goddamn peace, and you will not pass go and collect $200 or whatever the fuck it is. So first up on that list I put is the German Empire, which seems to be in the lead. So I'm going to read them already, because they're currently winning, hands down, pretty much. Brief history. In 1919, after years of war with the Entente nearing a collapse, the German Empire saw victory, made manifest in the Treaty of Versailles. The Weltkrieg made Germany an uncontested world power. Yet things have been going downhill for her since the 1920s. A recessive world economy has dampened the nation's industries, while other nations' manufacturing power recovers, and now nationalism grows in the eastern client states, which are starting to drift away from the Reich in 1936. Germany stands at a crossroads, and already we can see cracks in her mighty empire as her ancestral enemies are regaining their former strength. So in the end, it didn't even matter, chat. Germany won World War I only to fucking get raped in the second one. Alright, that's $2 down for Japan. You may now be free to contest the donor war, Chatfish. I will allow it. I will be generous. I will be kind beyond my years. Brief history of Japan. led by our boy, double quadruple chin Hirohito. After the succession humiliations of the Treaty of Versailles, the Singato Accord, not all was well in the Empire of the Rising Sun. A period of economic upheaval culminated in a syndicalist attempt on the life of Prince Regent Hirohito in 1926. And a year of crisis saw a succession of unstable governments. First General Tanaka's, then the Democratic Coalition Cabinet, and an intervention in the northeast China. As 1936 dawns, however, Japan seems poised to extend their empire, with Germany's dominance appearing to be in decline. The Japanese look hungrily at German-dominated China and the German Pacific possessions. My God. Chow Chow donates $5, says, can $2 for us to play Madagascar? Madagascar, I don't think is playable. I don't believe, but I will take a look. They are not. They are a subject state, or, well, it is just the German Empire. And thank you for the nation. Go Weebland. All right, that's $5 for Weebland. And I will put 7 Kib Choice dollars. 7 Kib Choice dollars to equally contest in the favor of Canada. No, wait, I've changed my mind. Not Canada. I don't know. Fuck it. We'll put it in favor of Commune France. Get fucked. $7.01. Thank you for the donation, Kib. Very kind. Thank you, Kib. I'm just doing my fucking part. You're welcome, Kib. The legation cities? Oh my god, they're their own goddamn faction. That's goddamn cursed. Oh my god, China looks like a fucking shit show, Chad. I'm not gonna lie to you. It looks worse. The Qing government is actually fucking in power. Are you fucking kidding me? That's fucking wild. China looks like an absolute hellhole. It doesn't look pretty, chat. I'll tell you that much, chat. It does not look pretty over there. And thank you for the donation. Very generous, Chow Chow. Well, currently, I don't know what the donut totals are because I'm waiting for Rapier to update them, but I believe I'm in the lead with the French commune. What will you do, chat? Will you cry? Will you scream? Will you squeal a little bit, ever so gently in my direction? Like that. Loudly and proudly. There's always Kiva, chat. We could play them. Wow, Kiva. Italy's still balkanized. F's in chat for Italy. Chat's like, Italy sad. 2 Sicilies are back. Are you shitting me? Socialist Republic of Italy. Oh, cringe. Soybia. Mass illiteracy. God damn. Buppus contests. Holy shit. The German comes out of nowhere. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Anyone? He says. As all the chatfish collectively implode. I saw Tibet as an option. Can I switch to Tibet? Hashtag Tibet. Can you be the Dalai Lama? We can be Tibet. I don't think that would be a wise idea. I don't think it would be a good playthrough. I don't think it would be a fun playthrough. But we can be Tibet. We could be them. I don't think we'll be happy. Because I don't... Normally, Tibet is one of those nations, like Nepal and Bhutan, that I look at and go like, if I want to kill myself, sure. If I want to kill myself. The Emirate of Scenaria, or whatever the fuck. The Kingdom of Egypt. Egypt's got that long Sudan noodle down there. God damn it, chat. Somalia? That's a big Somalia right there. That's right, Italy lost the war and is also balkanized. The Italian Republic stands as the tiny, sad little guys they are. My god, this is a timeline that's quite fucking cursed. How's South America look? Okay, South America looks kinda normal. Argentina's in a state of war, looks like. With itself? Mexico looks normal. America's looking pretty bad. They look like they're gonna be dead. They look like they're gonna be dead. Oh my god, chat. These nations look absolutely shit. Stream elements? You're making me do work? Are you fucking nuts? Are you fucking nuts? Do you think I work here? Chat's like, yeah. Yeah, kid. Alright, I'll check stream elements because I'm a kind and generous kid. You owe me, though. Remember that. So, what? That's absurd. Bulbus donates $10. Going against my own blood here. Vor Cremestian, aka the blood of land of Canada. Sorry, aka Canada. Okay. We'll create Crimeistan. Okay, that's $10 in favor of Canada. That's not good. That's not good in the slightest. Canada is now in the lead. F's in chat. This run is already over. Anglo-French tensions. Jesus. The Great Depression. Resistance to conscription. Oh, Jesus. The bastion of the old order. F's in chat, chat. F's in chat, please. Please. Right now, please. 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 Oh my god, Britain looks so sad. Britain's communist and Ireland's is whole. That's cursed. Oh my god, dude, that's a lot of fucking text. That's a lot of fucking text right there, chat. Alright, let's read the lore for Canada while Chatfish decide. You have 60 seconds to contest, chat. You could burn through your Kib choices. Your Kib choice. I don't want to spend any more than I have to. If that makes sense. Now see, Dominion of Canada. After the Revolution of 1925, the royal family and other British exiles found refuge in Canada. With the support of the Conservatives, they established a semi-official government in exile, in hopes of one day reclaiming the home islands. All is not well, however. Canadians are growing weary of the British presence, and in 1931, the Conservative government fell to Mackenzie's King's Liberals, who now hold a slim majority and seek to assert greater Canadian sovereignty in the face of mounting pressure to prepare for the inevitable confrontation between the Entente and the Third Internationale. My god. Germany has 10 minigames you have to play. Beware. I love how Hearts of Iron becomes like, what should we do? Like, what should we do to add con? I don't know. Let's add minigames. Oh, real good. Real genius. Think of that. Minigames. Play tic-tac-toe. Tic-tac-toe is my favorite. God damn it, Chatfish. Chatfish whips out the old fucking Stratego board over here. Got fucking Wise Guy over here. Will nobody contest? Will the Canadians reign supreme, chat? Is this the world you want? A world governed by Canadians? I fucking knew it, chat. I shouldn't have had faith in you for the slightest. That was my first fucking mistake of my century of existence. Fucking Canada. It appears Canada's gonna win. Well, you have until I grab a drink, and then we're gonna read the rest of their debuff/buffs. And then, F's in chat, boys. We're Canadian. It doesn't appear Chatfish want to fight the Canadians. To be fair, I'm not surprised you guys are scared of a bunch of leaf-loving sons of bitches. Back, Chat. Try not to freak out, okay? I know you're a bunch of little babies. Fight for the German Empire? No one's donated for the German Empire. Or no, they have, I think. Did they? Chat, did you donate for the German Empire? I can't remember. Let me just do a quick check-see. No, it's Japan with $2, France for $7.01, and Tibet for $5, and Canada for $10. Are you kidding me, Canada? It's just a province of the USA. Like Russia situation. Well, I'm not the one who South Canada says, but BNA. I'll give you a South Canada, you son of a bitch. He's like, oh. Don't you get lippy with me, chat. You know how I like it when you guys get lippy. I beat you up. I beat you up, that's what I do. I'm gonna beat you up. Oh my god, you guys actually are choosing Canada. You guys are fucking retarded, I swear to god. You guys are fucking retarded. Bastion of the Old Order. Alright, I'll start reading their bonuses. You have until I'm done with that, and then we're playing Canada. Okay. Bastion of the Old Order. Oh, that's right. It turned into a donor war, so the election doesn't fucking matter, does it? The oligarchs win again. Bastion of the Old Order. Weekly manpower plus 125. I mean, that's okay. That helps with the fact that we're Canada. Recruitable population 1%. Chow Chow donates $4 for Tibet. Hashtag Sonic. I hate you so much, Chow Chow. You're being fought. Vulpus, what will you do? You won't cower in the face of Chow Chow. That'd be rude. Cast out of their home and forced to take refuge on our shores, the exiles can only watch as Britain toils under socialist tyranny. Damn. But while they may be down, we will work so they most assuredly will not remain so. In Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto, and across Canada, the flags old and new fly triumphantly, and every day men of the Dominion are emboldened to prepare for the final struggle to end the syndicalist menace. One day, a reckoning will be sent across the sea. The Empire will strike back against the enemies of humanity. B&M, I'm gonna tickle you. I'm gonna do it, you little B&A, you. He's like, get shot in. I don't care. I can't read acrylic. Anglo-French tensions. Delay the political power, plus 30%, or plus 0.30 for cost. Oof, ouch. That's not good. That's not terrible. Minus 15% stability. Ugh, that's icky. That's icky, but it's workable. Most of Canada's French people. I'm still safe here. What do you mean? Oh, he's not ahead of you? He's not. Tibet's at $9. That's true. Welcome to the stream, Swirly. Hope you're having a good day, buddy. Where was I? The most of Canada's French population is located in the eastern province of Quebec, and the traditional distrust between the Quebecois and the English Canadians has heated up with recent talk of pushing the country towards war. Of all Canadians, like the Quebecois, are the most ardently opposed to conscription and the idea of wasting their lives on a faraway war for a sovereign they feel isn't their own. They're a bit upset about that. They're a bit upset. The Quebecois. All right, the Great Depression. Consumer factory goods, 20%. Factory output, minus 10%. Ouch. Dockyard, minus 10%. Ouch. The factory's bigger than the dockyard, in my opinion, but I don't really know what the naval situation is. While Canada has been far quicker to recover from the Depression than their American cousins to the south, their autonomy is in many ways Okay, yeah. The donor war's over, by the way. I'm going to ring the bell. Because it's been well over a minute. I've been busy reading. Yeah, double check it. No, wait. Excuse me, where was I? Their economy is... Oh, never mind. Chow Chow donated $2 at the last second. You slipped up. All right, Chow Chow now donates $2. That's equally contesting for Tibet. Then Lazy Scene joins with 5 Aussie bucks for Tibet. Why do you guys always do this? You guys always do this to me. Why can't you just... Why do we have to play this game, chat? Why do we have to play this game every time? My life is perpetual hell. Whatever. Alright, so let me just start reading Tibet shit instead. Is Tibet even on here? Qing Lingguang. They don't even have a focus tree. How much you want to bet they don't even have a focus tree? Fucking playing a non-focus tree faction because Chaffish are fucking nuts. Chaffish always making me pick the hardest goddamn thing. What's this? Interesting major company? Oh, that's random countries. Oh, that's cute. That's cool if you're feeling a little bit iffy. Oh god, I can't move this window anymore. I think I broke the game. Oh no, how do I get it out of here? Okay, if I just click select country, will that make you go away? Thank you. There we go. Alright, so... Oh, they're doing it again! Pulpus donates €5 and says Canada. Canada's now back in the lead. Thank you for the generous donation. Turkey is only playable with DLCs, not gonna lie. Swirly, you're gonna be playable if you're not. It's like, woo. Swirly, I like your name. You're my new favorite Chatfish. Sorry, Alex. He's like, what? God damn it, Bucky shows up out of the blue with 20 bucks for Dinotopia. Fuck! I hate Dinotopia. Isn't that already funded? Sour, thank you for the nation. I'll go get the sour candies out of the cupboard. Alright, let's see. Sour. Those sours are awful. I want you to know that. They taste like chemicals. Okay, where was I? Alright, who's fucking winning? Japan's down the lead? Substantially by $22. Okay, well, fuck. I guess I'll start reading Japan's fucking stuff. Now, bear in mind, this is KAISERREICH, for those who are just joining the stream. This is an alternative history mod where the World War I was won by the Central Powers. And so... France and Britain had a communist revolution, or syndicalist revolution. The British were exiled to Canada, and America is poised on a civil war. They're about to collapse into an internal struggle. Meanwhile, Russia is basically like crumbling still, and it has an unshaky ground like situation. Japan's also on shaky ground, and China is incredibly fractured, like very much a shit show. It's all piece chunky and stuff. Now, where was I? Bucky's a gravy! Dinotopia Day 2? You son of a bitch. Where's my Dinotopia thumbnail so I can get that shit over with? Ugh. Okay, where was I? Alright, selecting interesting countries. Not random. God damn it, Gabe. Trevor's making me work hard today. Alright, let's see. So, they have railway gauge, narrow gauge railways, Resource gain minus 50%. That's horrific. Dan Newell Bauer donates $50. Says Pacific States of America. Thank you for your generous donation. You are now in the lead, good sir. Also, would you like to get yourself a custom chatfish? It's no extra cost. Just say you want one and then join the Discord and we'll give you one. It's going to be hand-drawn by one of our artists. You might as well. I'm trying to make sure that everybody gets their money's worth of stuff when you guys donate. It's what keeps our studio alive. By the way, my studio is unrelated to this game in any way. I just want to clarify that for new people. I'm just an indie dev doing my indie stuff, playing video games to raise money. Isn't that cute? I think it's cute. Oh my god, what am I doing? Alright, so America's back in the lead. Actually, no, back in the lead? They are in the lead. You guys are fucking nuts. The Pacific States, yeah, because there's a civil war. America breaks into two big chunks. There's a communist uprising, I think, over here. I don't remember. It's like a four-way civil war. It's ugly. It's absolutely ugly. Dane's voting for Pacific States of America? No, I don't think so. The Pacific States of America is not a separate entity. Hawaii is part of the United States. Pacific States is a separate branch of the Civil War. It's been, I think, 4 or 3 years since I played this mod, so it's been a long time. This mod has been in active development and is probably the biggest mod, I think. I'm sorry to throw a wrench in the works, but I couldn't resist. Don't worry about it, Dane. That's how I keep paying my artists. Why don't you want a chatfish? You can get one. Anyone who donates $30 can get a chatfish. You donated 50, so that's well over. That's well over. You might as well. It's extra stuff. Join the Discord, shoot Rapier or myself a DM, and I'll hook you up with an artist and you get your own custom chatfish. Might as well. I don't see why not, Dane. I don't see why not. Sorry to throw. That's not. Don't be sorry. You being sorry is me being fed. Thank you. My Kurt donates 10 Polish bucks. How fucked is Poland in this mod? How fucked is Poland in this mod? Well, let's see. Pretty fucked. They're fucking tiny. They're also a client state. Poland's not in a good way in this fucking mod. No. Nor is Ukraine, because technically all these are puppets, vassal states of the KAISERREICH. Eastern Europe's a shit show. Austria's a shit show. The Ottoman Empire is surprisingly holding on. Bucky donates $30 for Japan Sour Dinotopia Day 2. Thank you for the nation. Very generous. We're very close to making today's goal. Or, sorry, tomorrow's goal. We're a day ahead. That's actually really good. Also, chat, yes, when we do Dead Space 2, I will be forcing myself to play it by myself. That's not kosher. I am a big pussy, so that's going to be awful. I'm not looking forward to that. Nicholas GQ says, is this after World War I? Yes, this is set after World War I. Basically, imagine the Central Powers won World War I and sort of like the best sort of outcome for them, but on shaky grounds. And then they had a huge economic thing called, I think, the Black Friday is what it's called in this timeline. It's been a while since I played this. Like Britain and France went into a communist civil wars, or like syndicalism, and basically the democratic governments got ousted out of power, and basically they are, I don't even know where the French are, actually. Where even are they? Fuck, I have no idea. They're somewhere, I'm sure. Is that France? No, that's America. That's Puerto Rico. The West Indies Federation. India's not looking so good either. Oof. It's a little shitty. Harlots, this whole thing looks shitty, actually. Everywhere looks like hell. I don't really know what actually looks good. The German Empire's on the verge of collapse, so from what I read, it does not sound good for anybody. It sounds like everybody's kind of doing really bad. Oh, Alt World. CCP is USSR. Yeah, there's no USSR in this timeline. In this timeline, the Russian Republic took power. But it's on shaky grounds. While France and Britain fell to a different form of communism called syndicalism. Syndicalism, I forget what the differences between communism and syndicalism is, but it's pretty oofsy. All right, Bucky's says he's tapped out for the donor war. Thank you for the donation, Bucky. That's another 30 for Japan that he donated, and Harlot gives a membership. Thank you very much. As a reminder, there is a max tier bounty on Decompresso. Whoever gives a membership and lands on Decompresso will receive the prizes for all the custom art assets, but make sure you join the Discord. How, though? They don't revolt at 1917. Listen, man, I didn't write the lore, Smarly. I don't know. I gotta figure out the lore, too. We're gonna learn it together. He's just looking at me. He's like, Smarly doesn't know what's happening. Austria's Austria? I mean, you're right. Eastern Europe is German. Is somewhat between all, communism and fascism. El Duce was it El Duce? Was it before creating fascism? Yeah, syndicalism. It's basically like a weird in-between between fascism and communism. Because communism and fascism are both, like, they're basically both left-leaning ideologies. But they're part of the same flavor of extremism. It's like different, it's like blueberry versus strawberry, you know? Dane Newell donates $50, says, I am not sure if I am tied with Artemis, but I lost my last dono war on the Bjorchcast. I will not lose this one. PSA, thank you for the donation. Well, this donor war is more important to me because it feeds me, and that's what keeps me alive. So, thank you for your donation. It appears that you're going to win this one, though. Heavily. Unless somebody comes out of the blue. Now, let's see. Currently, Japan stands at $52. It is now dwarfed by the Pacific States of America, which is a different path of America, at $100, and Tibet at $14.30, and Canada at $31.09. Holy schmoly, chat. We are very far ahead. Dane, join the Discord, you little goop, you little gupple. It's what happens when you get both blue and red pill. Too many pills. Is that what happens to our He's like, I don't feel so good. Told you I have to chug the whole bottle. America is going to be a shit show, man. I don't know if I'm ready for this, but it's what you guys pay for, so what you get. Is the Polish-Soviet War going to be the Polish-Russian War now? I think it's going to be more like Poland trying to break free. Not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. I'm very curious. Like I said, I recently heard from a friend of mine that this mod was worth checking out because it's come a long way since last I played it. And I do believe that. Last time I played it was very cool, but it was also pretty early. It was like, again, a few years ago. Dan is lucky I stated I wouldn't donate more. For reference, it was for the Fallout New Vegas faction choice. I was Team House. You were on the right side of history, Dane. Welcome to the right side of history. You're on the right channel. A fellow Robert enjoyer, I see. We're going to get along just fine. Mr. House might be my favorite character. Not just because the voice actor is literally, fuck, I forget his name. It's Odo from Deep Space Nine. He's absolutely a blast. I do think that the Robert House's VA really does carry him. Like, he's just such a good fucking VA. A lot of time, Poland actually sides with Russia to get away from Germany here. I mean, that makes sense, considering that most of their territory is, you know, contestable to Germany. Like, they want this chunk here, that Potsdam, like, there's Danzig up there. Like, that would be a nice chunk and an early access to the sea if they go that way. Expansion westwards. Not to mention Galicia. Like that, if they sided with them, even if they didn't get any territory concessions in the east, that would see them basically expand their borders to like this. Which would be very, very, very opportunistic of them. Plus, giving them access to the sea is a big deal for a nation for trade. Alright, I don't think anyone wants to contest. Your 60 seconds are up, chat. Unless I missed something, in that case I apologize. And then we will correct that. But I don't see anything. So I'm going to start reading, again, this time. A lot of the time, Polony. I read that. Do it still have the problem where I play wars if it's World War One or what? What? Do it still have that problem? It plays wars as if it's World War One or what? I don't remember. Alright, Chatfishes. Now, don't forget, Dane, join the Discord and get yourself your bucket fish. You might as well. I put those artists on retainer. They need work. And because they're on retainer, I need excuses to pay their bills and keep them fed. So give me a goddamn excuse, boy. So, oh, wait, how do I do this? There we go. Okay, America. Okay, Alfred Emanuel Smith is president. Our ideology is social liberals. Our ideological group is considered liberal. November elections will be taking place in 1936. The ruling party is Democratic Libs. The Libs! Oh my god. Let's see. We've got the Great Depression. Oh, that's awful. The Great Depression. Consumer factories factors 50%. Ouch. Construction speed minus 30%. Fuck! I'm basically playing as China. What the fuck? Production efficiency cap minus 10%. Factory output minus 35%. Oh. That sucks. Alright. Since the collapse of New York stock market in 1925, the Jesus, happened a bit earlier, has been gripped by an unprecedented economic malaise that has come to be termed the Great Depression. After the agonizing years of Frank Loden's presidency, many hoped that the Democrats under Al Smith could return the nation to prosperity. Despite an outpouring of hope surrounding the elections of 1928, however, President Smith has ultimately proved unable to pull the country out of its malaise, as Congress has been reluctant to endorse overtly interventionist measures, and Smith has tended towards managerial and structural reforms. Dissatisfaction with the political mainstream grows. The situation has been on a gradual upturn since the Depression's nadir in 1929, as well as the interruption of the recession of 1931, but the struggling state of the economy is feeling radical discontent on both sides regardless. Support for the left-wing Farmer Labor Party grows. That's dangerous. While a big tent Democratic Party is hopelessly divided on what action needs to be taken. So basically it sounds like we have maybe some sort of syndicalist or communist uprising basically taking place in the form of the farmers. Strike season. Minus 5% recruitable factor. That's bad. It's not the end of the world. Production efficiency capped and factory minus 5%. That's just another additional 5%, breaking that up to like 40% minus factory output, which is just fucking ass. That's like, oh my god, that is 40% minus. Oh, it's awful. While the initial years of the Great Depression proved damaging for union activities, there has since been massive growth in both the scale and militancy of organized labor, spurred on by awful economic conditions and the legacy of the syndicalist revolution in France, and especially Britain. The elections of President Smith, a man considered an ally of the AFL, ironically encouraged labor militancy, as Smith both passed pro-union reforms, such as the Wagner Act, and failed to put forward a compelling progressive economic vision. The failure of the administration to foster any enduring sense of recovery has sparked a new wave of strikes far larger and more numerous than at any prior point in American history. Syndicalist organizers like Elizabeth Women, I knew it, Chet. Elizabeth Gurley Wynn and William Foster fanned the flames, perhaps hoping that the strikes could be the seeds of a revolution of their own. The violent interactions, along picket lines by armed strike breakers and paramilitaries fuel them further. So shit's hitting the fucking fan, Chatfish. Nothing here is good. What's this? Democracy triumphs? Though the temptation towards autocracy was great, America stood with its three branches intact without giving up to executive authorities. Congress is called into emergency session, and the appellate courts are dealing with their mountain of paper, trying to sort out the consequences. The American Caesar. President MacArthur has proclaimed he would not concede victory to the very partisans who caused the Civil War. His American junta promises a national restoration and adoption of functional democracy as MacArthur sees it. Elimination of unnecessary politicians and appointment of more competent officials will bridge the gap between the people and the politics. And then the other thing is Pax Americana. The great struggle of the New World is over, and in the end, we witness the survival of genuine American democracy. With our industry reinvigorated, our military unmatched, and our resolve unbreakable, we will announce to the world that the 20th century will not be owned by that of Paris or Berlin, but that of an American era. Only under the United States leadership will the world be able to experience peace and stability. Damn straight, Chatfish. America. America. I gotta play as the Pacific states whenever they form. Alright, let's get into the shit show. God fucking have mercy, chat bros. Scratch my fucking ear too hard. To be honest, I believe I'm already part of your Discord. Well, I just want to donate and see you be successful, kids. That's good. But I want to see you with a chatfish. Dane. So get yourself a fishy. I appreciate it. But part of my job as Kib is making sure my chatfish have fish. And if you can't afford a chatfish, by the way, chat, let me know or contact Rapier in the Discord server and apply for a charity fish. We have a new charity program set up so that everyone can get a chatfish and no one gets left behind. Remember, at Rapier. United States of America. Oh boy, there's going to be a lot of reading, by the way. This is basically a book. The United States of America, though spared the horrors of the European War, the United States has fared poorly in its aftermath as the German-led global order has taken hold. The prosperity of neutrality gave way to a stagnant economy in the early 1920s, as President William Gibbs McAdoo I love it. McAdoo. I don't know why that's funny to me. Who had only narrowly succeeded Woodrow Wilson, failed to contain social and labor unrest, making enemies of both conservatives and progressives alike. McAdoo's successor, Republican Frank Loudon, was faced with an even greater crisis, however. The British Revolution severed America's trade links with its largest remaining major trading partners, leading to the collapse of the New York Stock Exchange in April and December of 1925, which allowed Berlin's stock market to take its place at the forefront of the world economy. Loudon's administration struggled to respond effectively, pursuing generally non-interventionist policies and continuing to raise tariffs, further damaging American trade relations. The election of Al Smith in 1928, initially welcomed by progressives and reformers, soon failed to live up to grand expectations. Though Smith successfully stopped... God damn it, page 2. Wait a minute, hold on. Hold up. Oh my god, help me. Oh my god, help me. There's scroll bars for each pages. Ilvin Harker donates $5 and says, what's the word on Nintendo's crazy lawyer abusing the U.S. patent system and Palworld's collaboration with Ultrakill? Wait, what? Hashtag Aerith Fleshlight? Hashtag sandwich for Gibbs? Well, thank you for the donation. Aerith is a fleshlight. That's very nice of you, chat. Thank you, it's very nice of us. Nicholas GQ says, I'm in wind and rain warning while watching this. What am I doing? Make sure you take shelter and do appropriate things. And I'll keep you company for it if you want. If not, put your phone down and make sure you prioritize yourself. Because remember, at the end of the day, who's number one? It isn't me. It's you. You are number one, Chatfish. Look after yourself and make sure you take good care of yourself. Do what you have to. The bleeding and established banking sector, he continued to reject any large interventionist measures, particularly any would send the budget into deficit, spurned by the Democrats. Once again, progressive and labor forces united for the first time with Socialist Party in a progressive political alliance, the Farmer Labor Party, oh, that sounds cursed, which opposed the Smith administration, formed from the left, and forced the 1932 election to the House of Representatives, where Smith was re-elected with their consent within the Democratic Party. Meanwhile, a growing opposition bloc headed by Huey Long, united by a common contempt for Smith, gains grounds as Long adopts increasingly radical rhetoric in advocating for his share our wealth agenda. That sounds fucking cursed. Oh my god. This does not sound pleasant. As the year turns to 1936, the Union seems more divided than at any time since the Civil War. Though Smith has managed to a modest recovery, aside from the hiccup of 1931 recession caused by the credentialist collapse in Austria, the strong position the Democrats held upon his ascension to office has eroded significantly, as farmer labor has united the left under an independent and often militant banner, and the Democrats themselves are beset by conflict. Confidence that Smith will be able to achieve anything of note in the remainder of his term is low, as no party holds a majority in either House of Congress. Meanwhile, House of Congress, in either House or Congress. Weird. Meanwhile, organized labor grows bolder by the day, stoking fears of revolutionary violence and pushing the right to seek out a leader who will defend the country from syndicalism. The country's balances tenuously on a knife's edge, and one small push may be all that is needed to send it tumbling. Parties and factions. All right, time to scroll up and read this shit. The Democratic Party. The oldest continually operating political party in the world, the Democrats have had a storied history of having transformed from a generally pro-slavery party into an agrarian and southern opposition to the Republicans, and then into a western, southern, and increasingly urban party with liberal inclinations. Currently, okay. All right, so this is a bunch of political bullshit. I don't think we need to read this. We just got to figure out what to do. Former Labor Party. So, the former Labor Party is the communists and syndicalists. The Republican Party represents the progressive liberals and conservatives. And the other ones, the Democrats, also sound equally cursed. Because of that whole share our wealth bullshit. It does not sound good. Organized labor, the oldest and most established unions. Oh no. Industrious unions of the AFL. Oh, this looks cursed. The Wobblies. How to play. Please note the following. Kaiserreich places restrictions on diplomatic as early war factions and autonomy levels. Kaiserreich also includes division limit demobilization mechanic to improve late game playability. During peace conference, be sure to annex all possible states. You will be able to release countries from annexed territories through decisions later. So annex everything. Good to know. Okay. The custom game rules. Frequency. And there's all the people that worked on it. Ta-da! Alright, let's take a look at the shit show. So right off the bat, I'm going to do what I traditionally always do. We're going to get basic machine tools to increase production efficiency cap and also get our factories up and running. We're going to get construction research so we can get, producing things. We do have fuel, so we are going to think about it, but honestly, because we're going to probably be dealing with problems at home, we're not going to worry about fuel right now. We're going to focus on mechanical computing first, and then we're going to follow up mechanical computing, followed by M1919 Browning MGs and Stokes motors, which will improve our infantry's overall defense, mounted infantry, and as well as motorized vehicles, defense and breakthrough plus 5%. Just get those all across the board. We're going to assign this to a company. Now, I don't know what the companies are on this. There's got Winchester Repeating Arms, Springfield Armory, Remington, Colt, and Browning. Let's take a look at Browning, because I'm interested in them. Okay, so they've reworked how these companies work all together. Okie dokie. We're just gonna kind of roll with it. I'm gonna pick Browning for the first one, purely based on flavor because I like Browning. And then we'll see what happens. Their stats might not be conducive, so this is gonna be kind of one of these. This is a blind run. So, Chatfish, I'm going to, just say for the sake of narrative that we decided to build civilian factories in the West because that's just what we do. Just what we do. Okay, in the West. And the reason why isn't because I know 4-game knowledge, it's because I have no idea what's going to happen. I have no fucking clue, chat. We're toast. We're cooked. We're cooked, Chatfish. We're cooked. Okay. We got that cooking. So the big thing here is that what do we need? Do we need trains? Pennsylvania first-class trains? No. Support equipment is probably going to be on the list of things we're going to need. And then What the fuck is that? That is hideous. These tanks, I don't even know. There's the medium M2. It's a goofy little tank. It's got 2 little, like, side turrets on either side. So a total of 4 little machine guns. I'm in Discord now. Yippee. Congratulations for it. Be sure to read the rules. Have fun and play safe. You know the drill. He's like, I don't want to play safe. Oh, that's a cute little American anti-war tank. It looks very French, doesn't it? Alright, I think we're going to enter medium tanks into production. And American Car and Foundry, Chrysler, Fish Body, Pacific Car and Foundry, Buick, and Baldwin. All these corporations can produce medium tanks, I assume. I'm going to just go with Chrysler, because I know them in the base game, and I'm hoping that they're relatively the same. We're also going to set up a production line for convoys. Under the Kaiser shipyards? Are you shitting me? Oh my god. Brooklyn Navy Yards? It's missed me with that. Brooklyn is East Coast. Mare Naval Island Naval Shipyards. I hope that's West Coast. I have no idea. I'm choosing West Coast. I'm being a little biased here. This drink is blue. It tastes blue. What does that mean? We have a naval research lab already. Submarine specialist. Surface ship specialist. Alright, we'll take the surface specialist, the gifted engineer. John Charles Niedermar. Let's start generating points. Alright, hold shift, select all divisions, transfer them all over here. Open up trade. We could trade with the German Empire. I think that would be foolish. Can we trade with Canada at all? Canada doesn't possess anything. We're going to trade with the Russian Republic. Establishing trade connections with them. And the Kingdom of Siam, I think, is a safe bet. The Dutch East Indies might also be good, but they look syndicalist. Are they syndicalist? They aren't. Okay, because we want to avoid trading with syndicalist powers. We do not want to be engaging with their economies. I'm going to avoid trading with Germany because... I don't... Wait. Oh, what? Okay. National Guard infantry divisions. They're 3x3 blocks. And infantry divisions are 3x3 blocks. What, the battalions are infantry? What's the difference between National Guard? They're also considered infantry. I'm going to... I can't trade any. I can't trade any! Alright, rip. Alright, here we go. Alright, so I didn't read the Social Security Act. Wait, do I even choose that? It's automatically going. Alright, let's see. With Congress soon re-entering session, it will soon be our last chance to push forward any significant legislation before the election. President Smith, wanting to leave office on a high note and hoping to weaken the pension issue as an attack on the next Democratic nominee, has chosen to focus on passing Social Security. Though the path to passage is difficult, we believe we maybe have the votes for one more win. Deal with the Great Depression? Oh my god. The second session of the 74th Congress. Oh my god. Be strong, Chatfish. We gotta read. The coming of January marks the return of the 74th Congress from its annual recess as senators and representatives return to Washington from their home states. The narrow Democratic majority in both houses prepares the president's administrative agenda in what will be Al Smith's final year in office. Last year, the administration racked up several important legislative accomplishments, such as the Costigan-Wagner Anti-Lynching Act, and the National Labor Arbitration and Enforcement Act. One initiative which eluded passage, however, was the newest version of the Social Security Bill, denounced by the left as insufficient in the face of systemic depression and the right as government overreach. We had immense difficulty cobbling together a majority for the bill last year, particularly with the Democratic losses of 1934 midterms. The president has made his desire to see through the passage of the Social Security Bill in the new session abundantly clear. The creation of an old age benefit system would represent one last substantial victory for this administration, and would undercut rhetoric of Smith's political opponents, both within and outside the Democratic Party. Both the Farmer Labor Party and Huey Long have emphasized a need for a system of old age pensions, so the passage of the act would go a long way toward disarming one of their key policy appeals. Let's get this done. We got 10 political power, chat. Woohoo! A whole whopping 10 of them. Yeehaw! Reading is a hard to find for players, a mortal enemy. Well, I'm a writer, so reading is my job. So I gotta read. Actually, my job is to write, not to read. Ah! Start screaming. This is hypocritical. Voting rights and the legation council. I'm stupid. I can't read. The legation cities were formed in 1928. By the way, let's pan the camera to where this is talking about. Legation cities are these little blue cities you see here, along China, as China is still very much balkanized. Let's read. Legation cities were formed in 1928 as a result of our intervention in Zili Fengtian conflict that was soon going to spill over into open war between the two other powers in the Far East, Germany and Japan. While we obviously wished to end the conflict, we also found it in our power to create a lasting solution to the imperial rivalry in China, as well as push our own open door policy, as we forced the other powers to merge their concessions in China into one conglomerate, consisting of all official concessions in China, well as a 30-mile neutral zone. The legation cities, officially known as the International Mandate for the Chinese concessions, also host a forum, the Legation Council for the various powers with interests in China, resolve disputes and work together. Naturally, we have a vote on this council, and we are often the deciding factor between Japanese and Germans, with the secondary power mostly playing second fiddle to us. Our voice is usually one that speaks for keeping the status quo of an open door to China for all powers, which hopefully lets everyone benefit without having to involve themselves with individual Chinese factions. To American citizens, the legation cities represent not only a great way to get rich, but a shining example of American forward thinking and our commitment to peace. A perfect arrangement. Plus 25 political power. Oh, yippee-ki-yay, chat. We're getting political power for just existing. Led by Nelson Truster Johnson, born April 3rd in 1887 in Washington, D.C., United States of America. So he's our representative over in the legation cities. Interesting. Reed denounces Congress. Oh, God have mercy on my soul, little chat bros. The most vocal denunciation of Congress in its current state has not come from either the administration or the mainstream Republican opposition since his election into Congress in 1932. Socialist Party Chairman and Congressional Caucus Leader John Reed has... Oh my God, my brain. Vociferously... Oh my God, I know this word, but my pronunciation. Vociferously. Chatfish, help me. Help me, chat. Help me, please. All right, denounced the institution to which he is elected, denouncing the bourgeoisie parliamentarism as a mere facade for the rule of Wall Street and big business. Reed calls for government by the industrial unions and worker councils. That's insane. To imagine this actually happening. Can you imagine that? The worker unions demand to run the show. It's, oh, shit, here we go. On the lines of the European syndicalist states. Ooh, that's a spicy. Reed rhetoric is nothing new. Such phrasing has been commonly espoused by an associated with him since his first bid for presidency in 1924. The popularity of him and his party, however, has only grown through the hard years of the Depression, particularly with recent stalling of initiatives such as the President's Social Security Bill. Reed, however, must walk a tightrope. Despite the public face of unity, his leadership provides his party is anything but homogeneous. The ousting of the party executive secretary Reed's ally, James P. Cannon, and his replacement with factional centrist Will Weinstein, I love those names, in May 1932, is the most recent public example of this. Though Reed's rhetoric remains radical, it is the moderates in the party, such as Norman Thomas, who are key to maintaining the party's relationship with farmer labor. With Thomas already being speculated as a potential candidate for the president later this year. I am glad I brought a drink over here. Jesus. All right. As a part of the condition for the Socialist Party's affiliation with farmer labor, though socialist candidates are elected on the farmer labor ballot line, they are only observers in the farmer labor caucus in Congress. Instead, they sit in their own caucus bound to the decision of the party's national executive. That sounds sus. That's like a separate body altogether. The socialists have complete freedom of action even while benefiting from running under a more electable ballot line. Can't he see we're trying? I don't think he fucking cares, dude. I don't think he cares. I think they want the country to burn. That's just me. I could be wrong, but it looks like it. All right, chat. I'm a little scared. We're a little cooked. Oh my god. Viktor Chernov assassinated. My god. Viktor Chernov, leader of the Socialist Revolutionary Party and the primary figure leading the opposition parties which control Russia's upper house of parliament, was assassinated today by an unknown assailant outside of government. Offices many assume the SZRS government to be behind it. Who's the SCR? Look, chat. So that's the main National Populist Party, which I assume he's a part of. So, okay. So the leading party basically bopped him. Bopped him pretty good, if I had to guess. Chernov's death would remove the last obstacle for President Boris Savinkov, which is the guy in charge, to finally enact his more radical reforms. Reforms he has been blocked from passing since the SZRS elections victory 2 years ago. Whether his party... I'm retarded and can't read. Whether this proves to be true, Chernov's death is a signal to the rest of the world that democracy in Russia has come to an end, and that a dictatorship under Savinkov is surely just around the corner. How barbaric, Jet. Disgusting. Abomination. Alright, let's see. What are we doing? We're not producing something? Oh, shit. Honestly, I don't really care about fighters. I don't have the factories for it. Like, nope, not gonna bother. We don't have the factories for it, not gonna happen. Unfulfilled rubber request from Russia. How hard is it for you to do your job, Russia? Jesus Louises. Alright, see if that clears it up. Day passed. I canceled my trade with Russia, didn't I? Cancel. There we go. Well, solve that. Long speaks on the bill of the Social Security bill. Heaven help me, chat. With all the buzz surrounding the Social Security bill on Capitol Hill, it was inevitable that Louisiana Senator Huey Long, he's got a big long John, if you will, would make his view on the proposed legislation widely known as a scathing critic of the President Smith since his entry into national politics 4 years ago. Senator Long has galvanized opposition to the administration within the Democratic Party from both the economically interventionist and isolationist Western wing of the party, as well as the recent months, the reactionary and populist Southern elements, which were impressed by Long's opposition to the Costigan-Wagner Anti-Lynching Act. Though Long is known for his forceful opinions and colorful rhetoric, his response to the proposed legislation has been more muted than expected. A well-known supporter of old age pensions on the national level, Long has not come out in outright opposition to the bill. He has, however, criticized the scale of the proposed program, decrying the proposed payments as grossly inadequate, as well as its proposed administration by the states, which he denounces as prone to abuse. Perhaps an attempt to appeal to African Americans, Long has instead advocated for adoption of the model proposed by Dr. Francis Townsend, as well as his own Share Our Wealth scheme. That sounds terrible. Share Our Wealth sounds genuinely like Orwellian to me. It sounds like Share Our Wealth. That's like, okay, you work at McDonald's, you get $5, and then Jim comes over, who doesn't work at McDonald's, and takes 4 of your $5. Takes 4 of your 5, and then the government takes the last buck. And you're like, ah. The Townsend plan proposes monthly payments of $200 to all retired non-criminal Americans over the age of 60, rewarding you for being a good behaving boy. Conditional on the money being substantially higher than those provided for by the Social Security bill, as well as the spending requirement are thought to be likely to stimulate economic growth. That means if you fuck up at all, by the way, like, you're just cooked. I guess you better be on your good boy behavior, chat bros. Stimulate economic growth and inflation, both of which are desired by Long, the Share Our Wealth program, would similarly hand $2,000 to all American families every year, a policy criticized as economically unfeasible, but that has nonetheless gained widespread support in the struggling Southwest. Regardless, Long's lack of outright opposition to the bill is a good sign for its prospects. The threat of an immediate split in the Democratic caucus over the issue has subsided, and we can focus on bringing Republicans and moderate farmer laborities on laborites on board. Laboratories. My God. My God. You need... Okay, do keep in mind, if you want to play the PSA, which is what chat paid for, then you need either to have the Syndicalists win the election, or American First win, or have MacArthur take over. So, I have to intentionally fuck this up. Alright. Gotcha. Thank you for the tip. Regardless, Long's lack of outright opposition... Wait, I'm retarded. I read that already. We'll take what we can get, I suppose, and my political power. Wow, my political power? Pff, gone. My dreams of conquest, my dreams of glory, have faded into obscurity. Oh my God, help me. Isn't that a British guy? Oh well, let's read. Mussolini, Valois, Herzog, and other interested parties arrived in Birmingham today to discuss their common ground. It has been agreed that Maximism and Sorelianism and National Syndicalism all share basic principles of the state's primacy and the socialist struggle, the role of national identity within the state, and the importance of a strong central authority to preserve and build socialism. The Charter also claims that the socialist state is the final stage of human development. Wow, that's sad. Like, it's just it? Like, that's it? That's all we got? Cooked. We're cooked as a species, chat, and that democracy is not necessary to achieve socialism. These statements have drawn great criticisms from other socialist factions who gave it the name totalism as a play on totalitarian socialism, which has been eagerly accepted by Mosley. Damn, who added it to his manifesto in his name, attributing to their commitment to socialism. The people must reject this madness. It's absolute barbarism over there in Britain. So Mussolini's waddling around somewhere. Edward the 5, 6, 7, 8. Edward the 8th crowned as king of Britain. George the 5th, the last king of Britain and Ireland to have ruled the home isles themselves, has passed while in exile in Canada. The first Windsor king's reign shall be remembered with sorrow and sadness, as during it Britain lost both the Weltkrieg and its homeland. The crown was inherited by Edward, Prince of Wales, who now stylizes himself as Edward the Eighth. King Edward is a vengeful, ambitious man, and not on good terms with Prime Minister Mackenzie King. He lives on the goal of avenging his father and reconquering the home isles, and thus is quite popular among the British exiles in Canada, among others. Alright, Britbongistan is mad. Rinky. Yeah, I thought that was Mosley. It looked like Mosley. Odds are it is Mosley. I think that's what his name is. It's been a while since I've read up all my World War II lore. Alright, so let's see. World War II lore dive win. Alright, so violence in Harlan County. In 1931, Harlan County, Kentucky, has been embroiled in a protracted period of labor unrest in response to sharp wage cuts. The United Mine Workers attempted to organize the mine workers in Harlan. As was typical for the company goons, their failure pushed the workers into the arms of the IWW quickly, expanding from its new strongholds in West Virginia and Colorado, which began to set up soup kitchens and other aid organizations to support striking miners. This too, however, failed as the National Labor Relations Act had few enforcement mechanisms to protect the miners, leaving them defenseless against gun thugs of Harlan Sheriff J.H. Blair. With the passage of the National Labor Arbitration and Enforcement Act, hopes for a renewed organizing effort in Harlan rose. In December, the IWW sent a letter to Sheriff Theodore R. Middleton informing him of the union's intention to organize the miners of Harlan. Though the letter was returned unsent, a veritable army of IWW organizers has descended into Kentucky. Damn, that's fucking terrifying. Chandler has dismissed the charges laid against Sheriff Middleton last year, empowering him to recruit a new slate of anti-union deputies, already an attempt by the unionists to organize the new Harlan Hotel, as ended in a siege of the building by men linked to Middleton, with several dead as a result. Few doubt that the violence in Harlan will continue if left unchecked, as several retaliation killings have already taken place. My God. We are $20 away from tomorrow's goal. That's true, Chatfish. We're ahead of the schedule. That's okay, Alex. This is Kib playing this game. There's no one on the world quite as autistic as Kib. But Kib's autism will be punished, I see. Alright, so firstly, we've got to review some news. Currently in the world, chat bros, the Anglo-Afghan War. Okay, so there's a little battle going on here between the Dominion of, looks like India and Afghanistan has broken out. So let's figure out what's going on down here, chat bros. So, the Fifth Anglo-Afghan War after the Weltkrieg, as the British Raj collapsed into turmoil and warfare, the neighboring emirate of Afghanistan took advantage of this as an opportunity to seize the northwest frontier province from the scrambling British. However, the Afghan government's attempt to modernize over the last decades have been met with fierce resistance from conservative elements within the country. King Amanullah Khan now hopes to use supposed turmoil in the Lahore in Lahore following the death of George V to his advantage. That bastard! He's capitalizing on the death of all king, chat. Wait, no, I'm not British. The death of the Canadian king. Sick. That's sick nasty, chat. By repeating the success of the Fourth Anglo-African War, the king hopes to silence the conservative opposition and bring new lands to the crown. However, international experts do not put much hope in the tiny mountain nation winning this conflict. Who cares about Afghanistan? Just a little bit of world tension, don't mind me. Black Monday. Uh-oh, this is something in the Berlin Stock Exchange. That's not good. That's not good one bit. Oh, Finland's in the alliance. Cute. Who's in Austria's? Illyria, Hungary, Galicia, and Bohemia. Oh, and Flanders, Wallonia. Okay. All right, let's see. Black Monday. On the 3rd of February, 1936, the Berlin Stock Exchange stopped sinking. It plunged. Fueled by the instability of the market, panic selling erupted as soon as the stock market opened on Monday morning. It took well into the night for the teleprinters to stop sputtering out the results of what became known as Black Monday. When the results had been analyzed, it was clear that the situation had only gotten worse. The shock of this unprecedented economic catastrophe will no doubt be felt over the entire world. The German Golden Age has ended, for now at least. Jesus Christ. The world's just on fire. Alright, something's happened in France. The electoral gridlock in France. Okay, I mean, that's good that the syndicalists are suffering. The Commune of France is the world's leading socialist nation, united as a federation of cities, communes, and directed by the Comité de Salut, the chief executives, ever since its inception. However, the second commune was not uniform. Good to see France can't even do communism right. Like, everything they do just fucking messes up. Again, nobody's done communism, so. It's never been tried, Chad. You don't know till you try it. Like, okay, we'll give it a shot. Where was I? In its policy, numerous factions take as the time revenge against Germany, and the world revolution closes in. The CGT elections of 1936 is set to be very important. It was so important, in fact, that none of the four factions could acquire a majority. Much like before the election, a coalition must be found. But how will this change the shape of the commune politics? Only the men in the CSP itself know. So France is gridlocked, which is going to make them suffer from indecision, which is good. It's not been only a day, and the Black Friday effects are already smacking into my country. God have mercy on us, chat bro. This is just not our year. You can say that fucking several times over again. Black Monday hits America. Catastrophe. Just a few days ago, news reached the shores of the United States by wire, informing us of a massive wave of panic selling in the Berlin stock market, which has led to a general collapse of the investor confidence, the persistent sense of dread that has permeated American life, the feeling that even when the economy has been on an upturn, another 2 steps backward are just around the corner, has now been proven correct. By the end of the day, a massive sell-off in the New York stock market is followed. Yikes, chat bros! On Sunday, the Dow Jones has already been sliding, but had fallen only 2%. By the end of trading on Monday, however, it fell by 12%. And on Tuesday, another 11%. A full quarter of all investments had been wiped out within 2 days. Despite William C. Durant and other members of the Rockefeller family attempting to rally the market with a substantial buy-off, the market has continued its plummet, with some economists airing concerns that it may simply continue indefinitely until there is no more value to lose. Investor confidence has been shattered for the foreseeable future. My God, chat. It's just not going our way, chat. We're just not catching a break. Oh my God. I'm going to switch off Mountain Dew and switch over to fucking milk, though. I'll tell you that much. Good old thick, creamy milk. All right, where were we? While this stock market crash had almost no impact on the vast majority of Americans owing to the fact that only a tiny percentage of the population has investments, fear has permeated the middle and working classes, as well as already massive strikes have been planned by all major unions in protest of the predicted waves of terminations and wage cuts. And demonstrations have begun in the countryside by farmers north, south, east, and west. Ooh, that's going to hurt agriculture, too. That means going to the grocery store trying to buy food. Yeah, nightmare. No hamburgers for chat bros. Oh, God, this sucks. This actually sucks. Man. This blows. Just imagining this. I think I'd be dead. Like, just imagining that. Oh, all right, so east and west, exactly. The same course of events, and therefore the same atmosphere pervades now as it did prior to the woes of 1925. As far as the American people can tell, there is simply no hope for the future. This is just not our year. Yeah, no. Ooh, that's not good. I mean, the stability thing is whatever. I'm not even surprised by that, but the fucking... Like, we're already... Oh, my God. So that's another minus 10% construction speed. That makes minus 45 now. And then minus 15% factory output. Aren't we at, like, 40% already? That's, like, minus 55% of factory output. Oh, my God. We might as well just not produce anything. We just might as well sit there. Like, nobody's working. That means, like, half the people in the country aren't even doing their jobs. It's like... Imagine, like, your everyday life. You go to the grocery store, right? And not only is the food, like, 10 times the price, but, like, there's nobody working there. And there's also food shortages because nobody's working. Oh my God. Oh. This is just sad. Jillian says, I admire your willpower to read every single event. It's my job. Chat pays me to. And so, I'm going to do it. And I'm not going to whine about it. I love my job. It's a full-time streamer job for Kib. Hell yeah. Swirly says, never mind. I might stay a little more. IG. Well, that's okay. I mean, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Don't worry about it, buddy. I'll always be here. I'll be here every single day. Every single day of every single week. No vacations. Every holiday, I will be streaming. As I have for years now. I'll be here. Eat when you need me most. Alright, where was I? We read this? Yes, we did. Just making sure. Oh, God, sorry. I read the fucking debuffs again. The Great Depression is modified by more awful shit. So how bad is it now? Let's take a look. Oh, no. Look at that. Do you see that? Minus 50% factory output? Oh, my fucking God. Wait a minute. Does that mean our factory output's higher than that? What's this one? Oh, it's only minus 5%. My memory worked. Guantanamo Bay? Symmetry. Wow, Guantanamo Bay is like the only good thing we have. What's Cuba's opinion of us? They like us. Oh, that's right. They're not communists, so they're actually going to be kind of okay to deal with. All right, let's see. All right, let's just... My God, we haven't even passed the first focus pocus. All right, chat, we just gotta hang in there. I'm scared to put it to speed 5 because I'm not sure what's going to happen. See what I mean? See what I mean? Social Security dies in the committee. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I forgot I had that one installed. Okay, that caught me off guard. All right. So that makes me happy. The recent crash... I'm just easily amused. All right, so let's see. All right, let's read. Social Security dies in committee. The recent crash on the New York Stock Exchange has sent Washington into a panic, with Wall Street continuing to tumble. Fears of a return to the darkest days of 1926 have aroused a deep sense of dread among lawmakers and allies of the administration, with conditions in Europe appearing far more severe than during the recession of 1931, and trade barriers flying up. Once more, it appears as if the period of recovery that has characterized Smith's second term has come to a sudden halt. Yeah, he's leaving on a bad note. As lawmakers scramble to put together a response, the first major victim of the crash appears to be what was once meant to be the crowning jewel of the president's final year, is now the biggest fucking turd. Oh my God. His legacy is not going to be one positive. The Senate has voted to table the bill, even as it appeared to be on the verge of passage in the House just a week ago, essentially killing it for a foreseeable future. With the main piece of the president's legislative agenda dead on arrival, the path forward for the administration seems unclear and tumultuous. This has not been a great week. Nope. Minus 20 political power. All right, what happens now? It's not even done. Sorry, Alfred, you're in deep shit, bud. Okay, what's going on? Something over in Austria. All right, let's see. The Austrian Empire. The Austrian Empire withdraws from Italy. It is clear that Black Monday has hit the Austrian Empire hard. The Austro-Hungarian Reichskriegsminister, it's not French, it's German. Jawohl. Today announced he was recalling divisions stationed in Italian territory, unable to afford the financial burden of keeping them safe from the Socialist Republic of Italy. For good or ill, the Italian Republic is now effectively independent of Austrian domination, at least until the Austrians regain their full strength and decide whether or not their interest in the Italian peninsula is worth regaining. See, oh my God, these story events makes me really wish that there was something like this mod, but for Victoria 3. Because, like, the whole political system stuff, I love that. That's fucking wild. All right, let's see. Many in the Italian Republic have expressed worry about whether or not this will leave them exposed to attack by the Socialist Republic of Italy, a move which would plunge Italy into a civil war once again. Austrian influence wanes further. That's not good for the Austrian boys. For Karl I, he's in a bit of a pickle, chat bros. Oh my God, no. I already have rubber problems. We don't need no. Oh, God help me. Rubber workers on strike. As the economic situation has continued to deteriorate, labor militancy has skyrocketed across the United States. On the morning of the 14th, the city of Akron, Ohio, came to a virtual standstill after approximately 10,000 workers and sympathetic citizens went on strike in the country's largest rubber plant, the Goodwin Tire Factory. This sudden action was in response to the company's plans to lay off hundreds of workers and slash the wages of the remainder by upwards of 50% in order to adjust for losses inflicted by Black Monday. Ouchies. This is only the beginning, chat. It's only going to go downhill from here. Before the city's citizens or the strikers were prepared, the local deputies and associated organizations of thugs and paramilitaries, the so-called Law and Order League, fell on the lot. while hand-to-hand combat raged for the first half hour. Jesus Christ. The frustrated deputies began to draw their pistols and fired into the crowd at point-blank range. Enraged, sympathetic citizens and unionists similarly armed themselves, and before either side knew it, a full-blown battle for the city had broken out. Though the scuffle was brief, it quickly sent shockwaves through the community, and the people of Akron, some of whom were horrified at how quickly the situation had spiraled out of control, agreed with the local unionists to stand down in exchange for blanket pardons for all those whom were involved. Nevertheless, unions nationwide, even those affiliated with the warning across the country, particularly in the Steel Belt, paramilitary activity led by the local Red Guards. The what now? The Red Guards? That doesn't sound good. Oh my God. And other socialist-led organizations has spiked as unions. Oh my God. Red Guard. I'm sorry. If I'm in charge of the United States and I hear some fucking group call themselves the Red Guard, we're gonna fucking dismantle that group. I would not allow that. That's allowing other paramilitary groups to form in the United States. Are you fucking nuts? Or in any sovereign state? That's never backfired ever in the history of ever, chat bros. Let's not just look at Rome and the Praetorian Guard, for example. Okay, my autism aside. So let's get back to... Sorry, that just fucking blew my mind just thinking about it. Though the scuffle was brief and quickly sent shockwaves. Okay, we're horrified at how unionists... Okay, there we go. The people of Akron, some of whom were horrified at how quickly the situation spiraled out of control, agreed with the local unionists to stand down in exchange for blanket pardons for all those who were involved. Nevertheless, unions nationwide, even those affiliated with the comparatively moderate AFL, have taken this outbreak of violence as a warning across the country, particularly in the Steel Belt. Paramilitary activity, led by local Red Guards and other socialist-led organizations, has spiked as unions play host to military-style training call among anti-socialist hardliners for decisive action to disarm and even dismantle the unions have increased, but thus far have gone unheeded by either federal or state authorities. That is a fuck up right there. You need to take drastic action. You cannot allow them to fucking, oh my God. Oh, it's 1877 all over again, chat bros. Modify. Oh, if things weren't bad enough, our factory output's reduced by another minus 4%. Yay, minus 59%. We're almost at a minus 100%. We might as well just cut there and start putting the factories back in the factory. Or put the guns... I'm so livid. I can't even speak correctly. We might as well just put the guns back into the factory is what I wanted to say. This is the worst thing I've ever played. Like, mod-wise. Not, like, bad, but, like... My God, these events. Like, what the fuck? Minus 9%? Are you shitting me? Oh, my God. It's minus 59%. Oh, what else is happening? What else could be happening? Over in Qing. The Qing dynasty. Alright, let's see. The illusion of Qing hegemony shatters. Oh boy, here we go. The facade of Chinese unity, having held together for nearly a decade, has begun to crumble. Rising unrest in the League of Eight Provinces, the economic shock of Black Monday, portending German entrenchment, and the inability of the national government to deliver decisive response to either has made one thing clear. Beijing's monopoly on power is broken, and now the future is any man's game. Everywhere is falling apart. There's nowhere that's safe, chat bros. Genuinely. People are going to shit. I mean, I guess Africa doesn't have anything happening there. The Blame Game? My favorite. I love this game. The Blame Game. The recent panic in Congress has greatly exacerbated the woes of the administration. The administration has faced. Don't add words, kid. Don't add words. I know it's easy. And its second term. Ever since Smith's election in 1928, the Democratic Party has consistently declined in popularity, seeing its congressional majorities whittled down to... What? Threadbare. Okay, there we go. Threadbare margins. The flurry of stabilizing legislation that stopped the bleeding of 1929 has slowed to a crawl, so the president has little to show for his second term. Worse still, the Democratic Party is on the verge of tearing itself apart. Huey Long has intensified attacks on President Smith, transparently plotting to find an angle with which to run for president later this year. With Black Monday spreading across the Atlantic, Congress appears paralyzed. Social Security is dead, and the major parties struggle to find consensus as former Labor and longest reap the rewards of 7 years of generally conservative government. The Hearst papers have continued their long-running feud with the president as well. A rivalry active since Smith attacked Hearst in 1919, Hearst comes just short of openly calling for Douglas MacArthur to march on Washington and establish a dictatorship. Such words are finding receptive ears among men imminently. I mean, at this point, you might as well. Like, everything's going to shit. About to lose their fortunes, as leading firms are seemingly destined for bankruptcy in the next few months, if not weeks. With the progress of the past 7 years, seemingly falling apart, no shit, around him, President Smith has met with his cabinet to discuss steps that must be taken to save the nation's economy once more. Cordell Hull, the Secretary of State, called for the president's further lower trade barriers, while Vice President Joe T. Robinson proposed to push forward with emergency legislative action. Hull, as well as Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover, among the more popular members of the administration, and finally Huey, seconded Robinson's proposal, which was then accepted by the president with the aid of his vice president, an experienced wheeler and dealer with enduring connections in the Senate. President Smith has called a special session of Congress to pass emergency relief legislation. Let's hope to God it's enough. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think. Oh my God. Oh my. What the fuck? Another debuff? It just keeps happening. It just plays America, they said. World's greatest nation, they said. Okay, where were we? Consumer good factories plus 20%. Construction speed minus 10%. Is that modifying? Oh my God. It's modifying. It's getting worse. It's getting worse, chat. It's not getting better. It's getting worse. Okay. All right. So, consumer goods go up by 20%. I think that's 70% of all consumer goods factory now stuck producing consumer crap. That's all those civilian factories. Construction speed minus 10%. As if they weren't producing slow enough already. Factory output reduced by initial 5% on top of a house divided minus 0.50% to our political power, which is absolutely not that good to be with. Minus 50% to stability weekly. Minus 50% to war support weekly. Oh my God. Material tension limit 100%. It's just not good. Nothing is going, chat. Everything is going to hell in a handspring. Please clap. I don't think I can clap. The please clap. I should have turned that mod off. I mean, it's more fitting that it's on, but it's so sad. Introduce the Garner-McNary bill. The bill fails. What the fuck do I do? Expand the War Department. Yeah, that's a good... Expand the USD. I think we are... Okay. Alright, chat, here we go. Introduce the Garner-McNary bill. Oh, yay. I love that name. It makes me think of, I don't know, like chicken pot pies for some reason. The renewed crisis on Wall Street demands immediate action by the administration. President Smith has called on Congress to pass emergency economic relief legislation to prevent a return to the dark days of 1929. To that end, Democratic Speaker John Nance Garner and Republican Senator Charles McNary have co-authored a relief bill which has the support of the president. Yay. Good. Wonderful. Fantastic. Except we have to have it fail. President Chow and Marshal Wu back in Nanjing. What? President Chow? Chow? They're Chow. Oh my God, China, what's happening? What's happening, China? It's like China don't feel so good. China don't feel so good, mister. Look at this fucking Emperor. Ison is like, fucking help me. Help me. Somebody help me. President Chow and Marshal Wu back Nanjing. Following the death of Marshal Sun Xianfang earlier this year and the subsequent collapse of the Qing authority over much of China, few expected the Jade Marshal Wu Pifu, President Cao Kun, Just enjoy these names. The real powers behind the throne in Beijing to take overt military action. Yet, this morning, the duo announced their formal support of the provincial government of Nanjing and the remnants of the old League of the Eight Provinces. German diplomats and strategists are no doubt, breathing a sigh of relief as the Zhili's military support for new League Marshal Qi Zhaiyun, I can't pronounce these words, may be deciding factor in his war against both the resurgent KMT and Anhui province, aligned with the Fengshan and, by extension, Japan. The German order in Asia may still yet hold out. Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it'll hold out. This playthrough is hell. KAISERREICH, I was told KAISERREICH was hard. It is. It's not going good. Oh, good. Another event. What else could possibly be happening? Since the 1895 screening of the first motion picture in the United States at New York City's Coaster and Biles Theater, the cinema industry has exploded in popularity. Well, that's good. This has particularly been the case since the beginning of the 1920s, and the growth of the industry has surprisingly been almost entirely unaffected by America's economic woes since 1925. Well, that's good. This morning, the headlines shout of the screening of yet another film directed by and starring Charlie Chaplin, Modern Times, as his final planned film, including the Little Tramp character. The film has been interpreted differently depending on the commentator, particularly in such a divisive and hostile political environment. However, the central theme is clear for all to see. Chaplin, as the Little Tramp, viciously satirizes modern life in the United States, particularly the banal and monotonous nature of day-to-day life, as well as the seemingly powerlessness of the average American. That's less good. That's less bad. That's bad. That's going to make people think things are bad. Please, for the love of God. While the film has largely been lauded by the press as a hit and advancement in the complexity of set pieces and cinematography, there have been detractors, particularly among the American right, who have criticized this film as a socialist and syndicalist propaganda. Meanwhile, the American left have embraced this narrative. Oh, good. It's been politicized. That Chaplin has endorsed the socialist movement and began to push this in their own propaganda overall. See, I have a feeling Chaplin's just sitting there like, oh, shit. Overall, though, most people, critics, editors, and the general public who have seen the film so far have treated it as largely apolitical and used it as an excuse to perhaps ironically escape the constant strain, stress, and banality of the current national crisis. Go figure, they're using it for escapism. But go figure, the political opponents have to use it as a tool to bludgeon me with. Can't we just sit down and enjoy? Oh, thank God, it's a positive thing. No, it's not. No, it's not. Change in popularity, radical socialism, plus what? No, that's bad. That's bad. Can't we just sit down and enjoy something instead of making everything political? I know, right? God damn, this game hits so close to home. Everything's political, Chatfish. The everything political crowd are attacking. All right. Oh, what now? The Garner-McNary bill introduced. With the blessing of President Smith, Republican Senator Charles McNary and Speaker of the House Nance Garner have introduced as new unemployment relief legislation package. Many in Congress feel that the package does not go nearly far enough, while others wonder how America, in the midst of a massive economic crisis, will possibly ever pay for it. The presence of senators from the Farmer Labor Party, particularly in the SPA, as well as those aligned with Huey Long, complicates things immensely. Even with Smith's support, fuck Huey Long and fuck the Labor Party. They're fucking me over here, Chatfish. It's unknown if Garner-McNary has a real chance of passing. We shall see, won't we, Chatfishes? God damn it. It's only 35 days and already another terrible event happened. West Virginia abolishes term limits. Since John Reed shocked the nation by winning the state in the election of 1928, West Virginia has been a stronghold of the Socialist Party. I always knew Virginia was evil, though the party's hold on the state was tenuous, with them narrowly losing the Senate. My eyeball stopped working for a second. Seat up in 1930. Through the 1930s, the party has gradually tightened its grasp over the Red Bastion. It has enacted a pro-union policy partnered with the IWW's mining union to build up a reliable pro-SPA patronage system and brought certain industries and utilizes into state ownership. Oh boy. Since socialist J.H. Schneider, or is it Snitter? I don't know. It's a snitter. He's a shitter. That's what he is. Was elected governor in 1928. The SPA has gradually increased its share of both state houses, gaining a majority in both House of Delegates in 1930 and the Senate in 1932. 1932 also marked a changing of the guard. Governor Snyder, a moderate ally of Norman Thomas's faction of the party, was term limited and replaced as governor by radical Miles Stone, who hews closer to the line of party leadership. Under Stone, the party has further solidified its grip over the state, bringing itself into alignment with the IWW and winning 2/3 of majority in both houses of the state legislature in 1934. This enabled the Socialist Party to amend the state constitution, overriding the few remaining legal checks available to anti-socialist forces in the state. Well, that state is now fucked, Chatfish. They're cooked. They're cooked! The most recent amendment affects Governor Stone most directly under West Virginia's Constitution. Governors are limited to a single consecutive term with a special session of the state legislature. However, this section has been written to allow Governor Stone to run for re-election. The amendment represents a clear step towards further SPA dominance. So he's just never going to leave. He's basically president, or not president, but governor for life is what they're doing over the state, a process further exemplified by the decision of Congressman Robert L. Hogg, the last remaining non-socialist in the state, God help his soul, House delegation, not to run for re-election. With Robert L. Hogg's imminent departure, the Senator Matthew M. Neely's re-election looking ever more unlikely, it appears as if the socialists will soon have uncontested control over the state's congressional delegation. Syndicalist democracy in action. It doesn't sound good. I like how it just says, like, Pennsylvania and then France. It's like, it's just France, chat. It's just France. West Virginia modify SBA control by state defection chance by 25%. Oh, no. Things are looking bad, chat bitches. Party popularity is at an all-time low, 12%. That's just fantastic. All right. Well, escalation of violence in Harlan. As if things couldn't get any worse, Chatfish. The declaration of economic conditions nationwide in the aftermath of Black Monday has further intensified the IWW's recent unionization drive in Harlan County. The result has been further escalation of violence, murders, and retaliatory killings are commonplace, and armed assaults on union meetings are increasingly being met with proportionate gunfire, with Harlan being in the state. It is demands for an intervention of some sort to prevent the country from turning into a total war zone have grown louder in Washington. What are we going to do to fix this, chat bros? I don't know if we can fix it. On the one hand, many blame Middleton's actions and the local authorities' hardline anti-union stance for the escalation of violence and suggest a congressional committee look into matters in Harlan. On the other, anti-socialists have pointed the finger at the IWW, which has always been a militant and radical organization, blaming them for the escalation into two-sided shooting. Ultimately, some sort of statement about the situation in Harlan must be made. Okay. All right. Middleton is to blame. Investigate Harlan. The radicals are to blame. Crack down before this spreads. I will allow the chat Congress to decide. You know why? Because my brain is cooked. I'm a cooked kid. So you have two choices here. Investigate Middleton. Remember, as a reminder, Middleton is the guy who's the sheriff, pretty much. Or do we blame the radicals? I kind of lean towards blaming the radicals because they're fucking radicals. They went there to intentionally instigate and basically escalate. Not only that, but the fact that they brought arms and weapons pretty much vilifies them in my eyes, because this was all planned from the get-go to turn into basically open warfare. That's just my opinion. Call it a kib opinion, if you will. KIBP opinion. Oh my god. All right, chat. I'm scared. I'm actually scared. I don't know what's gonna happen, chat bros. I'm thinking we're cooked. I'm thinking we're cooked. I think it's over. I think America's gonna burn, and there's nothing we can do to save it. It's over, chat. You know, Japan looks safe. Maybe we should have played as Japan. Anything bad happening there? It doesn't look like it. Looks like they're doing all right. Are we doing all right? No. We're teetering on the verge of a nightmare. Currently, Chatfish, 80% of Chatfish want to blame the radicals, while a meager 20%, 25%, 20% wish to investigate Middleton for his crimes against the state. You have 60 seconds to contest with the power of a donation if you wish. If not, forever hold your peace, and we will allow peace to flow in the bucket. But yeah, either way, we lose allegedly 6 manpower, which again, we have 1.59 manpower. I'm not sure how that's a downside. I think what the game isn't telling me is that there's going to be some sort of fucking, like, something's going to happen from this event, I feel like. This event has been happening since we pressed the play button. And things have been getting progressively worse. Also, some of you in chat said that you never looked at the vanilla map mode. What are some good map, like, mods that actually make the map look prettier? Oh, I gotta reload. Oh my god. What did I click on? Oh my god. Fucking just look on it. I hate when I do that. I hate Paradox games. I hate Paradox games. Paradox games, when they have pop-ups. Okay, listen to me, Paradox. When you have a pop-up, have a grace period. When it pops up, it gets like 2 seconds before you can click on it. Because that happens all the time where a pop-up pops up and then I click and I'm like, scream. And it's absolutely hell in multiplayer. Okay, we'll just wait for that event to pop up again. Yep, we did that one. Why you like this? I fat-fingered it, alright? It happens. Well, Dylon, if you can, join the Discord and shoot me a DM with those workshop pages and I'll take a look at them. Yep, my DMs are always open. I'm in the Discord. Link in the description. Kibbs is me. I've got the little picture of Celeste. If you don't know who Celeste is, it's one of the characters from the game we're making. If you're new, that's where the donos go. That's what we're funding. That's why we need to raise $438 a day. Oh, what a nightmare. All right, let's see. Legation City's voting bailout. What? That's not what happened last time. The other event didn't pop. That's weird. Oh, China's in fire. It appears that this guy, Chi Jiayun, is getting his ass kicked. From the Anqing Click and then the Minjian Insurgency, which kind of looks like nationalist China, if you ask Kibbos. Well, the Qing government just sits there watching things burn. China's embroiled in war. The world not embroiled in too much war around the globe at the moment, but China's on fire already. Okay. Hold on a sec. Gotta take out my headphones. My hair's getting long, and some of it got in my eye. Ouch. Need to pull it back. Need to get a haircut. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're cooking. Alright, much better. Now my eyes don't have hair in them. Perfection. Some of the games have that. Why not all of them? Why not all? Okay. Alright, Chatfish chose to blame the radicals. Okay, we're going to blame the radicals when the pop-up comes. Let's close that. Alright, we've got a new thing. Legation City's voting bailout. Black Monday has left deep scars in the global economy, and particularly on the Deutsche Einsatisch, Sprechen Sie langsam bitte? I don't know what that means. Bank in Shanghai, which seems to have fallen victim to unscrupulous business practices and possibly insider trading. Oh, I'm not surprised about that. Our delegation are now seeking guidance on how they should vote concerning the proposed bailout of the DAB. Approve the motion, deny the motion, abstain. All right, chat, I'm going to allow you to influence our choices. Like I said, it's chat's campaign. Approve it, deny it, or abstain it. Make your call, Chatfish. You have 60 seconds to vote. This is going to be one of those lightning polls. Okay. Thinking. I'm cooking. All right, let's see. Chatfish have voted in favor of abstaining. All right. It seems like a vast majority. We will abstain getting involved with this. Escalation of violence in Harlan. All right. The radicals are to blame. There we go. Did the right choice this time. All right, chat. It looks like that faction's pretty cooked. Restoration of democracy. Oh, boy. We got reading to do. Australasia? What? What? Australasian? Interesting. All right, let's read this. Restoration of democracy in Australasia. What? The Australasian Confederation has been under the authoritarian rule of Governor-General William Birdwood since the British invocation of the emergency protocols in 1924, considered by many in the nation to have been a heavy-handed response to the Melbourne Commune syndicalist uprising in Birdwood finally relented to the calls for an open election, leading to John Curtin's Labour Party achieving a slim majority in Parliament. After radicals in the party associated with the Australasian Council of Trade Unions failed to take the Labour Party and subsequently have been ejected, Curtin is expected to have a tough time up ahead. With renewed labour unrest and pressure from more hard-line members of Parliament to immediately suppress the syndicalist activism. Everyone's got syndicalism. Everyone suffers. Everyone's pain. This guy here? This sounds like something... Mexican? Oh no. What's happening in Mexico? Mexico, what are you doing? Mexican revolutionary Emiliano Zapata has passed away, and with his death, Mexico has been thrown again into chaos. While the most ardently loyal members of the government still had faith on a swift recovery, the freedom fighter, and until today, leader of Mexico, has left a power vacuum that will not easily be healed. In the midst of Zapata's fatal shooting on the streets of Mexico City, Plutarco Elias Calles' clique has moved swiftly and seized government facilities and institutions, promising to bring Mexico socialism to new heights. Everywhere is suffering. Mexican democracy died as it lived. All right, fair enough. Long and farmer labor demand changes. As expected, the early challenges of the Garner-McNary bill have become from the longest and farmer labor Huey Long, his informal caucus, have demanded a vast increase in Social Security provisions. The bill provides provisions most other senators say America could never afford. John Reed and the SPA, meanwhile, scoff at the provisions of the bill, which they say does little to protect workers or fundamentally change the reality of the Depression. Though not as set against the bill as the radical comrades in the SPA, the non-socialist Farmer Labor Caucus is sympathetic to Reed's view and will have to be accommodated if they are to be swayed to our side. All three groups have attracted a lot of media attention, adding to the general sense of disorder and tension in Congress. My God, Chatfish. Interesting times. We live in them. God help me! Alright, let's see. Oswald Mosley, elected chairman of the TUC? What? Oh my God, Mosley's in power. Curse timeline! Curse timeline! I like how they edited out his lightning bolt symbol back when he was a fascist. So now he's a syndicalist. I mean, it makes sense. Oswald Mosley's election as chairman of the TUC, which is the Union, or TUC? Oh, I don't know what TUC stands for. The Ugly Chickens? I don't know. The 1936 Trade Union Congress, much red right there, in the Union of Britain was made out to be decisive. Chairman Tom Mann declared his resignation, causing the three major factions in the Union, Maximists, Autonomists, and Federationists, to butt heads over the position. And as the dust settled, Oswald Mosley, the current deputy chairman and leader of the Maximus movement, has been appointed as the new chairman of Mosley's faction, supports a strong central government and full state control of the economy, and are much more in favor of military action in British nationalism than any other faction. And the Pope, Pius the 11th, I think? X is 10, 1, yeah, 11th, I think. Yeah. All Christendom mourned the death of His Holiness Pope Pius the 11th, who died following a heart attack after having been in declining health for the past several years, something which rapidly worsened following Black Monday. The Holy Father will soon be interred with the rest of his predecessors in the tomb of the popes until the next pope can be chosen. The papal state will be ruled by the College of Cardinals in Rome. The succession of His Holiness is made all the more important due to Catholic Church's role in governing the reborn papal states. Oh, that's right, the papal states are sovereign. That's cursed. As well as its vehement opposition to syndicalism. I'm not surprised about that. A force which has divided Italy and seeks to once again unify the Italian peninsula. So let's see. They're now ruled by what? Giuseppe Giuletti. And the syndicalists... Oh no, that's the syndicalists. And there's the papal states there. Which now ruled by the College of Cardinals. Things could be worse, chatfishes. Are you new to LOL? Are you new to KAISERREICH, LOL? I've never played... last time I played KAISERREICH was like several years ago. Or, well, it was early. It's also before Hearts of Iron had a whole lot of DLC, and Hearts of Iron kind of sucked. Gallo seizes control of Ecuador. Now people like Hearts of Iron. I remember a time when the vast majority of people hated it. But then they make enough content, and eventually it gets better. You know, after they charge us for it. Gallo seizes control of Ecuador. Ecuador's down here, right? Oh my god, why don't I remember where Ecuador is? Ecuador's in the centrals, right? Salvador, Nicaragua, Honduras. Chatfish, I'm retarded! Where's Ecuador? It's over here! Oh, I don't even know, chat. Oh! I failed geography, chat! Ecuador. Oh, there it is, by Colombia. Derp. I don't know why I thought it was in the central. Okay. Looks like a authoritarian military junta, if I had to guess. Seemingly unwilling to stand by and watch as the relatively liberal government under Ayora Pilari won the recent election and risked enfeebling Ecuador, Alberto Enriquez Gallo has launched a successful putsch in Quito, having already dissolved the administration and created a new council of military advisors. The new military strongman has quickly begun embarking on a quest to purify Ecuador of alleged threats and opponents. Though the nation has recently been viewed positively as a friendly business environment for foreign investors, whether that state of affairs will be preserved by the new regime is unknown. It seems Quito's liberalism just couldn't last. It makes me want Qdoba. That's what it makes me want. It's Mexican food. I know. But I want that instead. It's Americanized bit. The vote passes. What? Oh, no, sorry. That's something else. The most recent vote in the Legation Council has passed by a comfortable majority. It will now be implemented. I'm sure it will definitely help China. Sure it will. They're cooked, boys. Martial law declared in Harlan. Things just keep getting worse. With violence in Harlan County reaching new heights, calls for intervention have reached a fever pitch. Continued killings and acts of violence on both sides have necessitated a declaration of martial law by the state government. Spurred on by the administration's statement on Harlan issue, the IWW has already vigorously attacked the declaration, denouncing Governor Chandler as a puppet of big business. Yes, a puppet who wants to basically get people to stop rioting. I get you. I see what you're doing there, you sick fuck. And a tyrant enforcer of the boss's law. Though we hope the law in Harlan, there are already reports of asymmetric warfare between state forces and organized unionists, militias. Nevertheless, our first priority is now to maintain order in Harlan, a goal which should be made much easier with the state's declaration. In the meantime, violence in Harlan has claimed 4 lives this week. Let's hope this I like how it does, like, those 4 people, they're dead now. And they were all of military fighting age, of course, which makes sense. Minus 2% stability? Hell yeah. Let's get under 20%. 18%. Barely legal, chat. Pius the 12th was elected. Pause. As new pope. Catholic faithful in Rome breathed a sigh of relief as the Sistine Chapel's chimney billowed forth white smoke, signifying the election of a new pope. A short time later, it was announced that Pius and popular Eugenio Cardinal Pacelli had become His Holiness Pope Pius the 12th, leader of the Catholic Church and head of the state of the Papal States. Head of the state of the Papal States. That just bothered me. Too many states there. I want some steaks. It is anticipated that he will continue the policies of his predecessor, whose pontifical name he has taken. Good luck, Your Holiness. He's taking charge, boys. There he is. He has no bonuses. He was born March 2nd, 1876, in Rome, Kingdom of Italy. His background, Pope Pius, formerly Cardinal. Eugenio is a man of great spiritual fervor. He is renowned for his piety, but has a strong authoritarian streak that is matched only by his desire to protect his people. Alright, sounds like a strong leader. That's good for them. Better than what we have. Oh, fuck me. The great St. Patrick Day flood. It just doesn't stop. When it rains, it pours, unfortunately, for the United States. This is to be taken, both metaphorically and literally. The winter of 1935 and 1936 has seen extremely heavy snowfall. Even by the standards of the Northeast, widespread melting has already clogged infrastructure and caused some limited floodings, although to date, it was nothing that locals couldn't handle. Over the past week, however, this situation has become catastrophic. Unusually heavy rainstorms, starting on March 9th and continuing unabated, has triggered flooding from Maine to Maryland. And even sections of Northern Virginia, the situation has been made even worse by the outdated nature of civilian infrastructure, as dams, bridges, and overpasses have been destroyed, while roads and entire cities have been inundated in just one day. From 18th to 19th of March, sections of the Northeast saw as much as 10 inches of rainfall. Approximately 300,000 people have been rendered homeless, and an estimated $100 million in damages. Good for the economy, chat. Just what you want to see. This is bad. And damage inflicted upon the populace. The already chaotic economic situation has worsened. I've become numb. I've become numb to the negative pop-ups. And both leftists and rightist radicals have used this as another example of the callousness and cold indifference of the American government to the suffering of the people. To most Americans, it is simply another sign that the country will continue its spiral into depression and helplessness, as well as radicalism and violence. Isn't this just an average day in New England? Minus 50 manpowers, 50 catfishes drown. Everything is getting worse. Oh, the 9th International Congress. Socialists, delegates from around the world, are gathered in and around Paris for the latest Congress of their movement. The Third Internationale was created by French socialists after the 1920 Revolution and has since helped steer the efforts of the labor movement dominated by syndicalists. And the Internationale, however, intended to be a broad tent organization and thus welcomes Reds of all stripes. Delegates were greeted by a military parade and a rousing speech in Versailles, clad in red for the occasion. At the top of the agenda is the spread of revolutionary fervor, particularly to Asia and North America, conflict in Spain policy on colonialism, and requirements for membership of the International Military Alliance. An interesting development. Interesting. Fantastic, chat. I almost had 2 days. Senators break ranks. Oh boy. After weeks of negotiations, a number of establishment senators have broken ranks over the coming vote of the Gungan bill. Most notably, Democratic Senator Robert Wagner, who says he will not vote for the bill unless protections for federal unemployment insurance are re-added. Many other Democrat and Republican senators are concerned about the influence of the longists and farmer labor and claim they will not vote for the bill if any concessions are made at all. Oh, Jesus Christ. Others say that not courting either the longest and farmer layers will make passage difficult, if not impossible. President Smith will need to intervene in order to save the bill. Force the establishment to compromise with labor. Force the establishment of compromise with longest. Pledge to support Wagner and the establishment senators. You know what? Fuck it. We got to make sure the Civil War happens anyway, so we might as well just do whatever is going to stoke the flames. We'll pledge our support to the establishment. I'm sure that can go backfiring, Chatfish. Welcome stream, little grumpy. Oh, fuck. Alright, anti-establishment forces furious. Both Huey Long and Farmer Labor Party have reacted with fury at President Smith's endorsement of establishment senators. They have vowed to sink the Garner-McNary bill, claiming that the public is being deceived by a corrupt government which refuses to recognize the reality of America. While both the Long and Farmer Labor have both gained a considerable boost, and support from their base, Democratic and Republican fortunes have improved somewhat, and there is a feeling that both have a better chance going into the next election, provided the bill actually passes. Let's hope it does. The longest gained political power. The Socialists gained political power. North Carolina and Minnesota will have a 20% chance to join the SBA in the longest. Wow, my state's going to hell. No. Grumpy gets 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Grumpy. And that makes Saturday's goal. We are now on Sunday's goal. Thank you very much for your generous donation, Chatfish, for keeping us afloat. Like a root beer float. We love root beer floats. We love them. As I look at my soda and think that maybe sugar wasn't the best idea. Huh. Oh my god, I just finished that drink. Alright, it's time to put another drink in the fridge. We got a lot of reading to do. Let's get started, Chick. Let's just put something big in the fridge. How about that? I'm just gonna throw a big bottle in the fridge. Alright, back to reading we go. Long campaigns for the Democratic nomination. Attacks on President Smith from the Republicans and the far left was to be expected, but perhaps the most damning evidence of the administration's unpopularity is the growing chorus of denunciations by his own party. Leading the charge is Huey Long, the fiery Southern populace, who has whipped up many Southern and Western Democrats into a frenzy while gunning for the Democratic nomination. In one of his most memorable speeches, apparently given multiple times, he compares the Democratic and Republican parties to an old patent medicine drummer coming to town with a banjo and 2 bottles of medicine, one called High Papalorum and Low Papahirum. That's not very funny. He's not very witty. I don't think he's got that much support. I think we're fine. Okay, we believe you, Kib. All right, Swirly, we'll take care. We'll see you later, buddy. And good luck. We lost Swirly chat. F's in chat. Swirly Barley. I can't say Swirly Barley anymore. Oh my god, YouTube is set to top chat. No wonder why I can't see all of chat. God damn it, I hate when it does that. All right, there we go. Now it's set to live chat. All right. Finally, somebody... wait, no. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? There's no party. In one of his... read that. Finally, somebody around there said, is there any difference in these bottles of medicines? Oh, said Considerable. Considerable. This is a terrible joke. They're both good, but they're different, he said. That High Papalorum is made from the bark off the tree that we take from the top down. And that Low Papahirum is made from the bark that we take from the root up. I think whoever wrote this should be beaten. I think whoever wrote this should be with love and compassion, aggressively. And the only difference that I have found between the Democratic leadership and the Republican leadership was that one of them was skinning you from the ankle up and the other was skinning you from the ear down when it got to Congress. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're so witty. God damn it. These open attacks on the political establishment have tapped into the growing disenchantment of the American political system, and then spell ill tidings for the 1936 Democratic campaign as a whole. With the party fracturing and many already jumping ship, one has to wonder if the Democratic establishment will even be a political force by November. Is it wrong that I laughed a little? I didn't. It wasn't very funny. Federal forces in Harlan. Since the declaration of martial law in Harlan County, violence between Unionists and their opponents has not subsided. Though open violence in the town of Harlan itself has been suppressed, incidents elsewhere in the Cumberland Valley have continued, as have disappearances across the country. Unionists in particular have taken to effective banditry against the mine operators and their scabs, striking from several hideouts in the hills and mountains, with concerns that violence could soon escalate even further. Some figures in Kentucky state government have suggested the federal government deploy soldiers to the area in order to maintain control. This is opposed by Governor Chandler, who insists the situation is under control and will not spread beyond Harlan. However, some within the administration have suggested that the situation is more volatile than Chandler has indicated, and that the deployment of federal forces is the only way to guarantee order and enforce the governor's declaration. Governor Chandler can maintain the situation. A federal intervention is needed. This will decrease the chance of the situation in Harlan spiraling out of control, regardless of any other on-the-ground decisions. Not sure, chat. Obviously, government needs to get involved, right? Situation's going down. But we need there to be a civil war. Governor Chandler can handle the situation. How many days will it go? 1. Damn it! Pedro Pablo Ramirez restores order to Argentina. That doesn't look restored. That also looks like the southern bit went communist. Pedro Pablo Ramirez, born on January 30th, 1884 in La Paz, Entre Rios, Province, Argentina Republic. I see. Pedro Pablo Ramirez restores order to the Argentina Republic. When Manuel Carles executed a coup against the Argentinian state on Christmas 1935, the nation was torn apart in a vicious struggle for control over the presidency. LP and forces from the Argentinian Navy quickly took control of the capital, but were stopped by forces from the army, who began quickly asserting their dominance over the entire nation, leading to a bloody and drawn-out struggle. Vicious resistance from the army, however, proved to be too strong. For Carles's forces, I don't know how to pronounce that, and after a humiliating defeat of Rosario, they were swiftly pushed back to the capital. Manuel Carles himself is now rumored to have committed suicide, wonderful, earlier this morning, but others have suggested that he and his closest followers were seen on a river barge leaving for Uruguay as enemy tanks rolled towards the presidential residence. Is this a victory for democracy? Question mark? I have no idea.
Please clap.
Yay! We did it! We got to a focus! Honestly, the please clap thing is absolutely needed. Introduce the McNary bill. Voting commences on the Garner-McNary bill. Voting has now begun on the Garner-McNary bill, with Congress divided between radicals and establishment senators. Whether or not the bill will pass is anything but certain. But if the bill passes, the question of whether funding will come from remains without an answer. However, if it fails, the consequences will be disastrous and widespread. Violence can be expected. The bill is shot down. The Garner-McNary bill fails. After an incredibly close vote in Congress, the Garner-McNary bill did not pass. RIP. While several groups are declaring personal victories, protests have broken out in various parts of the country. There will be no relief for the American worker, and many have declared the government to be corrupt and dysfunctional. There will be a considerable time for blame, but for the moment, the Smith administration concerns must turn to the growing violence throughout American cities. Violence which is expected to only worsen in the months leading up to the election. All that for nothing. The bill. Yay! Please clap, Chatfish. Clap, 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 clap. War Plan White? What the fuck? War Plan White is a military action plan to contend with domestic violence or an insurgency. It's time to dust off the plan. Deal directly with the growing violence in America. Demand payment for docking fees. After the British Revolution, to avoid mothballing the remaining Royal Navy, the Canadian government docked many of the formerly British ships in American ports at discounted docking rates. The question of payment, that's just going to piss off the Canadians, who are then going to intervene right now, so let's not do that. I don't want them getting involved. War Plan White, I think, is what we choose. War Plan White. We get +5 stability, and yeah, that's it. That's all we get. Yay! Yay! How many days can I go? How many days? How many days? 1, 2. Damn it! Rumors of weapons smuggling in Harlan. 42 days? More like 42 paragraphs. Let's see. Concerning reports are coming from the counties surrounding Holland. State troopers encountered several armed bands carrying assorted shipments through Cumberland River. I need to take a drink. When ordered to halt for questioning, firefights have broken out in some instances, forcing the state troopers to retreat. When the bands have been forced to retreat, the state troopers have found crates of rifles, explosives, and other weapons in their abandoned cargo. The primary suspicion of both state, local, and federal forces has been that these shipments intended for the IWW's organizers, a theory seemingly confirmed by the testimony of a few prisoners captured after these shootouts. The arming of IWW organizers has raised the specter of the Mingo County War of 1923, when an army of 10,000 miners rose up in southern West Virginia and rooted itself in Mingo and Logan counties. The aftermath of the conflict turned West Virginia into a socialist stronghold, so there is great fear in Kentucky surrounding the possibility of a similar uprising. Thus, a response has been demanded of either state or local forces. The local militias have demanded we deputize them in their fight against the IWW. Though they are strongly against the IWW, they are poorly disciplined and are closer to the company than they are to the government. Alternatively, we could reinforce the area with more state troopers, including National Guard, volunteers from Virginia both, and of these options would, however, escalate the situation. Our final course of action would be to simply reinforce the road patrols. This would do little to inflame things. However, there are rumors that the IWW is also running weapons through the mountains, meaning such an action could have limited effectiveness. A strong response is needed. Deputize the IWW militias. What? Oh, no. I misread that. I was like, what? I was like, why are we giving them guns in authority? That's okay. So option 1, a strong response is needed. Deputize the anti-IWW militias. Decrease the probability of the unions overrunning Harlan. The state troopers are insufficiently resourced. Reinforce them. Nothing is ever certain, but in Harlan, however. We must not be too drastic, but it will give the unionists the initiative. Nothing is ever certain, however. So we have 3 options. Supply the state troopers with more resources, deputize the anti-IWW militias, or we must not be too drastic, patrols the roads that should stop the guns coming in. So the most lenient approach, which I'll put at option number 1 in the poll, is to just patrol the roads. Try to intercept them and try to de-escalate the situation. Try, but it might not work that way. It's probably a dice roll if I had to guess. The second option is giving the state troopers resources, and the third option, deputize the militia. Now, if I had to be real with you guys, I think the deputization of the militia would lead to the most extreme possible outcome in either or. It'll either really scare them off, or it'll either really just backfire. So it's like a Hail Mary approach. Versus giving the state troopers more resources will allow them to put up a better fight, but, you know, who can really say? It's kind of just like a crapshoot at this point about what's going to happen here. So you have 60 seconds to vote. You have 60 seconds to contest. If you would like to contest, do so now. If not, forever hold your peace, and we'll roll with whatever the result is. Rename the state troopers to stormtroopers. Just like, stormtrooper, Kim, stormtrooper. Chatfishes. I can rename them, can't I? I can rename them. All divisions of this template will use the names except those renamed yourself. Damn, I can't rename them. Sadness. Alright, chat. Currently, the poll stands at 50% of Chatfish in favor of giving the state troopers resources, while the other 50% are tied to deputize the militia. 0 of you want to de-escalate the situation or try to de-escalate by patrolling roads. Honestly, I don't even know. At this point, we've already gone to armed conflict. I feel like de-escalation is kind of out the window, so I kind of agree with that. But I also understand that maybe, I don't know, who can really say how this event is going to roll? Currently, deputizing and state troopers are still tied at 43% now, because patrols has risen to 14% of the Chatfish. Ramirez! Screams fucking little night motorcyclist. He just cries out. He cries out in agony. Alright. It appears there's finally a lead, and we're going to call the vote. See what Chatfish have decided to do. Chatfish have decided in favor of deputizing the militia. You better chose correct, chat. The reason why I let you guys vote is so that I can put blame on you when things go poorly. Like, you son of a bitch. You sound strong. Yeah. Okay, we're about to find out. Oh boy. Funding for Mount Rushmore. For the third time since 1927, a grant request has been put forward in the Congress to allocate federal funding to fund the long-stalled Shrine of Democracy project, a plan to carve 4 colossal statues into the face of Mount Rushmore in South Dakota. The brainchild of local historian Doan Robinson and famed sculptor Gutzon Borglum? Yeah. The creator of Georgia's colossal shrine to the Confederacy, Robinson originally intended for the carvings to depict towering figures of the American West, such as Lewis and Clark, Red Cloud, Sacagawea, John C. Fremont, and the Crazy Horse. But Borglum instead favored commemorating 4 of America's influential presidents, settling on George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln. The two men and their supporters argue that the project will not only help the local economy, but also have a psychological impact on our failing nation, revitalizing faith in the future. In addition to this, Department of the Interior has received a letter from Lakota Chief Henry Standing Bear offering to turn over 900 acres of his own land in order to get a carving of Crazy Horse added to the project. Nice. As such, we are faced with 3 possibilities. To finance the work at Mount Rushmore to take up Henry Standing Bear's deal and include Crazy Horse alongside presidents, or to simply reject the proposal and allocate the funds elsewhere. So, our first option, allocate funds to Mount Rushmore, allocate funds to both statue, which will burn 20 political power. That'll put us in minus 58, but will give us a higher stability bonus by 3%. Lord knows we could fucking use it. In this economy, I don't think so, and we just do nothing. Gibbs blaming others if things don't work out and taking credit when it does sound like any politician. That's true, chat bros. That's true. Allocate the funds. Allocate for both. And no. There we go. All right, chat. You have 60 seconds to vote and 60 seconds to contest. Make it snappy, and slap your little phone with your little fins. That's the spirit. God damn it, chat. No matter how much I play this game, I just feel like we're gonna die, chat bros. How far away are we from even Warplan White? Wow, we're a whole 4 days in. Radical. Like, hee-haw, kid, hee-haw. I think we're fucked. Oh, I thought I saw fighting. I was like, what? China's looking like a clusterfuck. It's like a 4-way free-for-all over here. Or 3-way, actually. Yeah, that's just gonna be bloody over there. I mean, that does give the Qing government and other powers inside China to seize the opportunity. The question is, will the insurgency do anything with that? Because they're also at war with this click guy. Fascinating chat, bros. Fascinating. Alright, chat has decided to allocate funds for both. Thank you for your generous support, chatfishes. Very appreciative. Alright, where did I put the poll thingy? The poll thingy. The poll thingy. There it is. Alright. And thank you for your long-term support, Frank. Allocate funds to both. What's more minus political power? Am I right, chat bros? Question is, when is that civil war gonna hit? Who knows? The Tupelo Gainesville tornado outbreak. Ah, yes. Another tragedy, another day. Gregor's 32 pounds says, what Paradox game is best for political and RP? For political? Victoria. Easily. Even Victoria 3 has more political simulation. It's for, like, simulates political parties and stuff. It's a political and economic sim. Its biggest weakness is its military system is its weakest component, but it simulates political factor, I think, stronger than the other ones. For roleplay, it would probably be Crusader Kings to a degree, but technically all Paradox games lend themselves to roleplay adequately. It's up to each individual player to actually roleplay the game. Fine, the only way I really enjoy Paradox games is I roleplay. I don't really think about min-maxing, I normally think about, like, what's fun, and then I do that, and then I lose. And then... Yeah, you could use meta builds and meta divisions and meta tactics, but that's boring. If I want to paint the map my color, I'll just open up the debug console and get straight to the point. The southeastern United States is no stranger to natural disasters. The Great Mississippi Flood struck at the first height of the Great Depression, leaving hundreds of thousands of homeless and partially resulting in the election of Huey Long as governor of Louisiana. In a year featuring numerous severe weather events, the South has yet again found itself as a central victim. Across the Southeast, an outbreak of 14 different tornadoes has wreaked havoc between Arkansas and South Carolina. The towns of Tupelo, Mississippi, and Gainesville, Georgia, have been the most severely affected. Locations in total, over 200 people died in each town, Jesus Christ, due to powerful tornadoes. In Tupelo, a tornado swept through residential areas, tearing apart buildings and killing and injuring countless families. Gainesville, meanwhile, saw its tornado hit Cooper Pants Factory, collapsing the building and causing a fire which killed as many as 125 workers trapped on the top floor. All told, over 400 people have died in the outbreak, many concentrated in Tupelo and Gainesville, and the tornadoes have also caused over $10 million in property damage in the aftermath of the disaster. President Smith has announced his intention to visit the affected area, though it is unlikely that his presence will be warmly received. In any case, federal aid will be arriving shortly in affected areas, which will hopefully begin the process of healing for these communities. Another tragedy. 450 dead chat bros. There we go. And we continue onwards, chat bros. What does Arkansas taste like? Well, it tastes like Schausch. He's like, ooh, delicious. Now lick it up, you son of a bitch. He's like, oh. Fuck! Oh my god, help me. Alright, so. Detroit wins the Stanley Cup. The Detroit Red Wings have swept the Toronto Maple Leafs for the Stanley Cup, giving the Red Wings the Stanley Cup for the first time. The games were held during a time of great unrest, but for a day, the people weren't rioting over political differences, they were rioting over the championship. Stanley is back in Hockey Town. Woohoo! The 1936 Stanley Cup. Two teams have made it into the Stanley... Okay, yeah, the event happened, so we won the Stanley Cup. Kurt von Schleicher appointed as Reichskanzler. Elections have been held in the German Empire after 2 years of failed governments and stock market crash, which resulted in a worldwide economic collapse. The empowered permanent opposition parties, the SPD and DVLP, gained a large enough share of the vote that another moderate liberal Catholic cabinet is no longer possible in light of the difficult situation. Kurt von Schleicher has been appointed as a unifying figure. Schleicher is a general of the Heer of the Prussian Minister of War, who accumulated impressive influence in the past few years. Pragmatic to the core, he expresses his wish to work with all parties in the Reichstag to combat the crisis, but he does not shy away from his true goal, a stronger, more centralized and militarized empire. An interesting choice, to say the least. A socialist revolution in Iran has taken place. With news reaching Tehran of the Shah's death a few days ago, the peoples of Persia took to the streets to demand abolition of the monarchy. As of last night, it appears the socialist protesters have successfully taken control and pushed the Qajar dynasty out of the country. The first socialist state in the Middle East has been declared. Persia, or Iran as it is now called, has been a place of instability and troubles ever since the end of the Anglo-Russian occupation of the nation. Ugh, my eyeballs. Let me just close them a little. A lot of reading. With the Middle East growing increasingly unstable, many wonder how the new socialist government will respond to the possible threats or challenges in the region. Socialism in the Middle East? What? I don't care. I don't care. Mr. Deeds goes to town. Oh, shit. The cinema has been one of a few consistent joys available to the average Americans throughout the Great Depression. Comedies and light entertainment have maintained consistent popularity, remaining profitable in spite of the decreasing purchase power of the middle class and working Americans. With the collapse in Berlin not yet having reached most Americans' pocketbooks, many are in the mood for a good time. Frank Capra's Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur, offers exactly that. A screwball romantic comedy about Vermont eccentric who unexpectedly falls into possession of a massive fortune. The film is a morality tale as Cooper Longfellow, Deeds' characters learns to give as he gained. Ugh. Though the simple moral message is seemingly uncontroversial, some critics have pondered the political implications of the message in our times. Deeds' plan to give homeless families 2,000 free 10-acre farms has been noted as being in tune with the sort of idyllic pastoral populism that has uncommonly appeared in American political history, and now finds its champion in Louisiana Senator Huey Long. In any case, the film has quickly become Capra's most successful film yet in these troubled times. The simple eccentricity of a man such as Longfellow Deeds appeals to many Americans. I can't blame them. Plus one to populism. At this point, I can't wait for the world to burst into flames. Constitutionalist victory in Bulgaria? Oh my god. What's going on over here, little green guys? Like, hey, woo. Alright, so the Constitutionalists won. That's interesting. I wouldn't expect Bulgaria to get that. They were very totalitarian in this era. The Tsardom of Bulgaria, one of Germany's allies in the Weltkrieg, has been seen as the stable hegemon of the Balkans for the past 2 decades. In truth, however, the nation has withdrawn to international affairs, going from political crisis to political crisis, and this year, these internal tensions have culminated in a showdown between 3 separate political forces. The Petrolka, an alliance of political parties seeking to defend the Bulgarian constitution, has come out on top, forcing the monarchy to abandon numerous authoritarian acts and amend the constitution to allow for a truly constitutional monarchy in Bulgaria, reversing the long trend of authoritarianism. Could this idealism last? Who knows? That's a victory for democracy, chat bros. Woohoo! That's not a victory for democracy! Unless you were a farmer in 1925. 1925 was, for the most part, a fine year if you weren't a businessman. The collapse in trade with Britain, which began the Great Depression, did not initially lead to mass unemployment. It was only late in the year that the walloping of business trickled down to the workers, and mass layoffs began. The Depression began in the boardroom, but ultimately it could never have stayed there. The relapse in the Depression brought about by Black Monday has gone through a similar cycle. February saw the New York Stock Exchange once again plummet, but that did not have an immediate effect on production. Well accustomed to the bust part of the boom and bust cycle, however, American business have not taken long to determine just how much meat they must cleave off of themselves in order to survive the expected conditions of next quarter. My God, Chatfish. It's over, chat bros. Thus, the process of mass layoffs has once again begun. In earnest, hundreds of thousands of Americans have been laid off without notice. Oof. I know where they're going to go. Extremist radical parties. Yay! Left to fend for themselves in an increasingly hostile economy, a wave of strikes in response to imminent layoffs has done little to stop the bleeding, though it has further pushed radicalized unemployed workers towards the SBA and the CIO. Left to rely on charity or mutual aid, instances of vengeful workers killing their former employees have become common news items, a dire sign of the times. I can't blame them for holding a grudge. I mean, I actually do. You don't kill somebody. That's just messed up. Watch me do the most rational thing and blame somebody for holding a grudge. Like, you can't do that. Well, I just did. China's still killing itself. Good. Not the kingfish escapes assassination. It's a fish. A miracle, some have called it, and others a tragedy. Huey P. Long, a clear rival President Smith for the Democratic nomination this year, has survived assassination attempt in Baton Rouge, just outside the Louisiana State Capitol building. Fred Weiss, a disgruntled associate, opened fire at point-blank range as Long and his entourage exited the building down a corridor. But, incredibly, the gun jammed. As a result, Long's hand-picked bodyguard emptied their firearms into Weiss. He was struck more than 60 times, even after falling to the floor. Now they put him down for good. Almost immediately, conspiracy theories have spread like wildfire across the United States. Long himself has intentionally inflated the idea that his enemies among the dominant two-party system had arranged the attempt, of course. As political violence becomes normalized, a worrying trend in American politics since Black Monday, a failure of faith in the fundamental soundness of civic institutions despite tough times in the past, a constant has always been a core belief for these civic institutions, as the media, Congress, courts, and other genuinely worked for people, albeit flawed. No longer, it seems now that people only want to believe in what they want to hear. Yep, sounds about right, chat. Things are looking pretty bad. Honestly, I just want the Civil War to happen now. Like, it's gonna happen. Everything's on fire, chat. We know it's on fire. We don't need to beat around the bush. We establish any degree of credibility amongst the population. I don't think it's gonna happen, game. I don't think we're gonna reestablish anything. Things are just going to catch on fire, creating a vicious feedback cycle of constant radicalization, distrust, and clashing narratives. Political hatred seems well on its way to be the norm rather than the exception. But it can't happen here. Boom. A whole day. We made it a whole day. Famine breaks out in Sichuan? What the fuck's Sichuan? It's China, I think. Oh no, Chinese catfish are getting cooked. Sichuan. The province of Sichuan has long struggled with famine. Rocky terrain and unpredictable weather kept populations low until the early Qing era, when widespread land clearances and immigration incentives brought hordes of peasants to the province in 1925. A lengthy drought turned into a devastating famine that ravaged the province, leading to hundreds of thousands of deaths and millions of refugees. God damn. Now, with chaos in the League disrupting food shipments and another lengthy drought, the specter of famine haunts Sichuan once more. Already horrifying stories are emerging of mothers selling their children into slavery for scraps of bread. and anarchy gripping even the richest market towns. This year just keeps getting worse. What are you talking about? I'm all for it now. Let it burn. Accelerationism. Woohoo. That's what this game teaches you. That's what a game teaches you. Wow, we made it 2 whole days, Chad. 3. It's insane. 4. What's going on? Game must have broken. 5. We've almost made it a whole week. 6. Damn it. Massacre in Harlan County. My God. 4 years, a low-intensity war has simmered in Harlan County. Fighting between IWW unionists and company and police forces took many lives before 1936, as the IWW tried and failed to maintain a union foothold in the county. This year, however, has seen violence escalate dramatically, with over 100 dead or missing in the first months of the year. The intensified period of conflict has now come to a head. Having prepared for a final confrontation in Harlan over the past few months, the IWW assembled an army of over 12,000 men, larger than the force that marched on Blair Mountain in 1923. The army was divided between 2 groups: a larger force that was to march on West Virginia through the Cumberland Valley, capturing settlements until it reached the town of Harlan itself, and a smaller force deeper in the county would dislodge the sheriff's forces from the southern half of Harlan. Though things initially seemed to go to plan, a well-prepared defense in the valley halfway to Harlan itself stopped the first Red Force in its tracks. As an inexperienced militia, they were routed after taking significant casualties by more professional anti-union militias. Armed, good job, Chatfish, for arming them, by the way, armed with machine guns and concerningly dubiously procured artillery pieces. After... Fuck them. I don't care. Dubiously, dubious my ass. Fucking kill them. After a brief pursuit where the militia dispersed the Reds with heavy fire, the Red formation crumbled, with many being captured and others being forced into the hills and mountains. The northern advance having failed, the southern attack was doomed from the beginning, though they have managed to capture the Union stronghold of the New Harlan Hotel. They were unable to reach the courthouse, let alone the National Guard depot, where they were meant to meet up, with the Northern Force having boxed in local forces. An anti-union militia squeezed ever harder on the boxed-in Reds before forcing them to surrender. In the aftermath, a state of white terror has emerged in Harlan. Retreated Reds found in the hills have been hunted and killed by the militia, and known Union sympathizers have been murdered in their homes. Extrajudicial anti-union violence now reigns in Harlan. We're doing it. We're cleaning it up. Yes, I'm playing alone because I have so much reading to do. My God, minus 670 manpower and gain stability minus 2%. Unless you want to do reading too. And if you want to do reading too, Bucky, then you can. Well, like, you got to understand that I don't want you to pussy out, because I swear to God, because I swear... We're not even past the first year. Oh my God, War Plan White is almost instituted. J. Edgar Hoover. Oh, you know what? Let me get another drink. This drink is empty. Put the sweet tea on my desk. I'm not reading all that. You're not reading all that? You're not reading all that, you fucking little squirrel fucker? Don't you say I'm not reading all that, you chuckle fuck. Oh my God, I'm gonna go in there and yell at him. I'm gonna fucking hurt that little squirrel fucker. You little squirrel fucker? You think you could just not read things? I'm not reading that. Look
yes, yeah, I'm not reading all that.
I'm not reading it.
I'm not gonna interfere with you reading, but I'm not reading all that.
Bucky, have you seen this mod? Have you seen how bad things are?
That's why I was trying to see if I can hop in so I can watch.
Look at this, minus 60%.
I can't see anything, Gibbs.
Oh my God, that's right. I forgot to stream my screen. We've got a guest here, Chatfish. Chatfish, we like guests. We like to touch their balls. That's weird, chat. That's weird. So yeah. The Great Depression, minus 60% construction speed, minus 60% factory output, minus 60% dockyard output. Then we have another thing, which just a minus 9% factory output on top of that. So 69%. Like, our guns, our factories are operating at minus 69% efficiency.
Yeah, and also negative political power.
Yeah, I know. Everything's going to hell in a handbasket. I think if this Kaiserreich is an accurate depiction of what happens if Central Powers win, I think we got the best outcome. The idea of the Central Powers winning is cursed. The idea of the Central.
Well, yeah, because they wouldn't have to pay anything, and the United States would just be cut off from literally all of its trade.
Because all our allies got their asses kicked. J. Edgar Hoover and his FBI have once again made the headlines with the capture of Alvin Creepy Karpis. What a great name. In New Orleans, Hoover, who had led the transformation of the Bureau of Investigation into the modern Federal Bureau of Investigation, or FBI, successfully secured federal jurisdiction over the robberies conducted over state lines. With crime rates soaring amid the Great Depression, this allowed the FBI to be on the forefront of the war on crime, arresting or killing infamous criminals such as John Dillinger, Charles Arthur, Pretty Boy, or Floyd and George Machine Gun Kelly Barnes. Alvin Karpis is of Lithuanian descent, beginning his life of crime at the age of 10 while detained at Kansas State Penitentiary. He met Fred Barker of the Bloody Barker family, and together they formed the Karpis-Barker gang. Karpis, said to have a photographic memory, was reported to be the mastermind behind the gang that achieved infamy for slaying a sheriff, a string of high-profile abductions, and major shootouts with the law. Karpis became the fourth public enemy, number one, after Dillinger, Floyd, and the babyface Nelson, Lester Joseph Gillis, were killed by the FBI. Despite the public attention, he successfully pulled off a train robbery in Ohio last year, and rumors spread, possibly by Hoover himself, that he vowed to kill Hoover to avenge his gang members. After many tips failed to materialize, one led to a successful ambush that has effectively made Hoover's name synonymous with law enforcement. That is no accident. Hoover's greatest strength is manipulating public perception, firing agents that looked stupid like truck drivers, and embracing modern forensic sciences to build a slick modern image. It is said that becoming a G-man is more difficult than becoming accepted into Harvard. Capricious and paranoid, with Caprice arrest, the age of the big-name criminal is over. Now Hoover turns to the growing radical movements into the United States. Wouldn't want to be on their bad side. Well, that's good. Hoover's doing a good job fixing up my shitty country. How many days can I go before the next pop-up?
Wait, hold on. Is Hoover going to be useless in the late 1930s, like it was before?
I have no idea. We'll find out. It's an alternate timeline. May Day violence? Ah, of course. May Day would bring violence. May Day is said to be the start of summer, and if so, summer of 1936 is bound to be a difficult one. The Socialist Party of America and IWW organize International Workers' Day events on May the 1st, drawing considerable anti-leftist attacks across the nation. Pro- and anti-socialist mobs swarmed against each other in major cities, leaving many severely injured and several dead. Nearly a week later, with recent events in Harlan County having thrown yet more fuel onto the fire. That's a typo. Onto the fire. That's goofy. Tensions refuse to abate, as John Reed and the rest of the SPA leadership have refused to denounce the violence and vowed never to back down. They claim that federal and local authorities have largely turned a blind eye to violence towards leftist activists, but have clamped down harshly on their peaceful attempts to organize. Peaceful? My ass! We caught them smuggling fucking firearms into fucking Harlan. We caught them red-handed. Get it? Because of communists? I like how the game's like, it's obviously not real, Chad. It's obviously not real. Perhaps more concerning, however, is Huey's Long's statement actively calling for patriots around the country to take up arms and be the new Minutemen against tyranny, invoking the memories of the Revolutionary War militias that formed the bulk of the early Continental Army, so named for their ability to mobilize in under a minute. Long's words have given legitimacy to many disorganized but armed groups in America. Worst of all, however, is that the spiral of violence does not appear to be fully contained. Even as local National Guards and police forces have been deployed, Harlan County remains in crisis and small-scale clashes continue around the country, long after May Day itself. This may be very long summer indeed, minus 4% stability. Well, we're in the negatives for stability. It's as bad as she can go, boys. Rise engulf the north. Oh! The suppression of the Red Uprising in Harlan has quickly drawn a strong reaction from northern public after the defeat of the Reds and subsequent extrajudicial violence against them and their associates in Harlan. Rioting has broken out in the northern cities. What were initially intended as demonstrations of solidarity with the Harlan martyrs, of course, quickly descended into pitched street battles and looting. Though we have put out a statement condemning all forms of political violence, this had little effect. Instead, the presence of paramilitaries, both left and right, has become the norm in many areas of the SPA and IWW. Meanwhile, have ignored the violence of their own supporters to denounce the government. Suppression both of the rioters and the Red Militia in Harlan, ignoring the fact that we were not the ones to suppress the militia. They keep lighting fires and asking us to put them out. More states have a higher chance to defect by 25%. Chatfish wanted us to start the Civil War, so I'm not allowed to do anything to calm things down. Yay! We're playing white. Focus on the SPA in Minnesota. I mean, as much as I would like to focus on the SPA in Minnesota, North Carolina is like over here, and honestly, the East Coast needs to be focused on more.
Yep.
The time has come to dust off one of the American military's color-coded war plans. This one, meant for dealing with domestic disturbances and insurgencies, it cannot come at a moment too soon. As violence escalating in the areas where the longest and SPA have been contending with local authorities for dominance. Minnesota and North Carolina are both two states where the violence is at its height, and at the moment, we can only focus our efforts in one place. So we're going to focus on North Carolina. East Coast.
The socialists are gaining political power.
Listen, we're just trying. Okay, Panama pressures Costa Rica. The Panamanians have begun a small-scale military assault on Coto region of Costa Rica, which they have claim on for some time. We should threaten intervention to prevent this turning into a full-scale war. Let's intervene. Oh boy. Ready. I'm gonna send the Massachusetts, New York, and a big red one down there if they can get there in time. And we have that done.
No generals, huh?
I'll get that sorted out later. Deploy the National Guard. The violence caused by supporters of Huey Long and the Socialist Party is only getting worse. We need increased funding to National Guard units and put them where their efforts will count the most.
Well, I don't think you're able to launch that yet. The election's not happening.
Oh, yeah, but soon.
Orders.
Panama backs down. After hearing of American support for Costa Rica and not willing to escalate the situation into full-blown conflict, the forces of Panama have begun to back down across the region. This is a victory for the American diplomacy abroad. The Monroe Doctrine stands. Back.
The first bit of good news you've had.
Yep, they died. Anqing clique has fallen. The Anqing clique has capitulated. The Anqing clique government has gone into exile, and their main forces have capitulated to the Nanjing clique, who is now in control of their home area. Although the struggle between Nanjing clique and Anqing clique are over, the Nanjing clique is still at an all-out war, and the fighting continues elsewhere on certain times. So power is shifting in China. The Ming'an insurgency, which I think are the nationalist movement here. Central Committee of the Kuomintang, yeah. and
I
they're
heard
fighting
that
against the
word for a
Nanjing.
long time.
Yeah, their organization
Bing.
doesn't exist anymore. They're the blue shirts, if I remember right.
Ready to move.
Now we send our army to go back to California. Why Chatfish want me to play as California, I don't know, but they do. Far-right militias mobilize. The impact of recent events in Harlan have reverberated across the nation in many ways. Though the left has been angered into violence by the suppression of the Harlan Reds, the right has seen Harlan as a vindication of both their fears and preferred responses toward socialism. Already, the anti-union militia, which took part in fighting in Harlan County, have been lionized and held up as heroes. And violence against unions across the nation has seen a measurable spike. The activities of growing far-right and anti-union militias have long caught the eye of the state, but their growth this year has been extremely concerning. Many take the view that the federal government has already been captured by socialists, so even in instances of red uprisings such as Harlan, they cannot be reliable allies of the government, as if the Reds weren't enough. So yeah, now the militias don't trust the government either. God damn it. The farm crisis. Since the end of the European War, U.S. agriculture has been in a state of perpetual economic crisis. During the war, there was an agricultural boom as the global market tightened and global demand for U.S. agricultural products boomed. The end of the war put a stop to this, however, both because European agriculture began to once again meet domestic demands, as well as due to the new tariff walls erected by Mittel Europa, which essentially closed off German economic bloc to U.S. agriculture. This crisis of overproduction severely reduced the price of U.S. agricultural goods, cratering the profitability of farms and causing many farmers to go bankrupt. Just as recovery seemed to be near, however, the Great Depression struck. Prices fell even further, and foreclosures and bank failures left many farmers penniless. Wandering the American countryside, the institution of new tariffs under President Loudon and subsequent reluctance to lower them again by President Smith further exacerbated the United States' isolation from the global trade, cratering prices further. As if this was not bad enough, in recent years, the Dust Bowl has seen many remaining farmers lose their livelihoods due to crop failure. These cascading catastrophes have resulted in a growing radicalization in rural America. Both farmer labor and Huey Long's movement have sought to exploit the growing anger and fury coming from farmers and rural communities towards the establishment and economic elites. As banks and Wall Street speculators are blamed for the state of the farm crisis, radical rhetoric gains more and more traction, threatening to engulf the countryside. Already, incidents of violence and intimidation against perceived enemies of the people, including bankers and state government officials, have become commonplace, and there seems to be no sign of tension cooling off anytime soon. Very concerning. What else can we say, Chance? Except it's bad. Deploying the National Guard? Will we get to it? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what will happen next? The Farmer Labor National Convention. That's what's going to happen next. With the onset of the election season, the Farmer Labor Party is faced with perhaps the most important choice of its short existence since its inception. The tension within the disparate coalition of progressives and socialists has been obvious. Now that the socialists have gained enough strength to put forward a viable candidate for the nomination, it has reached the forefront of discussion. In the progressive camp, Minnesota Senator and 1932 presidential candidate Floyd Olson makes the case that he can lead the farmer labor to a historic victory, hoping to convince the delegates that the Smith years have vindicated farmer labor in the eyes of the public, and that a broad-based coalition with the backing of organized labor in the form of the CIO will build upon the successes of the 1932 campaign to secure the election for the young party. The Socialist Party, meanwhile, has made the decision to openly put forward a candidate of their own for nomination, New York Congressman Norman Thomas. The party leading respectable moderate has been given the endorsement of the party's executive committee, calling for a bold and more explicitly socialist platform. The choice of Thomas would represent a shift of priorities for farmer labor away from middle-class progressives and farm voters, and towards the urban workers who allowed for farmer labor breakthroughs in states such as Illinois, Ohio, and Michigan. The delegates enter the convention under an atmosphere of uncertainty. The choice they make will invariably be decisive and for the direction of farmer labor in the year to come. In the end, the convention is swayed. I don't care. I don't care about this party in the slightest. Floyd Olson. Oh, in Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota victory. Woo! Minnesota. And the opposition party I don't care about. It's like, but my hope is he'll be incompetent as my governor, so we'll be good. The Farmer Labor National Convention has spoken, and Floyd B. Olson was selected as their 1936 presidential candidate, recounting a similar address he gave to them in 1934, this time to a much broader national audience. Floyd struck a balanced tone. Now, I am frank to say that I am not a liberal. I enjoy working on a common basis with liberals for their platforms, but I am not a liberal. I am what I want to be. I am a radical. I am a radical in the sense that I want to do a definite change in the system. I am not satisfied with tinkering. I am not satisfied with patching. I am not satisfied with hanging a laurel wreath upon burglars and thieves and pirates and calling them code authorities or something else. I am not satisfied with that, he said. I want, however, an orderly, a sane, and a constructive change. I don't want any visionary things, any more than the hardest Tory or conservative wants them, but I want the transition can take place, and that, of course, it must be gradual. It can't come overnight, but I want to do all I can to set it in motion and keep it going, steady. Not in jerks, or jumps, or in spurts, but going steadily ahead. He continued by highlighting how the party brought the passage of the first compulsory old age pension law, and how the movement successfully passed an income tax law. He further promised a cooperative commonwealth wherein government will strive as much as possible the greed and avarice of the private profit system, and will bring about more equitable distribution of the wealth produced by the hands and minds of the people. That sounds awfully terrible. He concluded his speech with an olive branch, stating his only great regret over the past decade is that he never had a majority in legislature, and agreed with his principles, claiming if he had won, gratification would have been sufficient to have him retire from public life, and that the spirit of unity he has nominated Norman Thomas as his vice president, something the FL power brokers are expected to accept. Is this farmer labor's year? Damn.
It's all you.
Yay, we got Brownings. Woo! The Battle of Overpass. Detroit, Michigan is a hub of the American automotive industry, and indeed one of the world's centers of automobile manufacturing. Tonight, its streets are running red with blood, and blazing brights with riotous fire. Walter Reuther, Socialist Party member, relative moderate and between the reed, and Thomas Wings of the party and one of the leaders, CIO-affiliated United Auto Workers, was today the victim of what the Daily Worker has already called the most obvious sign of open-class warfare by the bourgeoisie yet. He and fellow unionist Richard Frankenstein were beaten half to death by apparent paramilitaries. Good, not beaten hard enough apparently. Hired by Ford Motor Company, based, as they handed out leaflets to workers outside Detroit factory gates. The altercation quickly escalated as the Ford mercenaries beat several witnesses and photographers and nearly killed Reuther, causing an all-out brawl. Though there were ultimately no fatalities, Reuther Frankenstein were hospitalized. Still, smiling Reuther seemed supremely confident from his hospital bed that the young unionist made a point of denying that the threats to his life would stop his own organizing, or indeed dampen the SPA's militancy. Nice. This is just means they're scared, he quipped. Can't these men talk it out? No, they cannot. And currently, The M19 has been researched.
Wow, in the United States, there's only 4 research slots.
We're in desperate times. Desperate measures. Interwar artillery. Will be developed by the Walter Willett. Railway artillery. Super heavy. Towed artillery. Army Ordnance Department. The Browning Machine Gun Company has leveled up. Oversimplified its assembly procedures. No. Production resources needs. Production resources needed minus 10%. Let's see. Create light infantry division at 100% strength with level of trained in Utah. That'll just give us break open old weapon stocks. I think we'll hold on to that before we decide what to do there. We'll wait. Union Click falls into civil war. Is there any place in China that's safe from strife? Well, let's see, little chatfish. Where's Union Click? I forgot where they are. Down here. Fuck if I know. Fuck if I know, chat. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in here.
Can't you go to the war tab and just figure it out?
It doesn't seem like there's a war.
There. Look, I think.
Yeah, that's the other war.
The
That war's
Civil
been
War.
going on forever. That's not new. The Union
Oh,
Click
yeah, look,
falls
this one's
into
like-
civil war. The once peaceful province of Yunnan seems to have finally caught the fire of Tang Xiao's missteps, have finally led to an open revolt from his general staff, led by Yi General Long Yun. A huge army of loyalists marched on the city of Kunming, moving in from the south and finally taking the city at the end of the day. Governor Tang Xiao has been confirmed to have resigned, and large-scale uprisings are reported throughout the once hegemonic province of southern China. Many experts suspect that behind these uprisings lie both the surviving right Kuomintang forces and National Revolutionary Army led by Zhu Paid and the warlord forces following General Hu Ruoyu, a longtime rival of Long Yun. As armies mobilize in the narrow valleys and tall mountains of the mountainous province, the future of the region remains uncertain. I think the war has yet to actually appear on the map. Oh, there's the... Not Union Click. Huh. Well, maybe it's just talking about that area. Maybe just dead chatfish everywhere. Who knows? Wow, better manufacturing. We'll be able to produce guns almost at a not reasonable rate.
Gibbs invents Brownings, has to turn them back into the fucking plant they were made.
At this rate, we produce fat guns, and then we send guns back into the factory to be unproduced, and then we produce them again. That's how fast we're doing it. We're just like, do it again. Do it again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn it. The Legation Council votes on the providing aid to Sichuan province. The southern Chinese province of Sichuan is currently experiencing a terrible famine and is struggling to save its people. They have requested that the Legation Council authorize the legation cities to help them open up new sources of grain until the land can recover. Many experts on Chinese politics, however, warn that the money we send for famine relief could just go directly to the Sichuanese warlord. Well, chat, it's a chatfish decision. Just open up a poll. Do we approve the motion to send aid from the legation cities, deny the motion, or abstain? I swear to God, this is what they need to add to Victoria. The whole legation city stuff and like mechanics behind it is really good. Oh, I love the idea of that. Because you can get like legation like cities and there's no mechanics like this. Where you'd be like, yeah, do we help? Do we not? And then it has like repercussions on the country you're dealing with. That'd be neat. That'd be neat. I like that. I like the idea of fucking with China. I like the idea of it. Fucking with it, but not actually having to deal with it. Making them have problems while watching and smiling. It's funny. Chatfish want to send food? Wow, Chatfish want to send rice? Oh my god, Chatfish are so nice. Oh my god, I can't believe you guys. Sweet tea. At this rate, when's the election sled? November 1936. We're in June of 1936. We're getting there, slowly but surely, chat. We're getting there, slowly but surely. I have a feeling that the events will slow down once the war happens. And if they don't, I'll scream.
We're only at 3% tension, Kibbs.
We're only at 3% tension, but internally we're at 100,000% tension. That's just world tension. That's because not a lot of wars are happening.
That's because Germany doesn't give a shit about what's going on in the United States.
Germany just had what we call the black stock market crash. They're in a worse state than we are at the moment.
I don't think so.
Their market just collapsed. Like right now. Right now they're dealing with a nightmare. And their power is waning, and they're basically collapsing. Everyone's collapsing.
Basically,
The Legation Council votes on providing aid, and Chatfish vote for approve the aid. Chatfish send cheeseburgers. Chatfish. Very nice of you, Chat. The Republican National Convention. It has long been the case that the Republicans hold their nominating convention first and the Democrats second, with one exception in 1888. This order has held since the day Lincoln, disregarding the fleeting presence of major third parties such as the People's Party and now Farmer Labor optimism around this year's Republican National Convention, as the people generally appear tired of the Democrats, and change seems to be in the air. Much as things change, however, much they stay the same. Primary elections have been a feature of major party presidential politics since the days of Theodore Roosevelt. Though generally non-binding, they provide an astute indication of the mood in the public this year. Progressive Republican and Idaho Senator William Borah, among the last of the Roosevelt breed of Republicans, my God, he might be your guy, Chet, has almost completely swept the GOP primaries, with wins behind his back. Borah's advocacy for the return of the Roosevelt-style progressivism and his left criticism of the Smith administration have made him few friends among the conservative wing of the party. Conservatives, however, realize the precariousness of their position. Borah has momentum, and the country is in generally a progressive mood after the disappointment of the Smith years. Conservative, most prominently Michigan Arthur Vandenberg, are therefore reluctant to throw their hat in the ring in their own right. As such, conservative wing of the party has rallied behind moderate Kansas Governor Alf Landon, of all people, a pragmatic yet liberal moderate with a strong electoral record. Landon presents a broadly acceptable alternative that is nonetheless in tune with the mood of the country. With the backing of the establishment, Landon faces down Borah's insurgency on the floor of the convention. So, Chet, do we give it to Borah, Roosevelt's legacy? Or do we give it to Landon for the Republican nomination? Chatfish is about to decide. Okay. Like a wall of text. It is wall of text. I mean, the reality is if you want to if you don't actually have to read this if you play this, you can literally just read the bottom things and skim it. But I read it because it's part of the role play. We're watching as America slowly descends into madness. Currently, Borah is in the lead by a massive landslide of Chatfish decisions. Alright, chat, I will slate the poll for 60 seconds. You have 60 seconds to contest it, or if not, forever hold your peace. In the interim, I'm going to stand up and stretch my legs for just but a fucking moment. Oh.
his tiny legs.
They're not tiny. Nice thing, but it will destroy you.
I can't hear you.
Why not?
All that fat around your face makes it hard to hear you.
For no reason. There's no reason.
Yeah, I don't know why you're fat for no reason.
Now,
Why is it every time, Kibbs, you pick the United States, it turns to shit?
I know it just happens. Victoria turns communism, implodes. Despite me not wanting it to be communism.
What if you actively tried to want it to be communism? Do you think you'd get it?
Probably, knowing my luck. Because if I try to do reverse psychology, I just get fucked. That's how this works.
Probably.
Alright, I put together a cheese sandwich. Because I'm going to be reading them. I'm going to be sitting here all day.
Yeah, most likely.
Chat has chosen Bora. I'm not surprised. Remember, you need to state contest if you wish to do so. Alright, so,
No hands.
Insurgency wins out, Bora gets the nomination. Bora acceptance speech. With the 1936 Republican National Convention decided, William E. Bora addressed his fellow Republicans and the nation. The Idaho Progressive thanked the delegates for having faith in him, declaring that the popular will had overcome the party's establishment's attempt to suppress it through their own favorite son plan, and vowed to reforge the Republican Party and along liberal rather than old guard lines. He expressed his belief that the people will do the same in November. His speech quickly turned to a very different elephant in the room, the worsening Great Depression. Castigating the Smith administration for sucking the very lifeblood of the nation with their mismanagement, Bora said that if we keep on the way we are going, every farmer will be carrying another on his shoulders as he plows the corn. Government relief efforts have enriched politicians while failing to feed the hungry. He compared Washington bureaucrats to the biblical locusts pouring into Egypt. He lamented, "We haven't many farmers in Washington, even in the Department of Agriculture," and compared the present situation to the eve of the French Revolution. That's not far off the situation. With regards to Social Security, Bora attempted to stake out his own position. He declared that he had been an advocate for such pensions for people for over 60, but rejected the Townsend plan, which had previously endorsed for compelling them to spend it all in a month. Instead, he argued the money should simply be given to individuals and allowed to spend or save as they see fit. A sometime combative reformer in the past, he spent some time criticizing both mainstream parties for saving the bulk of it to lash out against the growing far left and right. Some of it was ideological, but plenty of it was practical too. He is competing against both the populist vote with this new running mate, Quentin Roosevelt. He vows to save the Republic, provide relief for the people, and protect the Constitution. Message for the times? See if he pulls it off, chat bros.
Maybe he will, maybe he won't.
How many days will it make it? Oh, we got made a day. Oh, another day. Oh.
Spoiler, he did not make it.
We're on our way, chat. We're on our way to the elections. November's coming. Oh, the vote passes. The most recent vote in the Legation Council has passed by a comfortable majority. It will now be implemented. All right, we did that. The new Minutemen. J. Edgar Hoover had delivered his latest report to the Oval Office outlining the ever-growing urgency of the situation to the president. While better days, these words would be dismissed as fear-mongering or typical pleas for more funding. The fact that organized political violence is on the rise is unmistakable. Emboldened by Huey Long's call for new Minutemen weeks ago, various far-right militias of different sizes and radicalism have coalesced around the term and in support of Long. Groups such as the Silver Legion, oh that's good, the Khaki Shirts, Mankind United, Knights of Camarilla, and Crusader White Shirts, oh these are organizations, the Black Legion, the Ku Klux Klan, oh yikes, all grown in numbers and launched vicious attacks on anything perceived as socialist or unpatriotic. I mean, you know, it's like that rope tugging meme. It's like that rope. While some have resisted the moniker and others embraced it, the media has effectively lumped them all together as Minutemen. The grassroots are not the only source of armed paramilitaries. Henry Ford and other industrialists have also cast their strikebreakers as Minutemen, heroically defending loyal workers from foreign, subversive, and socialist rabble-rousers. Cooperative local law enforcement, sometimes even with the state approval are said to have been sympathetic to the Minutemen movement, not directly affiliated, but commonly referred to as Minutemen by the media, are Huey Long's heavily armed Cossack personal bodyguards. The proliferation of armed groups has led to cycles of violence in the cities and countryside, leading to an arms race has challenged the American government's monopoly on power. Many doubt that things will get any better. This is dangerous. Well, you know shit. Everybody's shooting each other.
You don't say.
It'll be all right.
Another pop-up in any day.
Please clap.
Yay! Bringing out the National Guard. The National Guard has been deployed for over 6 months now, fighting to maintain security in a number of American cities. But there is a growing fear that commanders within the Guard are not entirely loyal to the Republic, that many harbor sympathies for the longest and the SPA. More focus needs to be put on strengthening the units we know are loyal. We also need to decide where to focus our deployment for the time being. Restoring Tennessee or focus on restoring order in Tennessee? We'll take Tennessee. I'm going to leave my state to chaos.
Are you paying attention to who you're allowing to gain power as you're clicking those, Gibbs?
Yes. I'm putting another group's power up there. It's going to be opposed to me anyways. Doesn't matter. I'm just putting it
But you
east.
need to balance them.
The MacArthur Plan. General MacArthur has raised a solid point. New York City and Texas are two of our most vital, vulnerable strongholds. MacArthur has a plan which could see one of these areas secured should violence escalate into a full civil war. 42 days to put that into action. 42 days to read more pop-ups.
I just saw the breakdown of political groups in the U.S., and that was disgusting.
It's big. There's a lot of organizations. The Democratic National Convention. The Democratic Party enters the election of 1936 in a sorry state, beset by division and turmoil and weighed down by unpopular incumbent who has presided over a period of general malaise that refuses to abate. Few are confident of the party's chances of coming back from behind to win the presidency once again. Perhaps the only man who enters the convention with a smile and an optimistic tune is the man who is determined to be nominated as a rebuke to the entirety of Smith's term. Huey Long needs to be no introduction, and his crusade for presidency has brought him the Philadelphia with numerous primary victories in hand. Among the general public, Long's share a wealth platform has strong appeal as a decisive break from economic conservatism. Of the Smith year. My nose! There we go. Of the Smith years, as such, Long makes the case that he alone is capable of retaining the presidency of for the Democrats. The very radicalism that is the greatest asset, he has made a large section of the party undetermined to prevent his nomination, however, and anybody but Long movement has emerged at the convention, comprising the sum of many anti-Long forces, including liberals, conservatives, progressives, and everyone in between. United only by their opposition to Long, various faces have been posited and entered into nomination as alternative candidates. Vice President Joe T. Robinson, Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover, and Secretary of State Cordell Hull are among the most prominent names on the list. It is clear that the confrontation between Long and the anti-Longs will define this year's convention. Its resolution uncertain. Unease grows among all factions as the party appears to be reaching a breaking point. And the nomination goes to a convention brawl. Oh, they just beat the shit out of each other.
That's how you should do it.
That's, it's fun.
It started as a simple dispute over procedure. Two different state delegations from Mississippi demanded to be seated, one pro-Long and one anti-Long. The ruling by the Convention Credentials Committee in favor of the anti-Long delegation started a wave of boos and jeers from Long supporters. Successive challenges to other pro-Long delegations intensified the situation. Long demanded a chance to speak, hoping to sway the convention as Bryan had in 1896, but was denied. The mood among the long crowd went from bad to worse. The final straw was an attempt to revoke the credentials of the Louisiana delegation in favor of an anti-Long alternative slate. At this, the Long crowd rose. Long's brother Earl swore at Vice President Robinson before being caught up in a brief fist fight with him. Nice. A brawl that left the younger man worse off before he was restrained by other attendees. The incident ultimately proved the last straw for Long's supporters, who proceeded to leave the convention en masse. After a short round of voting, the convention, now much friendlier to the administration, rallied behind Robinson after Hoover withdrew his name from consideration. After Robinson was nominated for the presidency, Hoover was offered the second spot on the ticket, but again declined, obviously seeing it as a futile effort. And looking toward a run in 1940, an alternative was found in Indiana Governor Paul V. McNutt. What a great name. A photogenic northerner with strong electoral credentials, the new Democratic ticket now seems to stare towards electoral oblivion, as Long openly prepares his forces for a parallel convention. What madness. That's not going to be good, Chad. That means the Democrats are basically lost. Siam's new Constitution. What are you doing over there, little Sally? Oh, you're much bigger than I remember you being. That's a chunky Siam if I ever saw it. Siam's new Constitution. King Prajajux, or whatever the fuck you say that name, of Siam has officially published the first constitution of the centuries-old kingdoms in Southeast Asia. Drawing inspiration from the Meiji-era Japanese constitution and the government of Germany, it empowers the king and the common people above the powerful royal family, who have exerted a great deal of control over His Majesty. In a statement today, Prime Minister Praveka Manokapuran confirmed that he had been asked to form a caretaker government to administer the upcoming elections, while the old cabinet is slowly but surely removed from office. Getting with the times, it seems. They're catching up, those little Siamese fish. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're in July. Oh my God. I've deemed it Hans' turn to read.
What if I don't want to read it? Because it's so fucking pixely, I can't read it.
Read it.
I wasn't lying. It actually is pixely enough. I can't read it.
Read on the YouTube side. It'll be clear.
Oh no! Wow, it's still pixely there. How did this happen, Cubes?
It isn't. Nice try.
Yeah, they fucking pull it up because I'm trying to do other shit in the background.
It's like barely readable to me, and I have a massive fucking screen.
No. So the issue is Discord, when he streams it, is at a lower quality than what chat sees.
Oh, I know.
Enough complaining.
America has a brief period of calm today with a mostly peaceful...
Fiery, but mostly peaceful.
Independence Day celebration.
Fired up. Let's see.
Commemorating the signing of the Declaration of... Sorry, it's the mostly peaceful got me. Signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776 by the Second Congressional Congress. On the eve of the American Revolutionary War, the holiday is one of great importance to the American people. While many were worried the rising tensions in America would result in yet another bout of violence in the long and brutal election season, most sighed a breath of relief today as news reported little brawling during the annual celebration. While all major candidates made sure to be seen and photographed among the large crowds and delivered speeches connecting their respective causes to the situation in 1776, most Americans took the time to take a break from the intense politics plaguing America. Instead, they decided to just spend time with their families and friends amidst... Okay, I did read that right. Amidst picnics and fireworks. It would seem that for a brief moment, that America had finally received something it had lacked for a very long time. Unity. The software, not the actual, political unity.
Or spite from the chaos hands.
That wasn't part of the thing. That was the button.
That was about. Maybe things will get better.
They won't.
It's better now.
No hands, I'm still eating. It's a shame.
That's nice. I'm trying to set up my Kick account so I can be your moderator there.
Damn. Get fucked.
He's using excuses.
And it's working.
Also, chat. Ignore what he said about a cake account. No.
You can literally see the symbol on the fucking stream.
They haven't noticed that. I've been intentionally not telling them about that so they don't go there. Instead of YouTube.
No, Kibbs, more reading to do.
Bucky, it's time for you to step up a little.
Kibbs, it's time for you to eat a sour candy at some point.
No, don't get sassy with me, boy. Who
Did you eat a sour candy today?
will?
No, you no, you won't.
You're a bitch. You're a bitch, you know that? Bitch!
You know, I don't forget.
You should. Sometimes. But only when it's convenient for me. I'll clarify with that. Oh, I gotta eat a sour candy, chap. I was paid to. Go ahead and dock
You
off
were
the sour
paid
candy
to.
off the sheet. Make sure it's actually docked off. I want to see that removed. Fuck. Alright. It's a lemon one. That's awful. Okay. Here we go. That's terrible.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep talking.
Ooh.
Scroll down. Sour candy. Add a sour candy.
The dramatic workout for the Democratic National Convention by the supporters of Senator Huey Long just overtook a week ago has led to the fervent speculation as Long's next political move. Few are as foolish to believe that the events of Philadelphia have seriously started Long's presidential ambitions. Instead, he is widely expected to launch a third party bid for the president of some kind. An expectation that has seemingly been confirmed by a declaration calling for a competitor against the Hoot Will Owls and Scrooge Owls of the bankers, Democratic and Republican parties, with the convention opening on the 4th of July. Much favor enthusiasm behind Long's bid appears to remain strong through the mood on the floor. Oh, it's overwhelmingly behind the man. It's sour coming out of it.
Yeah, that's
usually
that's
how
the idea.
it works.
There's like a divot in there. I licked it and then more sour came out.
There was a divot in there.
Oh, cave.
It's the divots.
Apparently.
Though the mood was before was overwhelming behind the man, the labor. One question remains unanswered: that of the president, Long's vice president. On one hand, there is Long's personal choice, his closest Senate colleague and friend, Montana Burton K. Wheeler. Wheeler would reinforce Long's progressive, bona fide drawings of the campaign in a more populist direction, in line with Long's Share Our Wealth platform. However, he would alienate the Southern bloc that almost gave Long the Democratic nomination, as well as the conservative increasingly driven to Long out of fear of the Socialist Party. Okay, sourness is mostly on. On the other hand, there is the right-wing populist governor of Georgia, Eugene Talmadge. Long promised Talmadge either the vice presidency or the position of Secretary of Agriculture last year when he formed a political pact with him against Al Smith. Talmadge is favored by northern business interests and is accepted by, if not the first choice of the southern Bourbons. However, the gap between his politics and those of Long's I hate the candy.
What's
That's
wrong with
nice.
you? I thought the sour was gone.
Formation of their alliance. Additionally, it is unlikely that Talmadge has enough sway in the wider south seriously damage Long's thing. Okay, we're just going to choose one. I'm going to choose Talmadge. Why? Because hands reads. Hand reading.
As Kibbs is being fat, and now I have to close, or not close, but hide all the chats now.
Mm-hmm.
Better make me a mod over there. The Democrat... Stop moving the fucking thing or I won't read it.
I thought we were ages ago.
Okay. Now, is it the right one? Yes, okay. For days, Huey Long had stoked anticipation of a third-party run for president. Few expected his rejection by the Democrats to end his political ambitions, and now Long has taken the stage to confirm just that. Denouncing the Democratic Party as irrevocably corrupt, he and his allies have founded the Union Party, an alliance of convenience between populists such as Charles Coughlin, I believe that's Coughlin, Francis Townsend, and William Wemmick. The more reactionary Democratic politicians such as Eugene Talmadge, I believe that's Talmadge, and Theodore Bilbo, not that Baggins. I said it first. Makes you the copycat. As well as a host of fringe figures such as Gerald K. Smith, drafting adjunct to the Union Party orbit are several leading corporate executives such as Henry Ford, finally a name that's easier to read, John Henry Kirby, Alfred P. Sloan, and Robert E. Wood. Along with the new party, Long had announced that Georgia Governor Eugene Talmadge, a new ally who has mended the divide between Long and the deep southern Bourbons, will be joining him as his vice president nominee. Talmadge appeals to white farmers with his worldview of rugged individualism and calls for small government and radical segregation.
Racial segregation.
Meh. This is what you get.
I'll take over. He
Okay,
has
good.
also made frequent use of martial law to crush strikes, silence critics of his government, and quash corruption inquiries, even as he retains popularity as a defender of the common man, with allies such as lumber magnate John Henry Kirby and General Motors executive Alfred P. Sloan. He also brings considerable money to the campaign, Reverend Gerald K. Smith, and white supremacist novelist Thomas Dixon Jr. I just love that. White power, white power. Just like, woohoo! Have also advocated for his selection. His economic conservatism and his segregationist views have dimmed progressive support for the party, however. Long Talmadge are also poor match with rather different political agendas, competing egos, and independent political machines. Long is rumored to have said that Talmadge ain't got the brains to match his ambition. And even his speech announcing Talmadge had been called lukewarm at best. Media coverage has also been unfavorably, with many mocking Talmadge for having political views better fit for the last century. A match made in hell. Like, screams. Fish power,
God,
fish
that
power.
functionality is ass. I hate this.
China's looking pretty Chinese. Ching chong bing bong. Shut up, Chatfish. Scream. The Midwest swelters Ah, yes, just what I need. A Midwest pop-up. Yep, that's really useful. As the heat wave of 1936 tears through the country, one of the worst hit sections of the country has seen more suffering than most as opposed to the lower south, whose inhabitants are generally acclimated to extreme heats. Midwestern Americans have almost no frame of reference for such intense heat waves. They're getting cooked like little fishes on the sidewalk. On the July 9th and 10th, a season that has already seen record-breaking heat saw records broken once again. On average, a triangle of states from New York to Dakotas to Tennessee faced temperatures of upwards of 105 to 115 degrees Fahrenheit, as well as excruciatingly high humidity. Ugh. Some towns had 115, leaving citizens completely unprepared. In the last week alone, approximately 5,000 American citizens have been killed by the heat directly, or through conditions aggravated by the heat. While it seems the worst is over, for now, the wave will hardly go away quickly, and it seems to be just another sign that the times are not good for the United States of America. Even worse, meteorologists are predicting an unusually cold winter as well. Even the weather has turned against us. Catch me a break, fishies. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo, boo-doo, boo-doo. For the good of all of us, except the Americans who are dead. Nice. I can research a boat. Armored cruiser? Air-independent propulsion? Nay, I say, nay. Torpedo cruisers. That works for Gib. What does torpedoes do?
Cruiser, but like a metric shit ton of fucking torpedo bays.
Dodge this, motherfucker. Unrest in the Socialist Party. The Farmer Labor Party had a complicated relationship with the Socialist Party of America, formerly suspicious of the idea of a broad tent party including both itself and reformists. The Socialist Party became considerably more friendly to the idea of the Labor Party after the British Revolution demonstrated the effectiveness of a united front strategy. The painful divorce of CIO from the AFL in 1929 over the industrial unionism further spurred the CIO and the SPA. State Farmer Labor and nonpartisan league parties to join together to form the National Farmer Labor Party in 1930. In its short lifespan, this no, thank you. That came so fast. This has not been a very stable marriage. Though the SPA accepted Governor Floyd Olson as of Minnesota's nomination in 1932, the presidential election, in spite of Olson's terrific first-time performance that year, a general feeling that it would be the SPA's turn at the wheel, so to speak, in 1936 grew within the party, which began to expect the moderates to give for their candidate Norman Thomas. Not particularly mollified by the election of Thomas, the vice presidential candidate's SPA campaigning has been notably less enthusiastic and more guarded. The farmer labor leadership have kept any disagreements between the Olson SPA camps behind closed doors. However, speculation has already begun to swirl that the SPA will refuse to enter the cabinet even if the Olson wins. As important SPA figures such as Jay Lovestone previously predicted their support for farmer labor on the SPA capturing the party within a few years, Olson, for his part, has been courting Republican, Democratic, and Union Party defectors, and some on the left have already accused him of selling out the movement. Whatever happens, Floyd Olson will not have an easy time in office. Many of the SPA rank and the disgruntled about the perceived weakness of farmer labor. In face of violence on the campaign trail, losing what little faith they had in the system. Floyd Olson continues to be condemned by conservative press as a socialist radical, and it will require a Herculean effort to keep this coalition together. The left can't stop fighting itself. Based. Like, hey, screaming. Oh my god, Chatfish. I have been tickled yet again. There we go. All right, what do we have? We might as well just get it out of schedule. Improve machine tools. Not like anything else matters, Chatfishies. Oh, July's almost over. We're almost to the July, chat. Woohoo! Flanders has joined the Reichspakt? No! Wait, what?
You can't win medals down there, Kibbs.
Do you like how Two Sicilies is back? How does it make you feel? Liberia asks for aid. The Liberian government, crippled by the effects of Black Monday on top of an overwhelming national debt, has sent an envoy requesting American government to assist it with a bailout. We have our issues to deal with, but the amount they desperately need is small by comparison, and will guarantee us a continued ally in Africa. How should we respond? Of course we will help. America doesn't leave its only friend to rot. It's like, hey.
But America will leave their second cursor on the screen.
That's only what you see. Chatfish don't see that. Gone with the Wind. First released on July 30th, Gone with the Wind has soared to the top of the national bestseller list, a fictionalized account of the experience of a character named Scarlett O'Hara. The novel follows her life from the ages of 16 and to 28, set in Clayton County and Atlanta, Georgia. The novel covers O'Hara's life as the Civil War engulfs the South. O'Hara struggles to maintain her lifestyle as the daughter of a wealthy plantation owner, juggle the social exploitations of both her class and gender, and balance it all with her own personal happiness and fulfillment. Filled with family drama, salacious controversies, and genuine emotion, the book has become an instant hit. It must be admitted, however, as many progressive socialists and liberal reviewers have pointed out, both North and South, the tale is filled with false assumptions of the loyalty of both enslaved and freed people's endorsement of white supremacy, and the idea that the white women are content in a subordinate role to men. Either way, it cannot be denied that the book already after a single month has a strong hold on the American popular memory of the Civil War and American literacy history abroad. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn, Chatfishies. Like reading books with Chatfishies. Reading books with...
Please clap.
Yay! General MacArthur's plan. There is a growing concern that America is descending into a possible civil war, and that despite all our efforts to maintain security, supporters of Huey Long and the SPA have simply too much influence in some parts of the country. General Douglas MacArthur has unveiled a plan to infiltrate key areas of either New York or southern Texas. Both are high important. New York for its industry and Texas for its oil, and both are at high risk to takeover. MacArthur says that these efforts might still come to naught if the Longists and SPA power become too great, but he believes it will greatly increase the government's chances of maintaining control should it come to armed conflict. So while Texan oil is cute, we will focus on the industry because oil won't matter.
I would say the issue is in this game.
Oh, you guys fucking
You
peaked.
can always do shit with infantry.
New York City is vital to
Oil?
importance, which will give longest support. And socialist loses power. It's what we have to do, Chatfishies. Collapse of the United Baltic Duchy. United Duchy, a Baltic German sub-state of the German Empire, has finally disintegrated after several months of inner strife and partisan resistance by Forest Brothers movement across the duchy. Any semblance of order has been lost, and Baltic German flee their lands en masse. Some have ended up in Germany, whereas others have gathered in free city of Riga as the last holdouts of Baltic German rule. The conflict of the Baltics has been frozen and will surely renew in the future. For now, Latvia and Estonia have asserted their independence. That's a batch of maps made obsolete, as Estonia and Latvia leave the German middle group, as Germany's alliance begins to already crumble. Business collapse. When people do not have jobs, they do not have money. When they do not have money, they do not spend it. Such is the vicious cycle of a recession and depression. With the spending power of consumers plummeting, businesses become less and less able to turn a profit. A weak decade during the Depression means that few smaller businesses have reserves to maintain operation while in the red, and the banks are understandably reluctant to loan money while massive lines of people wait outside their doors to withdraw their savings. Business failures has been an endemic part of the Depression. Black Monday has once again brought it about in full force. Small business are worst hit, with many closing their doors or even going bankrupt. In turn, their employees have been returned to the great and growing mass of the unemployed, further fueling the vicious cycle of today's economy. As unemployment shockingly begins to return to the nadir of 1929, the Depression has further fueled political radicalization. Unemployed workers flock to the SPA, as well as the unemployed unions of the IWW. Small business owners seeking lower labor costs to stay afloat have militarized into far-right paramilitaries, openly battling strikers in the streets. Farmers riot and smash up banks who desperate to work keep their finances in order, have foreclosed on windows farmsteads for a quick buck. It's all spiraling downhill, Chatfishies. Another minus 10%. And another one. Our factory output's now minus 70%, plus a minus 9% in total, which puts it at minus 79%. That is insane. Hey, how high can it go?
Yes.
The only thing I can think of is reconciliation, raising intent tariffs. Demand payment. Okay, so next up, after the British Revolution, to avoid mothballing the remaining Royal Navy, the Canadian government docked many of their formerly British ships in American ports at discounted docking rates. The question of payment for this service, however, has remained a sore spot on the American politics. While it's unlikely Canada could repay all of their fees right now, demanding repayment will appease isolationists in Congress, whom we believe will join the political fringe if not appeased. We have to hurry, Chatfishes. Our country's falling apart. Little fishies plunge into the waters. Since the Spanish-American War, the United States has not been involved in any major military conflicts with anything resembling a pure adversary. Having stayed out of the European War, the U.S. military severely lacks on-the-ground expertise, with post-1919 reforms having relied on a distant analysis of the war in Europe, with the Great Depression having led to several significant cuts in military funding under successive administrations. This has left our military forces in a rather sorry state, with more experimental sections of the armed forces, such as armor and air power, suffering the brunt austerity. Chief of Staff General Douglas MacArthur has faced much backlash for this implementation of Washington's budget cuts. His cuts to armored development, in particular, have gone down poorly, with innovative officers such as Ralph E. Jones, who support a focus on armor similar to that of the British Army. Another group increasingly dissatisfied with MacArthur's leadership is the U.S. Army Air Corps, USAAC. Innovators have called for an independent Air Force, a call unlikely to be heeded under the austerity regime. Additionally, USAAC radicals have raised eyebrows with their notoriously progressive politics and radical educational program at the Air Corps Tactical School. Marxist economics are taught in the conjunction with the radicals' own industrial network theory, and progressive theories of humanitarianism bombing hold much away. Meanwhile, the wrestles with an increasingly aging fleet with little money for new shipbuilding projects. The Navy is left with mainly focusing on doctrinal reforms, which underline the service's importance in any potential war with Germany, Britain, or most likely Japan. Faced with demand for reform in the military, MacArthur has announced a plan to overhaul the old Corps area system in the wake of the War Department study, though this is unlikely to be completed before the next year. Jockeying for key positions has already begun. Progressive allies of General James K. Parsons and Smedley Butler have already been concentrated in the North and Midwest, while the more conservative reactionary officers, including the infamous Butcher of Mingo, General George Van Horn Mosley, has taken more southern postings, though this division would preferably have been avoided. It is difficult to avoid growing cliquism and has underlain military politics. We need to get our house in order. We're not gonna. It's over, Chatfishes. We're in August, chat. And the days keep going by. November feels like light years away. Military coup in Japan.
In Japan.
Look,
And-
kids, you could have been Japan.
It appears that the IJA centralists, paternal autocrats, have seized control of Japan, which is good for Hirohito, I suppose.
I was to say, I'm pretty sure I recognize that dude.
But that's just Emperor Hirohito.
Yeah.
1936 Dublin Olympics. Dublin, Ireland, showcasing the capital of the young republic, the Games have proven a large source of pride for her once again. French and British delegates have been absent, the syndicalist powers unrecognized by the International Olympic Committee, and exile governments lacking men to send. German and American athletes have seen the most success, closely tied with 27 and 26 medals, while Irish athletes have performed above average, winning 9 medals. We did our best. Military coup in Japan. Reports from Tokyo for the past few weeks have been scarce, but it appears now that Japanese democracy is dead. After years of infighting and scandals, the corruption among political parties, radical restorationists of officers launched a coup d'etat aiming to transform the country into an ultranationalist regime. Ultimately, it seems their efforts were for naught. Troops loyal to the government were able to launch a counter-coup and successfully crush the rebels. Yet, this episode has shown, without a doubt, the party's weakness. Japan has effectively transformed into a military dictatorship with nationalism, corporatism, and militarism as guiding principles. That sounds awfully historically accurate. Rolling Thunder. In 1912, African-American voters, after decades of failure on civil rights issues, disillusioned with the Republican Party, when Democratic candidate Woodrow Wilson appeared receptive to the concerns of African-Americans in spite of Southern background, many African-Americans flocked to his campaign. When in office, however, Wilson proceeded to segregate the federal government, deny appointments to African-American, and increase severity of segregation in the armed forces, setting back progress on civil rights by decades. The African-American community is familiar with such betrayals and disappointments. The Republican Party has taken a largely passive stance on the civil rights issue, while the Democratic Party, still with a powerful Southern interest, has provided little more hope for change. Perhaps the brightest hope in recent years has been the presidency of Al Smith. Smith traditionally has been seen as a defender of civil rights, again energized black support for Democrats. Instead of reneging on his promises, Wilson, however, Smith has overseen some notable successes in civil rights policy, most notably the passage of the Costigan-Wagner Anti-Lynching Act. Turned out lynching is bad. In 1935. With the entry of Huey Long onto the national scene, African-American voters in the North have looked on the Louisiana upstart with reserved optimism. Long is known for having a racial vitriol and demagoguery in his statewide campaigns in Louisiana, and some of his statements surrounding the administration on Social Security, as well as the national approach to racial issues, gave rise to a hope that he would be a different kind of Southerner. That optimism was shattered, however, by Long's selection of Eugene Talmadge as his running mate. Yet we sabotaged him with that. Talmadge, one of the most infamous race-baiting governors in the South, has marked a change in direction for the Long campaign. Talmadge frequently espouses racist rhetoric on the campaign trail, seeing no pushback from Long on the matter, who is now silent regarding the concerns of his black constituents. Where many northern black voters were once seriously considering the Long ticket for presidency, it is now clear that Long has ruptured his relationship with them beyond repair. With Republican candidate William Borah similarly regarded as having spurred African Americans, black voters now flock to farmer labor. The only remaining non-racist option in the race as for Long. For them, his story is done. My God.
So someone wrote an alt history novel and pretends it's a Hoi mod.
Yeah, some social democrat or DSA member probably wrote this to glaze Huey Long, and then Kibbs fucked it into the ground.
What are you talking about?
You don't
I
know.
was reading a comment from chat.
Yeah. I'm literally doing
I
what
stand
Chat
by
was
what
paid
I
for.
said.
Moving on. The Lions of Idaho roars. So, no, Kaiserreich is alternate history, where what if Germany won? And it's basically made by, like, I don't know, like 30-ish people. And they've been working on it for, I'm talking to chat. It's been made by several people, or 30-ish people, not several, and it's one of the biggest mods for Hearts of Iron. Essentially, the idea of it is basically that the middle group wins, and much like they would have probably happened historically, they win, but it doesn't change anything, and so things are going to collapse anyways. And so it leads to things like the Black Friday incident, and what happens instead of them being radicalized is France and Britain are radicalized by the defeat, which was actually very likely. French going communist was basically almost a certainty for a good point in our timeline. And same for Britain, though it was only avoided because just narrowly in our timeline. Basically, with them being defeated in the World War, the First World War, that basically guaranteed that they would go communist. Or not communist, but a different form of it, which is called syndicalism. Syndicalism is a branch of basically communism and fascism kind of mixed together.
They're their own form of socialists, basically.
And so they became radical syndicalists. And so that caused France and Britain to stop trading with the United States, which caused the United States to lose its major trading partners, which led to the fact that when the Great Depression did happen, it was a lot worse. And that, coupled with the fact that the middle group doesn't want to trade, they form their own bloc against America, cut off all the exports that we got historically for agriculture exports. Because one of the big things that helped America in World War I was the agricultural exports and exports of goods to the European powers. And with that no longer a factor, this is probably what more realistically would have happened. America is wallowing in despair pretty much right now. Economically, it's just not sound, and it's not really a stable nation state. It's still suffering from its instability, like it hasn't been dealing with pretty much since its inception in 1776. Alright, let's see. The Lions of Idaho roars. That's the idea. Though considerable press attention has been on the latest scandals affecting the floundering Democrats and the latest bout of violence triggered by the longest and leftist, the Republican Party has been hard at work trying to build a workable election coalition for November. Balancing their conservative, liberal, and progressive wings, the section of a progressive ticket has not stopped them from attempting to appeal to a disparate selection of voters across the country. Republican campaigners have been knocking on doors, soliciting funds from businesses, large and small, blasting the Smith administration for its incompetence and blasting Long for corruption and stoking fears of a socialist revolution. This is hardly Bora's first campaign. Of course, an experienced political operator, Bora has made himself a major power broker in the Republican elections across the 1920s. Despite his hatred of both intrigue and tobacco, making him a poor fit for the literal smoke-filled back rooms, an energetic campaigner and seeking a recast of the Republican Party as a progressive one, he has worked to expand his reach from beyond the Great Plains, shoring up GOP strongholds in the North and West. Still, with competition license and violence escalating, one has to wonder if this will be enough. The establishment may have locked ranks behind him on a national scale. However, many local political machines have locked out aligned candidates on the down ballot. His attempts at winning over farmer labor and Union Party voters and his party's attempts to woo disaffected Democrats have only had limited success. It is clear that this will be a long and hard-fought campaign. Come on, Chatfishes. August 22nd, revolutionaries take over Mongolia. Much like Tibet, Mongolia is on fire. Damn. That's a rose. That's socialism, I think. Wait, Tibet had that happen? No, Tibet's authoritarian. It's an autocrat. Weird. Revolutionaries take Mongolia. Much like Tibet, news of the Mongolian capital Urga is sparse for many years. The status quo of the nation has been the leadership of the Russians Baron Roman Sternberg. However, recently, news has come out that after a revolt in the west of the nation, the revolutionary Mongol Ardin Nam overthrew Gungan Sternberg's, I love his name, while his army fought in the west. In a press release to the few media groups, Urga, the first seven of Man, great name, Sukabatar, Choibosan, Budu, Danzin, Chardigay, Dogsom, and Losol proclaimed Mongolia's People's Revolution, stating the modern Mongolia can no longer suffer the tyranny of the aristocrats, and the regents they proclaimed a final continuation of the last two revolutions. Basically, when you think of this mod, Kaiserreich is, imagine if the Red Scare is 10 times worse than what it really was. It's an accurate assessment, because basically, instead of it being Nazi Germany the problem, you have radical syndicalism basically erupting everywhere violently. And it basically turns into three big power blocks: the remnants of the Entente, the up and coming syndicalists as like the main antagonists, and then the old order of Mittelgruppe, which is basically the old order of Austria, Germany, and the Ottoman Empire. Man, this feels like an old history fan fiction. That's literally what it is. That's literally. Olsen gains an long in the plains. When Floyd Olsen ran for president in 1932, many had doubts over whether or not the candidate would be able to win any states beyond his home state of Minnesota. I know, right? I'm surprised too. He soon proved them wrong, polling extremely well in Wisconsin, North Dakota, and South Dakota, Iowa, Washington, and other Great Plains states, and even notching several outright wins. The Farmer Labor Party is determined to maintain the momentum this time. However, he is competing with Huey Long for disaffected anti-establishment rural voters, making his quest much harder as the two candidates enter into direct competition. Both have attempted to shore up their populistic credentials while showing their ability to work within establishment structures as governors, and while seeking to avoid being implicated in the various scandals dogging their campaigns. Whether it be their radical allies or their own histories of alleged corruption, the political violence, Olsen seems to be doing fairly well, holding his own over Long, who had the initial advantage in peeling off voters from the Republicans and especially disillusioned fellow Democrats, making the inroads among the progressive Republicans in the North with the help of the nonpartisan League and making his way into the Democratic scene. Things seem to be swinging his way. There are, of course, plenty of more weeks left to go, however, with some within the Farmer Labor Party having criticized Olsen's strategy, arguing that the Great Plains has considerably fewer electoral voters and contention. They bemoan the relative lack of attention to the grand prize of New York, and question whether or not Olsen's time is being well spent. However, Olsen and his allies have defended their decision, arguing that flipping the Great Plains would go a long way in ultimately winning the election, trusting that farmer labor has sufficient votes to win the Steel Belt. Will the rest be wed? Midwest help! I told you, chat, this is a stream where I wanted to beg for help and
Gibbs,
forgiveness.
read DMs.
Gibbs is about to be broken.
I will do that at a later date.
Very well.
Coup d'etat in Algiers. The thinly veiled military junta. Marshal Philippe de Pétain. Oh, wait. Where was this again?
Algiers.
In
So
Algiers,
that
like
should
here?
be northern. Yeah, I'm going to say that should be northern Africa.
So this is the regular French resisting the syndicalists, if I had to guess. Pétain has fallen to a coup d'etat led by his former allies, General Henry Mordac. The legitimacy of the Marshal to rule had been steadily eroded. The accusations of nepotism and corruption. I mean, Pétain was kind of a corrupt guy. An attempt to centralize power in his hands added accusations of tyranny to the long list of grievances towards him. Precipitating the coup, Pétain is now in custody, and General Mordac has been elected head of state, though he announced that civil liberties suspended under the previous regime would be restored and promised an eventual return to full democratic rule. The general has announced that for a long present, a committee of national salvation made up of military men, experts, and paramilitarians would be created to best implement the reforms he feels they are needed to retake the French homeland, a first step towards democracy. So, Henry Modec. Honestly, that puts the French in a much stronger position, if you ask me. I don't know anything about that guy, but Pétain basically almost caused the Allies to break into a civil war in World War II. Like, multiple times. He was really bad, especially with what happened in Syria, if I remember right. Let's see. The great heat wave is over. Oh, thank God. One terrible thing is finally getting to close, chat. Since June, high temperatures have borne down on people across the United States, cooking them. After a historic cold season in the winter earlier into the year, Americans have fared with historic temperatures spikes. The first regions affected were the Northeast and South. The brunt of the impact, however, was borne by the Midwest, which sweltered at its temperatures often higher than 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Without any means to cool themselves, thousands died throughout the summer, which peaked in intensity in mid-July. The scorching heat, however, was not the only thing ailing the plains. A resulting drought has ruined harvest already impacted by the Dust Bowl, and the depression pressing farmers in the southern plains even harder than they had previously imagined. Without crops to sell, even more farmers have been faced with the prospect of bankruptcy. Though the height of the heat peaked in July, August still sweltered for several states, including Texas, Louisiana. Only now in September has the heat wave truly started to subside. All told, over 5,000 dead chatfish. Dang. Have been reported nationwide. Okay, it's not the worst. As well as the loss of livelihoods for many struggling farmers. Yep, that'll do it. With the depression raging on, the financial situations of the great number of people likely to deteriorate further. Such a destructive weather event could not have come at a worse time. At least it's over. With that resolved, maybe chatfish can start making potatoes. You don't know. Well, we're making steady progress, chat. The March to November is on. We're in September. Shots fired at Robinson? Shocking news has come from Indiana today. Vice President Joe T. Robinson, the Democratic nominee for president, was shot at while making a speech on the campaign trail with his running mate. Indiana's own governor, Paul V. McNutt, great name, though Robinson was not injured, a bullet struck Lieutenant Governor M. Clifford Townsend, the Democratic nominee for the governorship, sending him to the hospital. He was critical but stable condition. The assailant, local man Daniel Wares, was shot by Secret Service agents. Though Wares was seemingly a supporter of Huey Long, he is not believed to have had organizational links to any radical extremist political groups. Having seemingly been rejected from joining the local Minutemen chapter, the investigation into the matter has come to the conclusion that Wares was a lone actor with eclectic political views, motivated to shoot the vice president due to general dissatisfaction with the Smith administration. All of Robinson's fellow candidates for the presidency have issued statements denouncing the attack and expressing relief that the vice president escaped from harm. This includes Long himself, who not long ago clashed violently with Robinson for the Democratic nomination. Nevertheless, the radicalizing effect of the rhetoric of figures like Long is clearly to some degree at fault for the growing militarization of the American political life. Not long after denouncing the assassination attempt, Long defended his support for the Minutemen, a group which have now been implicated in several political shootings in this election cycle. Decency dies a slow death as chatfish blast away at each other. That's my kind of a merit, no kidding. Mechanical engineering? Wow, couldn't have come at a better time, chatfishes. Well, we've got many options, none of them good. We might as well go with construction. Industry, industry, and industry.
Please clap.
Yay! Demand payment fees. We almost said Canada refuses. Wow. Bastards. Canada refuses. The Canadian government has responded to the demand with a flat refusal. The fees, they say, were never meant to be fully repaid until the homelands were retaken. Even so, their refusal has done its job and fired up the isolationist elements of the American government. President Smith's government has the support it needs at the cost of relations with the Canadians. So be it. Wow. We got something positive out of bullying the Canadians. Having become wildly popular since the 1890s, newspaper comic strips have established themselves as a widespread form of light entertainment among millions of Americans and foreign readers. Short comic stories featuring recurring characters have become ubiquitous in the nation's newspapers, notably in the Hearst papers, which were a key innovator in the format in the late 1800s. Though such strips were denounced by some as yellow journalism, their popularity has only grown through the dark years of the Depression. One recent newcomer to the field has been called the Phantom. The strip's titular protagonist is a consumed crime fighter who wears a mask and
Costumed.
purple spandex. Don't bother correcting me. Who relies on his wits, skills, and gunslinging, and the myth of his own immortality to battle evildoers. Beginning as a daily February, the Phantom has quickly grown popular to be serialized overseas, with Australian Woman's Mirror picking up the series. Interesting. Regardless of what anyone might think of such silly stories, it can't be denied that the country could do with something to look forward to these days. Perhaps we could all do with a little cartoon fun. Spandex? That'll never catch on. It will. It already has. It's cringe. Raise the Entente's tariffs will help raise social liberalism. Reconciliation with Canada is what we're going to do instead. The isolationists are elated, but the cost of our relations with Canada, we can try rebuilding those relations by offering a compromise, some assistance from Canada now, with fees deferred until after the war. In exchange, we'll reduce the import tariffs from the Entente. This is a desperate bid to ensure that Canada doesn't get involved in our civil war, because I have a feeling that they will. Now I have to get through another
They look at
42
their guys. Well, boys, back to Washington.
I sometimes wonder why they write all these events. Charles Lindbergh endorses Long. It's not like they can actually do anything here. It's just like, this happens. Charles Lindbergh, a famed aviator who flies around in the sky all day like a little monkey, has suddenly endorsed Huey Long's campaign. Born to his father, Charles August Lindbergh, an immigrant from Sweden who later became a politician noted for his activism against an American entry in the Great War, Charles was fascinated by motor transportation from a young age. After quitting college, he became an aviator, flying around in the sky, and barnstormed. That word. Around the American countryside. I know, it's just funny. A pioneer in his age of flight. Listen, I gotta get through this, you little fucking chunky monkey. He worked as an... We're never gonna get to the Civil War. I have to end the stream before we get to the Civil War, bucket.
To be fair, I think these are people that fantasized a wee bit too much about old history.
They put a lot of effort in this, and I admire all the detail work they did. Like, they did research beyond anyone's imagination.
Oh, no, they definitely did. It's just... This is just me personally.
I think this is worse than the fucking MLP mod.
It's just the issue is because they went into such autistic detail for some of the events, my eyes just start to glaze over a little bit.
They're glazing the fuck out of, like, labor, fucking socialists, and, like, everybody else in the United States, and, like, nobody actually gave a shit about any of those people.
What? In the circumstances that they're provided, they would in this case. So in 1925, in the scenario of KAISERREICH, the American economy finally collapses. And it collapses pretty badly. Our stock market not only implodes, but the Berlin stock market basically surpasses us economically. In response, the United States then raises tariffs to try to compensate for the collapse. All that does is exacerbate the problem and causes the middle group to close up to us. That, coupled with the fact that Britain went syndicalist and France went syndicalist, means economically at this point, America would probably have communism problems. We had communism problems in historically because there was actually red, like insurgency stuff going on, like with Hollywood and stuff like that. That happened, and the only reason why that was able to be stamped out is because we actually did a good job crushing it, and we also were doing very well economically because we were rebuilding the we were rebuilding Europe. And in World War I, we exported a lot of our food and so after World War One, right? Europe's all fucked up, but America's exports is what helped get us going into the Roaring Twenties. The issue is that never happened because the Entente lost. Syndicalists immediately don't want to trade with us, and so we lost access to the British market. We lost access to the France market. Because of the tariffs, we lost access to the middle group market as well. So we've now lost access to these markets that previously, historically, we needed to have to give us that Roaring 20 stuff, coupled with the fact that our stock market collapsed earlier than it should have, coupled by the fact that the Berlin stock market collapsing in 1936 on Black Monday in this timeline exacerbates the problem even further. And not to mention, we not only had the Great Depression, but the Great Depression has no alleviation this time. There's nowhere to economically trade with. All of our places that we need to go are locked up. And so economically, we're in a situation in which you're going to see communists start actually appearing in the American stage. Syndicalists, in this case. I think they did a good job of setting the stage here. The big thing is they're setting the stage for a civil war. And you can avoid the civil war based on events you choose. Because whether Smith's administration goes down certain paths to basically passing the bill from the Garner-McNary bill, which is basically like a soft social security bill for older people, that will hopefully, the idea is basically silence the opposition that the syndicalists are getting. The issue is that because each presidency has been kind of a lame duck each time, and because our trade is absolutely botched, we're in a really dire strait. America would not be the power it is today if things didn't go the way it did. Isolationism wouldn't have made us strong, it would have made us weak. Because we don't have access to the global trade market, and that's where we get money from rebuilding other people's burnt up countries. That's why Europe blowing itself up is funny. These guys have way too much time underhand. Well, they've been doing this over like, when did Hearts of Iron 4 come out? Like several 8 years? And I think it's based on a
It's
story.
been a hot minute, yeah.
I think KAISERREIch's actually based on a story. I don't know if it's based on like a book or something.
That is what Yinglis says.
I can't remember though.
If it is based on a novel, that would explain why they're going into this much detail.
Yes, because the story of this is that the British that are in exile in Canada will launch a crusade with the exiled French Republic in Africa. And their crusade will basically be to retake Britain and France. And it ends with them, I think, retaking France and Britain, while the German Empire struggles to hold on from like all the problems. I can't remember how like the story goes, but basically the idea is that America also falls into a civil war. I forget who emerges victorious, but like it's a radically different sort of timeline. The Russian Federation has its own thing it's got to deal with. China's an absolute hellhole. It's just alternate history.
That's just China. It doesn't matter what timeline. It's just a fucking clusterfuck.
But yeah. Chatfish seemed to like it. Or does Chatfish not like it? You know what? I'll let Chatfish decide. Do you want me to continue to read the little pop-ups, or do you want me to just wait for big pop-ups? I'll skim them that way. Big pop-ups, or all pop-ups? Probably one of the most successful streams of the month.
If we read all of them, you will never get to the fucking end.
We've been reading all of them.
No, what would happen is right when he's about to close or like end stream, that's when it happens. He's like, chat, I guess we'll have to wait till
Crawls
next
in bed,
time."
puts a little blankie on. So. I think this mod's pretty cool, but I think my biggest criticism I think I have of the mod so far is that these events they've overdone.
Yes.
They could probably summarize them a bit.
I think the issue with what you're doing with KAISERREICH Gibbs is that you're playing a nation where instead of economies in the normal game for United States, or you're just roaring economy, getting everything back in line. I don't think KAISERREICH for the United States is like that. I think it's all politic bullshit. It's just a stark difference.
Oh no, it's not. So the big thing is we got to get through the Civil War. All the focuses are here. The issue is the first year. The only difference is it feels like it's longer because it's pop-up heavy. Here, we're just gonna focus. I'll let the poll close with 67% big pop-ups. We'll just read the big pop-ups. It'll speed along. I've been reading all of them because I'm kind of curious about what's happening. Mustafa Kemal seized power. Don't care.
Don't forget to click back into
That's
the,
for Turkey, by the way. The Jobless Party. Okay, this loses power for social
Gibbs,
liberalism.
don't forget to connect back in the game for us.
E. Sud D secures power in Yunnan. Good for him, good for him. We're just gonna focus on this. Formation of the Moscow Accord. Okay, what does that do? That's a bit worse. Radicalism, don't care about that. It's an alliance from what I can tell.
I think if it's the Moscow Accords, I'm assuming it's either a political or economic group.
Russia's doing stuff to get ready. Long's new enforcers. All armies need leadership. The movement will take its own course. Authoritarian democracy. We're gonna zoom along to the elections. Young Bulmos, get out of here. Get out of here. If you don't have any choices, then what are you for? You're just gonna give me effects anyways. Let's see. We have good No, we don't have good infrastructure. We have no need for fuel, in my opinion. I just don't see fuel being a problem. I see everything else being a problem. Tanks, we could research, but honestly, I don't see the benefit. I'm gonna get field hospitals. The reason for this time around is because I kind of think, because we're fighting civil war,
Please clap.
You're gonna have manpower issues, probably.
Canada refuses the compromise. Wow, fuck you. Closing arguments, nothing left to wait. All right, the election's pretty much over. Now we get to wait for the events. Now time to slow down speed a bit. Creation of the Peasant International. Cringe. But yeah, so basically KAISERREIch's basically a horror story about syndicalism and communism, or that sort of socialism, spreading like a virulent plague because of the economic downturn. And then every nation's fight to free themselves from it. It's like a alternate evil history where Chatfish becomes zombies. There's emergency shrinkage. Okay, we're gonna build that. Maritime workers on strike. Don't care. What does it fucking matter? Honestly, it's just reds. They're just gonna be... How I kind of perceive it is that everything's gonna go in the red anyways, and then we're gonna resurge. Strength torpedoes. Weakness destroyers. Strength torpedoes. Torpedoes strong. Uh-oh. 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 What's happening? Oh, wait. This is important. Get out of here. The 1936 election. Americans will go to the polls, and we are wait. And the results are... No winner.
No winner.
Holy shit.
No. As the votes came in, it quickly became clear that none of the four major candidates had a decisive advantage. Are you shitting me? Long, the Republicans and Farmer Labor each captured their safe states, and Republicans won the upper New England and Indiana decisively. These results are anything but decisive. Already Long has claimed victory in spite of his coming in a clear third in the Electoral College.
I love the text on the button.
The worst possible outcome of all.
You are a masterclass, Gibbs, at fucking up a country.
I have to make it happen, though. I was paid to. I was going to try to avoid it, but then Chatfish donated enough for the daily, and the daily was to play as the Pacific States of America. And the only way for that to happen is if America implodes.
What if the Pacific States of America are syndicalist?
I'll be screaming and the whole time. Then I'm going to make everyone miserable. If I've got to be miserable, then we're going to turn Canada miserable, too. If I've got to be syndicalist, then you're all going to be syndicalist. Accusations of fraud? Oh no, this sounds familiar.
No, weird.
November is
wow.
never going to end, is it? It's gonna blow up in a civil. It's gonna blow.
Hey Gibbs, do you feel that in your bones? Does it feel a bit like the fucking Spanish Revolution?
Schleicher passes the Enabling Act. It's over, chat bros. It's over. Fear and loathing in New York. Bad. Stability's dropping. You can write your paragraphs, game, but my chat bros don't want to see it.
To be fair, if chat is really interested, there is the pause button,
Yes.
and you can read it.
Carlos Spain declared war. Oh, nice. It's good to see that some things never change.
Now, Gibbs, you don't need to look over there this time. Do you want to know why? You're gonna have one in your own backyard.
Yeah, I know where.
And it's gonna be worse.
The Spanish Civil War started. Oh my god, this is gonna implode. Brazil seeks investments. Brazil, I got problems right now. The Conservative Coalition. They're free to voice
There
their
it
opinions too.
is.
That's not it.
It's starting. If it doesn't, I'll be disappointed.
Please clap. The defense of the United States, they'll have to suffice prevented from joining the Weltkrieg on either side. Okay, that's from that. Okay, we built that.
I don't think you can do anything until
U.S.
you...
Navy.
Oh.
That's it.
Okay, you can do that.
Strike wave intensifies. Our reward for 8 years of helping them. Oh boy. Republican victory in Brazil. Things are gonna go explodey soon. He's dead. Looks like the League of Southeastern Provinces secured power. That's pretty strong. I'll give them contesting power with the Qing government and the Fengtians. But the Fengtians are not actually integrated into the Japanese Empire. Weirdly. They have more autonomy than I think they did historically. Well, technically the Fengtians didn't have control. The Fengtian was, I think, the warlord of the North. Like, he was put out by the Japanese. The Electoral College meets. An inauspicious end to the year. Though Al Smith and Joe Robinson rode relatively easily the re-election in the House, here's... Oh boy. Blooming out, bottoming out. How much further will we fall? Dude, how much more debuffs can I get?
Yes.
How many more can you give me, game?
Good question.
How many more can
What
you...
just happened? I missed it.
So right now, things...
Oh shit.
Vice President Robinson died. All right, rest in peace. Why did he die? With Robinson's death, the duty of certifying the results of the election will pass to the president pro tempore. It's like, okay, so it's like, all right, things are going bad, and it's like, and then the person doing the, he's dead. Okay, he's dead. We're minus 43% stability. Our nation is about to actually implode.
Please clap.
Yay! It's Decius Navy. Don't care. Failed revolts in Ukraine. Don't care. Not America. Doesn't matter. Workers seize GM plants. That's bad. Oh, syndicalists. Oh, the syndicalists are going to be such a pain. Italian democracy survives? Well, good for you.
Somehow.
Jiangxing click erupts in civil war. Ah, China. Always doing China stuff. Where is it?
Never change.
Never change. They're like, we could have another civil war. No. 75th Congress? Okay, this seems big. The mood is for change. Farmer and labor should have a chance. We must have put country over party and join with the Republicans. Long is still a Democrat, hard progressive. The deadlock in Congress cannot be overcome. It cannot be overcome.
So basically, you get a pick, or you get to say, shit about to get real.
The shit about to get real is the thing that gives these, so...
Shit about to get real. National coup in Bolivia? Man, everything's catching on fire. Electoral chaos? What the hell are they doing? What the hell are they doing? With only 2 weeks to go, we can only hope the House can resolve this situation before it's too late. Okay, so the game actually gives you a lot of control over what happens.
Yeah.
Legation cities collapse. Oh. China fractures even further. The Fourth Balkan War? Oh no. Bulgaria, what are you doing? Bulgaria's like, Bulgaria big. Okay.
Super Bulgarian.
Super Bulgaria. Midnight? God help us.
Oh my fuck. Oh, look at that.
I think this is the actual event.
Okay.
I want you to look at all of those fucking debuffs.
That's pretty bad. So the bottom ones are the 25% chance for them to defect the states. That's pretty bad. Cardell Hull becomes the Social Liberal Party. Okay, so let's see. For the past 2 weeks... let's see. Today, that time has come. At noon, the President Al Smith left office without a successor, leaving office vacant for the first time in nearly 150 years. Immediately, Cordell Hull entered the Oval Office as the acting President of the United States.
So, Gibbs, I know this looks
That
bad.
looks very defeatist.
Yes, but if you look at the top of the button, when you hover over it, you can see green number.
+5 stability.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hell
that's
yeah.
good.
Followed by -15% stability.
Details.
That's immediate. No, it's only green because he has a trait for being stability.
Look, you were saying all bad numbers. I'm pointing out there are green.
It's over. Government and paralysis. Can people be reasonable? Or just
So that
collapse.
guy got slapped with one, and then another, and then another, and then another.
Detroit Commune Forums? Oh, God. Oh, it's all coming undone. See, if I had to read this, we'd never get through it. Video game's mean. I can't even do any focuses. Actually, I can. I can do, yeah, that one.
You can do the boring ones.
The free one. Yay.
The ones you do after you finish your tech tree.
The one where you're like, okay, you're either finishing the campaign or you're losing the campaign.
Start researching atomic energy.
Listen, guys, I have an idea.
Actually, since you're doing production focus, the one tech to give you
Oh,
better
shit.
turnover rate.
The die is cast. Warplan White has just gone active. Few have any illusions about MacArthur's new role. Open conflict between the federal government and radical political parties is now inevitable. Now all we can do is brace ourselves for the coming storm. MacArthur's now seized power.
Good for him.
It's going to implode. It's happening.
Well, if you're lucky, you'll be able to hold on to New York.
United States of America changed to a different blue. General Butler marches on Washington. Oh my God. The army is now divided. Workers seize state capitals. Oh no, chatfishes. How do we get out of this, chat? How do we get ourselves into this? You paid for it, that's how. Like, whoops, Joe.
By the way, he can't hold on to New York. Whichever way the Pacific goes, he goes.
He just leaves.
All right, now you get decisions.
This disaster has begun. Stand by the Republic. The revolution has begun. Stand by the workers. Stand by the Republic. All right.
Okay, well, that made it easier.
It's step one.
Keep in mind, this is probably going to.
It's only gonna get
blow
worse.
Into
It's
a few
only-
more factions. So yes, this looks manageable right now, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be
Can
like
you make MacArthur your fucking general? That'd be really funny. Oh, you can.
he's the field marshal, so
But he's also the leader of your fucking country.
All right, fucking Chaffee, get over there. So here's the issue.
Not Patton.
We have 12 divisions standing by.
Red leader standing by.
Red leader standing by. Red 6 standing by. Red 7 standing by. All forces will deploy in New York.
Red October standing
Robot chicken. Move, Chaffee, move. With the speed of victory.
Wait, we're not in open war. Huey Long declares rivalry with government in Baton Rouge. Stand by the Republic.
Baton Rouge.
Plays the APG. Who's the APG? American People's Government? I don't think that's him.
No.
Long has formalized an arrangement by opening Congress in Baton Rouge and which People's Government, Texas, South
Oh,
Carolina.
Baton Rouge. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Yep,
that's
stand by the
near,
Republic.
yeah, that's in the south.
Oh,
Baton Rouge near New Orleans.
that's led by
the
Huey
North.
Pierce Long.
Yeah.
We're not at a state of war yet, but things are escalating. Quentin Roosevelt assumes acting presidency in Sacramento.
There you go.
American Constitutional Coalition. Okay, we'll read
So
this
you
one.
have to.
This is them. The
Yeah.
Constitutional Coalition has gathered in support of many military officers willing to throw in with MacArthur, Reed, or Long. General George Marshall has offered his services to the Sacramento government, which now prepares for a long march east to restore constitutional rule. So yeah, basically this is the path you want to do if you want to restore the Constitution. The AC. American Constitutional Coalition. Did I click on them? I did.
Now, on the bright side, you do get an entire seaboard to yourself.
Yes, this is beneficial. Damn, that looks like a fucking hell. United States Military Administration. The Workers' Congress of America needs to be destroyed, and America's People's Government is the populist guy.
United States Military Administration.
All right, so who can we trust? Alexander McCarroll Patch and George Catlett Marshall has the best stuff. They're the best boys we got. Standoff in America. Tense standoff has erupted in the United States of America. General Douglas MacArthur and his military and American military has taken control of the government from the elected president to, as he stated, in a national broadcast to prevent an inaction from leading the United States onto the hands of radicals. From Chicago, John Reed's supporters have declared MacArthur's government illegitimate, as have the Southern supporters of Huey Long, based in Baton Rouge. With the Constitutionalist revolt under the leadership of deposed Vice President Quinton Roosevelt, all have been given a deadline by General MacArthur, 30 days, to either stand down or face arrest and execution. Considering all sides are rapidly raising forces, the idea of that America seems headed into a second civil war seems almost certain. The Siege of New York. A sad fate for a great city. It's over, Chatfishes. The Pacific Declaration. Ever since the first peaceful transfer of power between George Washington and John Adams, the government of the United States has prided itself on respecting the wishes of the population after an election. This unspoken contract between the people and their government has been violated by General Douglas MacArthur. In deposing the democratically elected president in the name of preserving stability, he shattered the founding principles of our great nation. The destruction of the healthy civil-military relationship that has marked America since its independence is a grievous slight to all the values we hold as a nation. In response, the governors of California, Washington, and Oregon has issued a joint declaration condemning the general's actions and demanding his immediate withdrawal from Washington. We doubt he will respond positively. But, like the Patriots in 1776, we must take a stand against tyranny and oppression for the Republic. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're doomed! We're doomed. It's finally happening, chat.
That sounds like some clanker logic to me.
What's your research going to look like now?
Very different.
Oh yeah, we've got, so each
This
one of
is
these
a
guys get different
focuses.
focus trees. So this is create a Western Defense Command. Since we
And then
claim to
basically
be
whether-
the real Americans, and our army is officially the United States Army, the command hierarchy remains unclear on many levels. As such, we will push for the creation of a Western Defense Command, an apparent detachment of the Army which will work independently and will reunite the Army and structure once the Civil War is won.
And then after that, it's whether or not which field marshal's plan do you want to go with, it looks like.
Yeah, pretty much. CIC John Leslie DeWitt's, which seems to lead to expand Engineer Corps, or CIC General Cartlet 90 Division Army Plan. Logistic security. Increase tank production and start Operation Glacier.
So I'm going to point out you probably don't have really the industry to deal with anything above even motorized.
Attention!
So the thing I want to do is I want to shore up this bulge here. If that makes sense. If I could get that. Because that would basically shore up that entire line. So that we're not have a big divot there. But I doubt we're going to be able to pull that off.
I mean, ideally what you want to do is actually try to run to the Rockies and secure the Rockies.
That would actually be a better idea.
I don't think we'll get there in time. Like,
I said ideally.
it would be lovely. Like, we can try Operation Kibichu, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Operation Kibichu. Get a little bit further.
You're just going to have to do over Z Tactics Kibs and grind this shit out.
It's gonna be hell, dude. Alright, what do we got for industry? We can make Springfields. Wait, is that the only military factory we have? Oh no, we have a whole whopping one. Oh no. Infantry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have the industry to do anything, really, other than just infantry.
We don't have the supplies for more than 2 at a time. We need to primarily focus our research on industry, all of it. And I like just work on getting it. I know it's far ahead, but at this point, it's everything on industry.
You have nothing else, yeah.
And then if we can get our excavation up, we can export goods, maybe. We have a standing navy. The enemy will not have access to the West Coast. We do not have control of the Panama Canal. We do not have control of Hawaii. And I do not have the troops to plan a naval invasion to Hawaii. We have this navy, and we have only 3 admirals loyal to us. This navy possesses 5 battleships, 2 battle cruisers, 5 heavy cruisers, 4 light cruisers, and 56 destroyers. So
That's
a
not
good
bad.
chunk of the Navy defected to us.
All probably out of San Diego.
And we have one more Navy to the north of them. Or no, wait, that's the same Navy. It's 2 different battle groups.
Yep.
Alright, well, we do have a Navy, so it's not the worst. We have an Air Force. War between you and Buddhists. Good luck, you guys need it. We got light bombers. Assign all air wings under the Army's command. Cast them
The
with their
biggest
skilled
issue I see
transport.
with your Air Force, they are all rookies.
So is the enemy, though. Okay. We have 30 days to prepare for war, is what I basically read. We're going to focus on building up the military industry.
You
When you-
kind of have to. Like,
I
what,
don't-
what option do you have?
I don't think MacArthur is going to focus on you
He's got
because he has
bigger problems.
2 big ass fucking
That's why I'm saying, like, you should try to, like, unironically seize the Rockies while you have the chance.
Right, it's New England. This might defect to Canada, which would be cursed. Now, Canada, we have positive relations with each other. If you're going to intervene, you better intervene on my side. You better. The question is there anything where we can talk to Canada about anything?
Probably not.
Canada is the only remnants of the British Empire for the most part. 'Cause that's where their king is. The Western governor defects to the ACC. Nice! We actually had a bunch of states actually join us.
Well, well, well.
Look at
Russia
that. The
runs.
Rockies idea ain't not bad now after all.
All right.
This could actually happen. This might be possible.
The true America grows stronger. Congress reconvenes in Sacramento. So Congress basically evacuated over here.
Yes, sir. Listen up.
Which is smart on their end.
I would like to make it like this if possible. Alright, we can enter convoys into production, which we should. Mayor Naval Shipyards, we do not have access to Brooklyn. Good thing I didn't fucking level them up. That would have been a mistake if I had done it. Okay, we do have access to more military factories. A whole 1. Yay!
So you're saying it's possible for me to make a battleship?
We might as well produce Ranger-class converted battleships into carriers. We don't have the industry support carrier groups.
The issue is you don't.
In fact, what we're going to do is we're going
Bunch
to
of
produce
destroyers.
little destroyers. For
Destroyers, maybe subs, and that's about it.
All destroyers, all running.
I'm just going to
Prediction stuff.
torpedoes. Mare Islands. There we go. Get those dockyards up. Alright, we must preserve the Constitution. By the time MacArthur seized power in D.C., many members of Congress had already fled the political violence engulfing Washington for safety of their own states. After the coup, some particularly conservative members stayed in their own states, or even returned to the capital to support MacArthur's junta. Others joined Reed's and Long's respective revolts against the federal authority, and a plurality, however, have come to Sacramento. Democrats, Republicans, and progressives alike have joined in the reconvened Western Congress to affirm their loyalty to democracy and the Constitution. Their first act was to recognize Quentin Roosevelt as the legitimate acting president and to give him authority to raise military forces needed to retake the East from the traitors and radicals.
Base.
When federal troops withdrew from the area of the Rocky Mountains, there were initially split responses. The governor of Nevada, Richard Kerman Sr., refused to allow federal troops to evacuate or abandon their equipment, but the governors of Idaho, Arizona, and Utah were more willing to accommodate the president. However, a recent regional conference of 4 governors in Salt Lake City has led to them deciding to collectively rely on the provisional government in California for protection and support. Apparently, most of them were led to this by clear abandonment by the Washington government. They have denounced MacArthur's takeover pro forma, and the Sacramento government has already sent in its own soldiers and airmen to occupy the abandoned bases in the West. The true America grows
Because
strong.
of your actions, maybe spurred that along.
This
That'd be
solution of the U.S.
interesting.
Navy. We welcome the Pacific Fleet, champions of democracy. So the Pacific Fleet is basically returned to us.
Yep.
That is
So you
good.
just got a bigger fleet now? Is that what's
I
happening?
think that was the Pacific Fleet. Yep, that is. I don't think that's any more ships. It's just this is the Pacific Fleet. I mean, we have 3 battleships there. Oh no, there's more actually. 10 submarines, 5 submarines. There should be a submarine commander. Seawolf. This
Yeah,
fleet,
okay.
additional heavy cruiser, 18 destroyers, submarines, and light cruisers.
Where are the aircraft carriers at?
I think sadly they're still probably in Pearl Harbor. Which means he might have the carrier group. We got a good chunk of it though. With the subs, we're going to launch a little sneaky squeaky thing.
Take Hawaii.
I think the first and biggest thing is our subs don't have the range to reach down there.
Correct.
Our fleet can't reach Hawaii. God damn it. Oh hey, Alaska sided with us. They chose the right side of history. Good job, Alaska.
Mhm.
Well, we're going to have to upgrade our fleet. I would like to strike at Panama Canal. If we take that, that would cut off all trade for all the powers over here, so they have to go around. But sadly, we can't do that yet.
Who took the Panama Canal though? In the thing?
MacArthur's forces, I believe, seized it. Yep.
Yep.
Honestly, it's cover right.
He also seized Puerto Rico. And yeah, Hawaii. It'd be nice if Hawaii didn't. Socialist forces capture Minnesota. No! Damn them.
Yeah.
I mean, considering how Minnesota was like a hotbed for them, I'm not surprised. But yeah, all the actions we had done basically determine how this war looks. New Mexico falls to Huey Long's government. The nation spirals further into chaos.
You putting soldiers out? Yeah. Okay.
Yep, there we are. Collins ousted by centrists. The Federalist government looks very bad. Iowa surrenders to the WCA. We're leading to the Civil War championships.
Iowa's above Missouri, kids. If you didn't know that.
Crush
below
these
Minnesota.
traitors. Okay, what do we got? The occupation of Northern Rocket will be in Bismarck soon enough. Wait, did they?
You took more.
Good.
So it's constantly doing that. You should probably move them up.
Yep, it automatically is. The front line, yep, it's adjusted.
Okay.
This is good. See, this is very good. The idea is that we let them fight each other, and then we just be happy with what we have. We got a good chunk of America.
I think you're gonna have de facto more. It's just the focus on one enemy.
The big thing here is I think we should rush these territories, if that makes sense. Because I have a feeling that these governments are going to
You
try to
want to
get...
control the Mississippi, definitely.
Man, the Mississippi's far away, dude. Mississippi
That's
is far
kids.
away.
Everything you're touching right now is the Mississippi.
Listen up.
And it would be nice if we could push into Texas a little. We'll set up plans to. Not that we'll actually do them, but I'm going to set up immediate offensives, because if the war trick's off, I want my plans active. This is good.
They chose.
They chose poor. This is fine by me, because all that means is that he's going to have a wider front to cover. And these states are now easily grabbable. Oh my god. Because of what we've done, we've really made that guy powerful. Longest victories in Tennessee. Damn. The Battle of Eads. Damn them. The capture of North and South Dakota. Wow, I've never seen it go this way. Okay. Because last time I played this mod, so you can actually make it... Oh my god. Well, that's good for us.
MacArthur is fucked.
I don't want MacArthur to fall. If he can be a constant eyesore over here, that would be ideal. He is pretty
doesn't have
cooked.
the manpower.
He's got New York. He
Right.
can conscript them. Oh, New York's actually under siege.
Yeah, no shit.
North Carolina falls to Baton Rouge's government. Jesus Christ. MacArthur is cooked.
Yes.
Federalists routed in Kentucky. Political violence. The fall of Bucharest.
Yes, from Bucharest.
Yeah, don't give a shit. You got bigger things. Deadline looms. England submits to MacArthur. Wow.
Okay, yeah, but that doesn't leave a whole lot.
Wait, what? What is this? What? Recruit militia into Wyoming? Oh my god, fuck. Just recruit. Recruit. Okay, so this is a mechanic. 2 militia in Wyoming. Okay, so what's this do? So if I get this, American Coalition creates light infantry division at 100% strength. Trained in Utah. Yes. So the reason why I waited to do that, because it would spawn divisions now. Longest uprising suppressed in New Jersey. And now we've got free divisions. Or a free division. And a free division is better than none.
Yep.
Yep. Free is free.
Attention.
What we're going to do is reorganize this front line now into a martial line. Reorganize the battle plan. Put pressure on this side. I would also like to put pressure. We could ideally secure this stuff. It would be wonderful to get to that river. Not gonna hold my breath though.
They don't look like they have that many forces on the side.
That's because they're
Well, it's
fighting is bad for a reach strike in Philadelphia. The war's begun.
wait. Okay, I was about to say.
I'm just hitting the play button. Right now we can start seizing territories. No.
Move out. Attention.
I wonder how the core mechanic is going to work on this.
Orders.
Because I have cores. Wait, do I have cores on them? I have cores on them. So as soon as I get them, they'll act as cores for me. Wait, no? Congress says claim on New Mexico. Oh no, I don't get good cores. So
Ready to move.
sadness.
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure you get cores, like regardless of which of these groups you play, if you like manage to unify the entire country or just win the Civil War.
I think if you take too long,
Listen up.
Canada's going to come down for the North.
I think so as well. I think the Entente will get tired of our shenanigans.
You can try to negotiate with Long. That's not how this works.
Please clap.
One.
Please clap.
Can we
I
negotiate
fucking
with
love
Long?
the Jeb Bush.
Or are you lying to me? You like that mod? Please clap. Like, he's just so ampy about it. He's just so mad. So we've got 2 different plans. I see
Through
nothing
events,
about...
through events, you can get cores during the war.
Okay, gotcha. They worked hard on this mod. That's what I hate about it. That's what I hate about it. So we've got 2 options. Major General John Lesas DeWitt, unlike many members of the staff who advocate for us aggressively assault the enemy positions, has proposed us to focus on a more careful advances with powerful consolidations. In his view, slow and steady advances paired up with a centralized high command will see our nation through this civil war. With him as commander-in-chief, America shall be free once again. So it's about who we put. Or we've got Brigadier General George Catlett Marshall.
Attack bonuses.
He was, yeah, 5% bonus division attack on core territories and defense on core territories. Now, if we don't have... We need to double check something. Do we not have... If these aren't considered cores... Yeah, Workers' Congress has a claim on it. Has a claim on it. Yeah, it just claims. So that's not core territory. I'm just having this guy pin them there while we basically take every tile that's adjacent to us so that we can put some pressure on them.
All in.
So what do you want to do? Defense bonus or whatever? Because that defense bonus is going to run out. It's not going to be nearly as useful if they...
The other thing that we get is population recruitable factor, which is 10%.
Cost
I
reduction
mean,
for land
Marshall's
doctrine.
Marshall's plan had the same thing.
Oh, did it? Yeah, it does. We'll take
Yep.
Marshall's plan. Cartlet's. He has a 90 division
Yeah,
army
we'll
plan.
roll for it. Yeah.
We're gonna try to be a bit more aggressive. This might backfire. We'll find out shortly.
Orders.
Right now we're seizing as much land as we can.
So click on the land that the areas that you've taken, Kibbs, and see whether or not they're core you.
They aren't. They won't be cored until we get an event, because the whole state is considered claimed. I assume we have to liberate the state, and then we get a core on it? That's how I'm going to assume that works.
Ready to move.
Get across that river.
Orders. Attention. Ready to move.
Well, you see, Marty,
All in.
chat wanted this.
Yes, sir.
Where the fuck are their militaries at?
They're on the east.
They're getting bogged down, so we're using this opportunity to grab as many tiles as we can.
Ready to move.
Yep.
Yeah.
This has a key oil field here. We want to grab that.
All in.
I do like how they actually mark like targets now like that. Now you know where the oil fields are.
Ready to move.
That was a good change to the game. The next update that adds field generals onto the map is going to be cool. Because I think you can actually do commando raids on generals. If that's possible, that'd be funny. Take Denver, that's a key fucking industrial hub. Or logistics node.
Ready.
Made
The
contact.
global population has not changed.
Volunteers from Ireland are arriving. Ireland!
Oh no.
Let's,
What if Germany gets involved? Some fucking Russian.
let's see. The syndicalists are receiving support from the French. I'm not surprised.
I mean, that tracks.
The military. I think we're the only one to receive volunteers from a foreign power. The Irish coming to our aid is actually a blessing.
Attention.
Right, these Marines can cross that river. Let's do it.
Listen up. Yes, sir.
El Paso is a peso or paso or fuck off. So, eep. Fucking scream.
Commands. Listen up.
What's the death tolls on any Kibbs?
There's nobody. I don't think anybody's died. I mean, somebody. There might be some minor fighting. No one's dead yet. On our side, at least.
Huh.
Ready to move.
2 new divisions popped up. Yeah, get out of there, boys.
Ready, sir.
No! That's not the country died. You feel sad about that, Fuzz? Or, wait, you're not Fuzzy. Hands? Hands?
Damn. How do you
No.
feel about that?
I'm not sad.
Yes, sir.
They're Chinese.
Ready, sir.
Oh, can you ping the? Because it says like a National Guard unit, right? Can you activate them as soon as you get them, like the entire state?
As soon as I get the militias, I can activate them. So that's what I've been doing through here. So I've just got 2
Yeah.
more militias up, and now I'm getting
Like
militias
that
from the
thing.
state I'm taking.
Because I think that's the way to win, just steamroll.
It will be at first, but then eventually what happens is it does eventually become kind of a stalemate unless you can break through.
Attention. Taking cover.
Marines are winning there.
All in. Listen up. Pushing them back, sir.
God. We're winning this.
Ready.
That's only because they're distracted. We've actually taken some significant ground.
Texas is the key one there.
I would love to push in there, but my troops are not there yet.
All in.
Santa Fe, though.
Ready. Move out.
You almost have Colorado.
I want to reconstruct the front line,
Go, go, go.
because it's turning into what we call the little extra front lines, because those nations separated caused a little bit of a goof thing. We can fix that easy. We set a front line plan for just a general advance, and then initiate offensive. Initiate offensive. We must take back America.
Ready to move.
Get to Bismarck.
Can you do overtures to fucking MacArthur telling him to
No, not really.
Not yet. Not unless there's events. Cat said there's events that'll occur, happen as the war drags on. Hawaii has joined the
Hawaii
Entente.
has-
Interesting.
Oh no.
Hawaii went sovereign. I mean, that's better than them doing other things. Yeah, so the governor just said, fuck it. I mean, I don't really blame him when he looks over here and is like, what the fuck?
You know what? Fuck it. I'll join whoever wins.
I think you liberated all of Colorado.
Ready to move.
No, no, you got one more section.
We also got almost ready for
Bottom
another 2
corner.
divisions. We're doing it. We're taking back our country. Conscription crisis in Quebec, not my fucking problem.
Ready to move.
That's a good thing. I think it's time to bring up another general, isn't it?
Not yet. Soon. We got those guys out of there. I'm gonna grab militia New Mexico. 1 militia will be raised. Well, let's grab ones where there's more. This state will give us 2. I think 2 is the highest. 3. 3.
3. Grab the 3, yeah.
Let's just double check. Okay, that's 3. From Los
I
Angeles.
would say you probably just want bodies more than anything, because militia is still going to be trash. Doesn't matter what you do.
I think we're gonna want superior firepower doctrine, unless this mod changes something. That'll give us a soft
Soft
attack.
attack.
Yeah,
bonus
the issue with
for
superior
infantry.
firepower is honestly like one of the strongest doctrines.
I'm
if
glad
not
the
strongest.
next expansion is reworking doctrines. So the doctrines you actually are things that evolve and not things that just.
Or it's like you just pick the one that gives you the best bonuses. Because it's like the mass assault doctrine. It's like, why would you ever pick that?
Alright, all of Colorado is now yours.
We're making progress. We're making progress, little Buckster. Right, push on the Federalist front. Push on the longest front. We'll activate a push on the longest front. That will give us 90 days. No, let's not do that.
Plus attack bonus against them.
We wait. The Dream of Santa Cruz is fulfilled once more. We're good for Santa Cruz. I'm gonna wait till things start stalling a little, I think.
Mhm.
Right now we're winning on every side of the front. Quentin Roosevelt, he gets a plus 10% political power bank gain, and he's actually bringing stability back to our country. So he's actually doing a good job. Now the offensive will stall out. It's just a question of when. But so far we've actually made a buffer state more or less of territory.
You have quite the amount of manpower for what you're doing, so yeah.
Yep, pretty much as soon as they get troops over to where you are. Honestly, Longs, he's probably going to be the weakest because he has to spread his army out the most.
You're gonna use that volunteer force from Island Kids, or you're just gonna let them sit back and behind?
They should be moving on their own. They're not underneath my
yeah,
command.
they're volunteers. They're not.
So they're just gonna sit there.
Thanks, Ireland. You're just sitting there. I was like, I don't want to help. I see you look. I wouldn't even be surprised. Okay.
I mean, honestly, they're probably treating this like the Spanish Civil War.
They're treating like the Spanish Civil War. They want to get their cheeks up here.
Ready to move.
Henry Arnold has a good attack. I don't have commandos. How do you add an army to the front line? I always forget. Pick on the little. I can't remember. I can't remember.
Yes, sir.
It's easier just to
Just
delete.
click on the unit, then right-click the army.
Ready, sir.
No. How do you add a front line to a field marshal line?
Oh, you have to basically redraw the front line with the field marshal.
That's what I was afraid of.
I would not do it because it would redistribute everyone. You honestly should have just left it.
I did. We're going to make a larger push in the south. His army is going to be just assigned to here.
As you get more and more on him, and then it'll be worth redrawing the lines later.
And then he's going to be like, this is his idea. to sweep up.
He's got like 3 divisions, Gibbs.
He has 3 divisions currently. He'll also be supporting the other army's offensive.
Please clap.
It's funny. Don't lie. 90 division army plan. Reduces training plan. Prepared artillery. Mountaineers. Military factory. We want that factory.
You don't need mountaineers either because you're already past the mountains.
Yep. I need to get to that military factory because
Mountaineers also have a bonuses to hill fighting, though.
the big thing I'm seeing is the factories. I'm seeing the quickest...
Honestly, yeah, you want the stuff that gives you free military factories. That's what you want.
Because we can, like, I can train a division, but I don't have any supplies for them. And by trying to train them, they're going to consume supplies.
Yeah, you don't want
So I think I'm just going to not.
Now, I could have told you a really cheesy tactic you can do with this game. Not like just with this mod. It's like it is like a core fundamental part of the game. You could have put divisions in the manpower bank, as it's referred to as, where you queue up, unironically, like hundreds of divisions before the event triggers. And then after everything settles down and you have the army you want, you put them back in the manpower pool by deleting them from training. It's really cheesy, but it works.
We're slowly taking it back, fishies. Three more divisions are about to pop up, and then we'll send them to the other army there. Yeah, the push in Texas is going to be the big thing.
Yeah, because that'll give you a lot of manpower. No, not man. Well, I should say manpower, but like divisions. Oh no, the Austrian-Hungarian war is going on.
Nice. Europe's looking...
That's a big fucking fat Hungary.
I'm a chunky boy. Uh-oh, they're doing that thing where they screech autistically. Historically, whenever they do that, they normally get smaller. They normally get... You get modern day Hungary.
That's usually how it goes.
That's why modern day
the
Hungary is so
armies,
goddamn tiny.
It's the battle of the 5 armies.
Fucking
And then,
feels like it.
yeah, honestly, and then at the end of the war, everyone's like, yeah, but you helped the people I didn't like, so let's just take some territory up from you.
Rise of the Russian state. This is not good. What did Russia do?
That's,
They're getting kind of authoritarian. That's okay. That's just Russia.
They look at you. Have you heard about this guy? His name is Lenin.
He shouldn't have been around. Not in this timeline. Yeah, I think if there's a mod that reduces the pop-ups, like, this would be a little bit more fun. Because some of those pop-ups are like, there's a lot of them. I think I'm just not going to read them all next time. Some of them are interesting. We're just going to focus on the ones that are relevant.
you're going to start compressing down on the top kibs.
Yep.
And you're going to start meeting more and more resistance. And I think you should probably stop at some certain point and focus on the south.
That's why all new divisions are heading to the south to push up the American People's Government out of Texas. We're slowly pushing into Texas.
I got Ireland is just sat there.
Yeah, real useful. Thanks for showing up, buddy. Thanks for showing. Fucking assholes. Fucking pretend to come help, not actually gonna help. The goal is to try to take as much territory while the bubbles are green. Because I think we have the largest chunk now.
Yeah, but that largest chunk is also
Useless.
Please clap.
You're like, oh my fucking god. Military factory? There we go. We need that.
And also decreases the cost of producing said equipment.
Yep. Alleviates our economy a bit. This is going very good. More reinforcement divisions are arriving to continue to put pressure on Texas. Texas is folding across the board.
for now.
Bit of back and
I want to
forth.
say the issue with this type of warfare is eventually you reach an equilibrium point where you can't push into them and they can't
As long
push
as
into you.
he is trapdoor swinging across the southern coast,
He should be fine for a while, yeah.
yeah. At that point, he'll start to overrun even the Syndicalists in the fucking Michigan area.
Congratulations, you made it past North Platte.
Canada moves towards authoritarianism. Okay. Canada, be nice to me. Canada,
Canada has a lot of people on your border.
if they do something, I'll scream. I'll do it. What
If
can
they
I
do
press?
something, you're going to have to drastically pull back your front lines because you're not going to be able to defend it all.
He could start popping National Guard units in the back line and just have them as a reserve.
I just noticed something about that guy's portrait that I don't like.
I wish I could negotiate that.
It looks like his left eye is a bit deformed.
What, King
Yeah.
Edward?
He says it looks like you have good relations with them, Gibbs.
I do. They don't want to give me equipment, sadly. I was going to ask if they would give me material support.
Wait,
Yeah,
no, hold on.
non-aggression
No, hold on, Kibbs. What do
treaty.
you have queued up for training?
Nothing.
No. So unironically, pop a bunch of them in queue.
But what about my guns?
No. So Kibbs, just pop a bunch of people in training. Now ask him for equipment.
That didn't change anything.
Okay. No, it does. Because basically your need is greater on paper because you look at all these people in training. I need guns.
Metagaming, fucking you meta.
Hold on. Gibbs, can you ask him for a non-aggression treaty or whatever?
No, he won't
He
accept it.
can, but yeah, they won't accept it.
That's not a good sign.
What are they like me because we're trade partners and we're similar ideology. I mean, trade partners is strong enough for them not to bother me, because a trade partner helps them.
Usually, but if they say they're going more authoritarian, that might change.
Yeah.
Now we got more divisions going to the south, and I'm sending all the divisions we get out of these cities directly there.
7 militia.
Holy
Pretty
shit.
good.
Something wrong.
So yeah, the southern thrust is going to go very strong. And we're just going to basically like wrap around them, and that's going to cause them to implode, by the way.
Yes, that's exactly what I want, because I don't want you swinging, trying to side cut the fucking
Syndicalists.
the workers' Congress.
Rebels fighting for the constitutionalist cause elsewhere in the United States have made contact with our government and are offering us salvaged weapons. That is nice. Alright, now we're going to do a push on the longest front,
Yes.
because now we're starting to hit them really hard.
Yep, you want to push in there as hard and as fast as you can. How is your relationship with Mexico? Probably okay-ish.
Not good. They're syndicalists. They don't like us. Well, they're not syndicalists, they're Raffle. It's red. It's some form of flavor of socialism.
Man,
It's not-
Jesus,
some flavor of
Guam.
socialism.
We will not forget this.
We'll be back.
As Japanese reconnaissance planes circled around Guam, hopes for German protection evaporated with the German fleet too far away. So the Germans didn't intervene. Because of,
I think the Germans are focused on their own shit right now.
Yep.
by the way, that's gonna piss us. Japan, I'll remember
I
that.
mean, they might try to snipe away.
No, Hawaii's part of the crown now.
There's only one legation city left, and it's called Shanghai. Everything else is gone. Europe is in absolute chaos. Hungary is going to be very small after this, I feel.
Yeah.
Hungary made a mistake, as usual. And every time, Hungary's always like, "Wee," and then Hungary's just tiny. Or gone.
The Austro-Hungarian Empire will be
Just the
founded,
Austrian.
but not the way the Hungarians thought they would go.
Bucky got a membership!
Like Grumpy.
Who did it? Grumpy?
I just said.
Gumpy El Gumpstar. Yeah, he's a whoop name. Longest rebels
Yeah,
rise in
maybe this
Kentucky.
Bucky normally likes to buy his own memberships, not be gifted.
No. I don't even buy my own membership. I do this so I can arbitrarily make an enemy.
Arbitrary. All right.
You're 7
Don't worry,
now.
that Irish force will make sure that the fucking San Fran Bay will stay safe. Weathergirders.
Nothing helps infantry. Sadly.
Logistics is always good.
Early mobilization might not be bad.
Getting our factories faster, which is still a W. We need to get population after that. Canada supports the federal government. How dare they interfere in American affairs?
Fucking knew it.
They sided with the wrong side of history.
Well, it's because they're authoritarian, right? So they're going to be siding with the authoritarian guy.
Six Semper Tyrannis.
4th of July. Minus 10, just arbitrarily.
That is active.
Please clap.
Yay! No, somebody died. Ireland's gonna send me stuff? Fine, some fucking breaks. Okay, the recruitable population factor needs to be addressed.
Yep.
Yep, because you're burning
You're
through
running
manpower.
out. Yeah, you're running out, so.
We also need to reshuffle the lines, regardless of what Haynes says.
I see America is doing well.
We're about to push to Minnesota. Push it to... We're pushing slowly into Texas. The Panhandle.
Yeah. Okay.
More guns. More guns is all
Pretty
we...
much.
Ah, shit. We have other things we need.
Yeah.
We need support equipment. And then we need... What else? Chat bitches. Like, chat bitches. And then light tanks and our towed artillery. Alright, let's start with the simple. And a little baby light tank. And you can be produced by the Pacific Car Factory. Because, you know, that's the only company loyal to me. That's the only company. It's like, we make cars! You make tanks now. It's like, okay. No, okay.
Slightly armored cars.
Put a little cannon on it. Good to go. These bubbles are good. This is causing a total collapse on their front line here. We're sweeping them, which is good.
That said, of all the factions that you need to deal with, they're also the one with the most land that they can give up.
Yep. Because again, they're fighting two different forces.
No, they're fighting three.
Well, it's not really a fight on this side, no, is it?
No, sure. I'm just saying they're up against three. He's up against... Gibbs is only up against
Why
two.
did they have you building shit for Washington? What's up with that?
I don't know. I'm building factories up there. The 7-yard crisis resolved. I don't care what that means. I don't care what any of that means. Okay, that is now... Give me divisions. It's only produced one. Go for the twos.
Like, if you wait longer, do you get more militia when you call upon them, or is it just this is what you get, period?
I could try, but I'm worried about waiting because this advantage we
No,
have is going.
I understand. I don't know if it tells you anywhere if that's how it works.
Issues, they're starting to push back up there a little bit. There's a very big army up there. So all, I think, update, we'll have to create a new army and send the new army north. Another country's gone
that
down.
was to be expected.
Austrian has come to your aid, kids.
Our friends in the Austrian Empire sent us a shipment of infantry equipment. I mean, I think historically the Austrian Empire actually had good relations with the United States for a while. So that's good. We just need to keep pushing hard down to these guys.
You know, there might be a pocket in the south along the Mexican border you might be able to pull off, but I don't know.
Don't think so. They're attacking hills. It's best to just keep pushing them. They're collapsing, and that's the only good news I have.
If you could break them and free up some of those forces, that would help you.
That's gonna take a while.
Yeah, because that's
He's
The
gotta
push
get
in the
all
north
the
is
way
actually
to-
the new problem.
Yes, sir.
New army. Somebody who's got good defense. You're the best bet. You have infantry command? You do. There you go. And you're going to go to what we call containment. Now we need to pump out more divisions.
The Battle of the Bulge.
We can push back to take that river back because they pulled back.
Yeah.
We're very close to Dallas. 90 division plan is now in effect. Crossing the Rockies. We've already done that. Motorization program will reduce the trucks. I don't use trucks, but that will give me a military factor there. The Joint Chiefs gives us 20%. Land warfare breakthrough, that's good. But I think I
Recruitable
want...
populations, anything?
I'm just seeing what's down here. That's good. We're gonna go down this side hard. Yeah, I think Long's government is in deep shit. He had a massive he's having massive problems, I think. He's not even launching an offensive against the People's Congress. We're actually halting them there, which is impressive. Come on, fishes, come on. Texas must be liberated quickly. Once we pop out divisions there, we're going to pop out the next twos. Which sadly is so far away, but it doesn't matter. Then we'll continue to re-bolster up the north with more divisions to slow them the fuck down. I don't want to press that button on my arm. You little monkey. He's like, I'm not a monkey. I'm a chatfish.
Ready to move.
Gets mad. Right there, ready. The last two is that one. Yes, the south, breaking to the south here is going to be the big victory.
And
The
you've
Bulge
now
formed.
cut off that bubble, Kib, so in Texas.
This I don't like. Just gonna redraw this.
Commands.
Be explicitly that. Also, I think of tightening it up so they're more focused. Something like just focusing. Nope, wrong button. I meant to click this button. Focusing specifically on this bubble. That bubble is the biggest concern I have.
Yep, because they're going to keep flooding through. That said, they don't have too many men to spare.
We pocketed a couple of them.
Listen up.
I mean, that's 3 divisions that
Good,
you
you
can,
cut them off.
Yeah, 3 divisions you can kill. And that they don't have.
Let's go.
The Irish division's finally coming to help. Oh my god. Alan's like, okay, we'll stand here. And that's better than nothing, actually.
It is 1 tile you don't have to defend. And it's probably a proper military unit, rather than just militia.
What's Bucky eating?
Chocolate chip cookies. He's like,
Listen up.
looks at you. He's like,
Creamy chicken pasta.
You gonna share some?
Yeah, with myself.
damn. Fuzzy just crawls on the ground screaming. Beep. My god. I mean, why not? Why can't my factories be faster?
Have you even attached field hospitals to your fucking units yet?
I don't even have the supplies to do that. I could, but that would
It's
make my
just-
divisions worse. That would actually ruin their
Gibbs just thinking
organization.
about his men.
No, that would fuck up their organization. And right now, that would be a very, very, very bad idea.
Disastrous, yeah.
Yeah.
Sabotaged. Wow, look at that. You got spies fucking up your backline.
I mean, I think he'll be fine in the long run as long as he can stabilize that northern front.
No,
But it looks like the, I'm guessing those are the communists are pushing in the south also. Are they?
they're not pushing. There's no
They're,
bubbles.
labor.
They're not even attacking. It's just me.
Yeah.
Please clap.
Yep.
Okay.
Slam. Increase tank production. And by tank production, I mean guns. We're doing good.
Check your militia.
Attention.
Okay. There's 7 divisions up there now. Support from the resistance. That's very good. Resistance is good boys. They get good boy points for being good boys. Partial mobilization. Next up, we raise the conscription law. Army requisitions civilian trucks. Well, I mean, that's good. That pocket's kind of
cleared.
agitating.
Attention.
Those are hills or mountains?
Abort.
Those are probably considered mountains. Yep, they're mountains. Mountain tiles. We almost pushed them to the glorious Caribbean.
I mean, they'll fall eventually. It's just that it's still a pain to have to wait that long.
Listen up.
So Seki, the issue is the reason that Bulge is there is he doesn't have the manpower in the north.
Oh, does he not realize that? That happens. That happens. We do not have the manpower to cut off anything up there. We've got
Looks like the bulge is fixed a little bit.
Well, that's just because he's stabilizing the front and they're
Yeah.
backing away from attacking.
Yeah, no, let's not
Yeah.
push. We're using the guns down here. We cannot afford another Clendatu. Clendatu. Clendatu, chat. Yep. Long is weak. He spread himself. He got the most territory, but because he got a huge chunk of territory, he had a massive border he couldn't cover. And now we're
Yeah, if
exploiting
you
that.
can, if you can absorb all those resources, you'll be fine. Which it looks to be speeding up your territorial conquests of the south.
This perpetual bubble here can go straight to fucking hell. Can go straight to... I'm gonna try to tie them.
Mountains were always good defensive areas for a reason. Oh, one fell.
Yep, I know. I pinned them. We gotta clean up that little pocket of 3 divisions, and then once we have them mopped up, we should be able to readdress those divisions further back in.
Ready, sir.
Portugal has joined the Entente. The Entente. Good for them. Across the Rocky Mountains, officer instruction, division organization plus 10%. That will help our divisions hold out longer. Next up, we increase our population. We switch to limited conscription. How bad are our logistics? Ooh, they're bad. They're bad is the
You
answer.
still don't have that many fucking
Factories.
factors, yeah.
That's why
Any doctrinal stuff that you can poke at?
I could probably take bold attack for every level up. The Chilean-Argentinian War, don't care. It just doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter.
Let them have it.
Oh my god, you little fuckers, you're gonna die. You can try, you can whine, you can
last
scream.
Stand. Pop last stand, do it. 100% of the time, pop last stand.
I just hate that they need to remove it from the video game. It's magic, but it's you can't magically stop yourself from being overrun. You just are overrun.
Ready, sir.
Alright, time to launch an attack against the Syndicalist dogs. Now that they've abandoned their front line for whatever fucking reason. And retake what they took on that side of the river.
I'm gonna tell you what, Kibbs. In the Battle of the Bulge, when the Easy Company was surrounded, you know what they didn't do?
What?
They didn't get overrun. They said they have us surrounded. Those poor bastards.
Yeah, they actually just sat there, and there's some debate as to whether or not they even needed saving, considering how well they were holding out.
Yeah.
Well, they need to be relieved because they were running out of food.
Well, no, they needed to be eventually relieved, but the idea that it's like, no, we have to get there as fast as possible, otherwise they'll fall, that's the part that's kind of in contention.
I mean, their supplies did get pretty low. There we go, chat. We're doing it. We're winning. Oh, it's the majority of the country's my color almost. Just like, whoop, and start screaming. That stupid fucking cavalry division can go straight to fucking hell is all I have to say about him. Alright, time to change the limited conscription. And then next up we raise it to war economy.
That'd be nice.
Short factories pump out stuff faster.
You are slowly gaining population recruitability.
Syndicalist uprising in Georgia. It doesn't matter. That's over there.
Yeah.
Far away from Gib, as far as I'm concerned.
The Northeast is also looking like quite the battleground.
Well, that's because that's where all MacArthur shit is. That's where
Yeah,
all those fucking divisions kids recruited early on and didn't delete.
Oh god.
Oh, sadly,
Yeah.
they patched that out. So how it works is they just spawn divisions now. 'Cause-
Yeah, you don't get to keep like a massive army. Otherwise, it is too broken for them or MacArthur.
Or like setting up to train units and then deleting the manpower.
No,
after the
they
switch over.
can't really do that. But like specifically where it's like, well, I just get the army of the United States. Like that's not something that they can just get.
Looks like they're holding out quite well.
Yes,
They kept
because as
pushing.
MacArthur, what you should do is basically get defensible ground, hold that ground until the three in the west start fighting each other, then you slowly start eating territory.
Or me.
Because as the more he pushes into Long's territory, MacArthur's going to push into Long as well, and the Syndicalists.
Which is correct. Moving through the south is probably the easier of the two and the more strategic value.
Looks like they're still pushing the communists back.
So, Mythic, I'm going to tell you something, and you're going to hate the answer, but it is the correct answer. Paradox hates fun, so arbitrarily, supply hubs take an age and a half to build. That is the actual reason. People were breaking the supply system too much, so they made a supply hub take an ungodly amount of build units to make.
It's
Yes, sir.
Paradox, what can you say?
Heaven fucking forbid it takes an age and a half to make a massive flat area to store shit. It's the same reason why Russia is such a fucking annoying hellhole to run through.
Yeah, because this in most of the country, the center and the Siberia, well, obviously Siberia, but a good chunk of it just not well infrastructured.
Oh no, it is specifically designed to not be well infrastructured.
Yeah.
Syria declares independence. Lemao. It screams.
If we get to execute Huey Long, that'd be funny.
I mean,
I hope so.
technically speaking, if we
He's a
win,
traitor!
he would be a traitor to the United States. Just say, you want
I don't have
Wasn't it
artillery
dispersed?
companies.
You also don't have support companies, do you?
When it would give recovery rate to Horkies. To Wokies? I think integrated support, because we don't even have artillery lines in our fucking division. Like, look,
You don't.
it's just blocks, and it's support. So,
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well,
whichever one is support companies, that's the one you want.
integrated support. Because support companies, we don't have dedicated line artillery behind our divisions. We can't afford that. Start Operation
That is
Glacier.
basically the artillery is the cheap man's breakthrough unit.
The object
just make it
of Operation Glacier is to secure a lodgement area on the Midwest from which further offensives can be developed. The lodgement area must contain sufficient infrastructural support to maintain a force of at least 15 divisions across the Rockies, preferably. The funny part is I already pushed back that, but what that will do is that does give us a 10% bonus to speed and 5% bonus to attack.
Basically, so long as you're on the offensive, you're good.
We're taking the longest front bonus again, because again, most of our front is on him.
Yeah, if you're hyper aggressive as the West or the Constitutional Coalition, you can do well for yourself.
Yep, we're doing it. We're touching the Caribbean now.
I wonder what Huey Long is thinking right now.
I chose the wrong side of history is what he's thinking. Fucker. What good old John Silas Reed. Okay, so the guy I chose to run the Syndicalists is actually ousted. That'll teach them. The Minnesotans can't even lead the communist right. God damn.
Yes, we know you're stage incompetent.
Douglas MacArthur is actually doing relatively well, probably because of all the pressure we're putting on them on this side.
Yep,
You don't know-
you're
yep.
alleviating his front.
He's either at Georgia or almost to Georgia by now.
So we're gonna lead that attack.
So Juan,
press.
here, I understand where you're coming from, Juan. Here's the thing: at this point, the different factions, you have to kill each other. You can't all of a sudden say we should be allies. That's not how this game works.
Yeah, no. Like, think about it. From our perspective, MacArthur helped create the situation. He literally deposed the rightful president.
Yeah, no, literally initiating War Plan White.
Literally. He initiated War Plan White without Congress's approval. And so now we are literally the American Constitutional Coalition. Pretty much the remnants of the government that stayed true to democracy fled to the West Coast quickly and then immediately launched a counterattack.
Yeah, and I'd also want to point out, Juan, Long also defected from the U.S. and made his own United States. He is still a traitor, yes.
No, either way, moving on. Long will become short, indeed. That little division, cooked. There we go. Little pocket, tickled.
Hey, look.
Duh, they're doing
They press the
the
button.
fucking
That's the sound Kid makes when someone presses the button.
oh my god, yes.
Your faction is basically the anti-enclave.
Pretty much. Because they actually care. We're the only faction that stayed true to the American
You need
values.
to keep pulling in National Guard units, because or militia units.
I don't think I
Yep,
can.
because you should have
anymore.
more territory where you can pull from.
Nope. The problem is they called from the territories they took. The reason why I was able to do that was because they hadn't called on those militias.
Please clap.
Operation Glacier is now in effect, Chatfish.
You
Crossing
might as well.
Attack plus 5% is good.
for
yeah.
mountains for regular infantry, which will be still good.
That's gonna be needed when you push it in the northeast.
Yeah, which is fine.
Goddamn filthy syndicalists.
We freed a good chunk of our country.
Could you surround Baton Rouge without taking it, Kibbs, and then just fuck everything in Huey Long sector?
Theoretically. Ireland sending more artillery? Thank you, Ireland. Ireland is best friend of America, unlike Canada.
Ireland remembered what the U.S. did for the Irish.
What did they do for the Irish?
I don't know, they accepted them or something.
They took all the criminals.
Yeah, you can work on railroads.
With the recent fall of Nebraska, the American Constitutionalist Coalition, the morale amongst the longest troops has fallen to a new low. There's events for these things. Nice. There are even reports that small amounts of troops have begun to desert the longest army and make their way to the Constitutionalist lines to fight for the American Constitutional Coalition.
I like how
he's
taking
imploding.
Nebraska.
It's like,
triggered
hold
the-
on. The dude on the front line on the long side's like, hold on, I need to take a piss. Runs to the fucking inside. I want to join you guys.
Oh, hey guys, I'm back from the piss.
Shoots
Pretty
him dead.
much.
I do like how that is triggered by taking fucking Nebraska and not like taking significant chunks of Texas.
Nebraska is the midpoint of the map.
We're taking Houston,
It is. It is.
and now we've
Yeah,
cut off
Houston, now nuke
those
it.
5 divisions. More desertions. Jesus
Yep.
Christ.
Steamrolling the desertions.
Their army's collapsing is what's happening.
Ready, sir.
Now you've almost taken all of Nebraska.
Ready to move.
Okay, no. We just keep focusing on industry.
Seki is like, friendship ended with Canada. Ireland is my new best friend now.
Ireland actually is helping me. Canada's probably helping
Again,
us.
it's because Canada's authoritarian, so they're supporting the authoritarian candidate.
They are a Conservative Party candidate, authoritarian Democrat. That's what's cursed. That's
Sword.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But it's like, what? Alright, they're collapsing there.
Paradox Swedish logic will make me hurt too much.
Like
This
you-
is a paradox. This is the mods, like writers and all that.
Yeah.
Even
Fuzzy,
worse.
Pay attention.
Fuzzy. Racist. Oh my god. Well, this mod adds a bunch of shit that I just don't understand. I mean, I understand
You
it.
can read it.
It adds a one where it's like it doesn't show you anything. Like, what does it do? Then you click on it. It's like it ends the campaign. It's like, well, piss.
And you probably do more doctrine stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Manpower went up a good bit after all those desertions and territory.
Oh, speaking of, there's a whole mechanic I keep forgetting about in this entire goddamn game.
Move out.
We can give medals. It's like, whoa.
Don't you also need to redraw the entire front line?
Soon. Soon, brother Bucky.
Keep in mind that uses political power and
Oh,
quite
that's
a bit of it.
cursed. Damn. I want to pin medals on divisions because those medals.
Yeah, no,
get
the
bonus.
issue. Here's the thing.
It should be
would
based on
really
army
cool.
experience, in my opinion.
It should, but the issue is if you did that, you can grind army XP a lot faster than you can grind fucking political points.
Yeah, and I need to use that to raise the conscription. Or
And
raise-
again, it's not cheap. It's 15 political points per medal.
MacArthur's getting big.
Yes, because Long and the Syndicalists don't have as much troops on his front, so he's pushing into them.
They also don't have fucking resources or fucking factories.
Yeah. It's just a complete collapse.
Like, MacArthur did the right thing. It took the Northeast.
Oh, yeah.
Pushing them back, sir. Keep on attacking.
To Baton Rouge. You can take their capital.
It's fucking impossible.
Gibbs very
MacArthur
brave.
goes to Costa Rica to continue his fucking resistance.
Equiption capture rate, please. That way I can capture some of the guns and then give them back to my boys.
Kids, unironically, it is why maintenance crews are considered really good. because they up your equipment capture rate, even if they're not on mechanized units.
Rapid upscaling of factories. Make them produce guns faster. Faster.
You're about to get the crossing the Rocky Mountains.
Yep, we are.
Do you want to use some of your army
Which
XP to not do your doctrines, but your other stuff for the military?
Operation Glacier is done. Joint Chiefs of Staff. That will help with land warfare. For the doctrines. And this will be good. Defense logistics. Wait, does that give me something? Adds 1 special forces branch specialism. No.
Basically,
have
you get
it.
army rangers as a group. this unit.
Protecting Colombia. We shall begin the trials against the traitorous generals who joined the factions. Oh my god, based.
Our own little Nuremberg.
Yep. So it looks
What's
like
the Army
they're
Rangers one?
absolutely collapsing. It just gives us another specialization thingy for Rangers. But we don't have any, and I also can't afford to recruit any. Not right now, anyways.
That said, the army rangers, if it's like the base game, are really fucking good.
Okay, let's just take a look at the world real quickly. Italy's on fire. Okay, good.
Hungary still exists somehow.
What? Austria, why did you let them go? Austria, you forgive them. But you made them smaller.
Retarded.
Did they change their government?
They're smaller, is the most notable thing. Social conservative. Interesting. Germany's doing alright. They haven't actually deteriorated any further, so they're not doing terribly.
The Russians are getting bogged down in pointless wars.
They're basically trying to restore the Russian Empire. Basically take all these little stands. India's embroiled in the three-way. China's looking kind of peaceful.
China is stable somehow.
China's China-ing.
The Qing government has reinstated its governorship over those territories. I'm surprised.
Japan's just kind of chilling, honestly.
Argentina's embroiled in the civil war with Chile, and also syndicalist Argentina. Okay. The syndicalists are fighting against the Argentina. I would help them, the Argentinians, but I can't. I'm embroiled in my own problems. We are pushing into Minnesota. Good, good. Minneapolis shall pay for its sins. No. No.
Your recruitable population is going up again.
Yep. Kids, show what India's like. He just did.
India looks like shit. He's like, eep, and starts screaming.
No, like on the map, not on the street level.
Deep. The stupid rivers. That's where we're getting bogged down. And they're doing that stupid last stand thing, like they always do.
Learn to hate. Hate them. What are France and Britain doing? Being syndicalists.
Being communists and preparing for a war. I want war economy. I want war economy now.
Yep, you got about 30 more to go. You ran out of the that push thing.
Battlefront, the Socialist Front. Look at the
Yes,
Socialist.
it will be harder once he starts pushing into MacArthur, because then the defenses will be consolidated, and it will effectively be one full staffed front, rather than a enemy that's fighting on 2 or 3 fronts.
But we have a majority of the country now under control.
Yes.
And Alaska to boot.
Yes, it's a rush to eat up as much as possible before you run into the other mighty opponent. MacArthur's being special there. I see that one line in the...
He's strutting himself then if he does it. Second Irish Revolution.
Yeah.
No, Ireland, no!
Yes.
Oh, they became syndicalists first.
You got syndicalists in your backline now.
Ireland was helping me. They left. Oh, wait, no, what? Ireland's still here? What? Irish Socialist
That means
Republic.
it was a political revolution that fully took over the government, and they didn't actually trigger a civil war.
I don't expect any more Lend-Lease stuff from Ireland anymore.
Sadness.
Yeah, we're really pushing in there now.
And unironically, might actually stall your offensive. Because they were giving you a bunch of, like, really important equipment.
Yeah, and proper military units.
No, they gave him, like, one unit. The big thing was the equipment.
The equipment is
The
negligible.
only thing they gave were volunteers.
We're already
And,
at
like,
minus
one
14k.
volunteer.
We're using no guns. We're just throwing bodies at them.
And winning somehow.
Yeah, because
Accepted an offer.
No, that they were called. Desertions at the front. Works for me.
That's good.
Soft attack bonus. Again.
Let's go. Let's go.
French Republic took one state. We're at the gates of Minneapolis, Chad.
Listen up.
Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. Everything's on fire.
Yeah, you're getting slowed by the rivers.
Yup.
They'll do that.
Pushing through other areas, though. That's the good news. And their industry's absolutely imploding.
You're almost to
If
MacArthur.
not by you, then by MacArthur eating them.
Yeah, we don't want MacArthur taking Baton Rouge.
We're going fast. and
Honestly,
fast.
that might be what he's trying to snake to.
Yes, I 100% think that he's trying to do that. Then he's trying to cut off the capital from Florida.
Not the Floridians. Like, yeah. Start screaming. Attacks are going hit or miss up there.
Yeah, manpower went down quite a
You
bit.
150,000 kids. Don't click anything. Yeah, 150 for manpower.
Yep, time to get that factory up. Bourgeois. Can the Carlos come back from this? Spain,
No.
Spain, how are you feeling? I don't feel so good. Oh, what are you talking about? You're doing fine. They lost, like, their capital, but, like, they're actually winning the war, so fuck off. They're actually winning the
Hi, kids.
You have the political power.
nationalist government
You
elect.
can go up to war economy.
It's now time to make our factories go faster. This is total mobilization at this spot. It does hurt
Total
political power, but
mobilization.
It's actually good.
Kind of. It also drastically decreases your recruitable population factor.
Fuck it. What is going on here? Why is this a big gap game? Want to explain? Explain what you're doing here? Explain what you're doing? You have to, no, it's a secret. It's-
One of your armies is not assigned to front.
Orders.
All armies
The
are
one that
assigned?
doesn't have arrows gives.
No, it's receiving orders from the field marshal. It's acting on the field marshal plan.
Yeah. Weird.
Walkie-talkies? I don't want walkie-talkies. Back in business. What's that mean? Oh, that's not help out. With the U.S. Air Force? I mean, we can.
I don't think that would help you at the moment.
While CAS does win wars, you also need industry to use CAS.
Electronics research. Damn.
I think Italy's being consolidated.
Oh, cursed. Oh, cursed.
I'm
Syndicalists Mussolini.
I'm noticing a pattern.
The syndicalists are gaining a lot of power everywhere else.
Also, do you notice that fucking massive syndicalist alliance going on?
Oh yeah, well that's so the big antagonist in this game isn't the Axis, it's the Syndicalists. So Italy will join them, and the Syndicalists will form like this thing, and they're like the late game threat. Usually, they're the guys you have the big war with. The big goal is to make sure the syndicalists don't win revolutions everywhere. Because if they do, then all of a sudden it'll be the Third International will be like way too powerful.
They're surrounded cubes.
Like it's just standing there like, "Ooh."
Come on, move out. Attention.
Desertion to the front, welcome to liberation. Numbers are collapsing, as usual. Minneapolis has been freed.
Your recruited population cubes is fucking dying.
It is. We'll raise that next. That's because we're launching an all-out offensive.
Ah, I bet, but you've been doing that forever now.
Yup. Well, also, every territory we take is more occupation. Conquer we must when our cause is just.
Please clap.
Please clap. Here's a clap.
Yeah, about to lose all your recruitable population.
It's fine. The Qing government declared war on the Chongqing government. The stupid
Kib just needs to
list.
get to Baton Rouge.
I don't think he's gonna.
No,
Yeah, I mean,
we're not really. We're gonna have to halt the offensive
Eh.
soon.
Yeah, 0.
Yeah, I know. But I'm gonna keep pushing while the bubbles are green for a little bit more, and then we'll stop. Because remember, this is my last chance to grab whatever territories I can.
Yeah,
Or
because
to wait.
MacArthur's gonna be brutal.
We'll take the bonus against the longest front. Get whatever
Greens
progress
across
we
the board, gentlemen.
can. Mop up as much as we can.
Morty says the Yoda death scream gets him every time.
It's good, isn't it? Little country went to heaven. Every time you hear that, one country ceased to
You can do it.
exist.
You can get to Baton Rouge before MacArthur.
Listen, I don't even care about that. I'm all about, like, whatever
You
tiles I
want-
can claim. Nice. They immediately died. Cuba joins the Reichspakt? Alright, nice. Alright, nice.
Now here's
Not to
the
touch.
question: who do you think is gonna die second, the Syndicalists or
clap.
MacArthur?
Syndicalists.
I think syndicalists are going to go pretty quick.
Because MacArthur's going to slam up against Kibbs, and then Kibbs is not going to move, so MacArthur's going to go. Pushing into that.
All in.
Well, U.S. Air Force it is. Nothing else to do.
Oh no. They're just all surrounded.
Okay, now we stop the offensives across the board. We then redraft the entire front line because we need to do this. While they're still disorganized, and hopefully we won't lose too much territory while doing this. This shift should hopefully adjust and correct the fact that our army isn't actually operating normally as it should.
Yeah.
I mean, if the game is smart, it would also just drop units in a appropriate army,
It would,
but
but
it
won't.
doesn't.
The longest troops are just getting wiped out everywhere.
Yeah, because they're totally cut off now. Are you guys surrounded in there, or what's going on?
No.
No, okay, it's just the longest guys.
Oh my god. Didn't actually fix that. R.I.P. R.I.P. Chatfishes. God
So you got to the Mississippi Kibbs.
damn it, game. You didn't do what I wanted you to. Got to delete that line. We did.
Please clap.
Please clap. We're clapping, chat. Reestablish ACT, Age Generation, Experience. I don't even think I'm producing planes, to be honest with you. I don't even think
No, you're not. You're only producing infantry shit. So, like, focusing on the Air Force is a waste of
That's all we can do.
action.
Yeah, sadly, no other
It's really
choice.
no, the Grand isn't really that ahead of schedule, but I still wouldn't advise getting it.
Yep. Well, the big thing is we can't produce it because it would just fuck up the production lines.
And because they're going centralized, you really should get that conversion upgrade focus at some point.
Might as well with the free tech. Why didn't I click it? The only thing I could think of.
Just doing the additional research things. Yeah, that's what I would think you'd want to do.
I mean, I guess we could just build a little faster. Is there anything else? Suppression would help, maybe. Construction. Suppression might be better, though. I'm not entirely sure. The issue is now we're going to have to face MacArthur's forces, which are kind of scary. Just need to get the armies to reposition correctly. Legislate freedoms, weekly stability, plus 50. No, that doesn't do anything. Push the federal front is going to be like the best bet we got. After raise conscription higher. Monarchy restored in Greece. Good for Dan. People's government
That's epic,
capitulated.
Kansas.
Oh, you took Baton Rouge. Nice.
The game just gave it to me because they
Yep.
capitulated. I like how it gave me parts of Florida, which means that there's actually an opportunity to do some aggression here.
cheeky shit.
So we're gonna launch an all-out offensive. What the fuck is going on here? Is my question. Video
You
game.
need to
They were
retreat,
given
those guys.
They were given the territory, I think.
Yes, sir.
There we go. That should get them to retake that territory.
You got guys in the pockets right there.
I know. I see them.
Ready to move.
It's a fucking cruel game. Shoved my dudes in a bunch of pockets.
Orders.
As long as you can get at least one territory
Attention.
connected to it, they won't be killed. They'll just retreat to that.
Ready, sir.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, there. Now they'll just retreat rather than get
They've
killed.
been rescued.
Or not.
They're safe.
I don't think they're gonna. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna need to retreat. That's like all rivers and mountain. But MacArthur is winning on that front.
Well, we can't attack him on that front. He also has
Yeah, Carter's
all the
leading up.
fucking foreign support. The French Republic, the Australasians, the Portuguese, and he's getting weapons from overseas while we're getting nothing. So we're getting fucked.
Attention.
Which is kind of bullshit if you ask me, but
Mm-hmm.
kind of bullshit. Push on the Federalist front is what needs to happen. Yeah, we're gonna lose. Yep, we're gonna lose this. We're gonna lose this purely because I think he's just getting all sorts of support and we're getting nothing. I think we've lost. I think it's an over war. It's also time for me to eat. Actually, it is time for me to eat. That's it for Chatfish. We'll see. Damn. I don't think we can pull this back, but I'm not entirely sure. The big thing that I'm not entirely sure because the issue is they're getting support and volunteers from 3 major powers, and so we need to just survive because this.
And you can't even get support from Canada.
Yeah, like the issue is none of the other powers that be are going to help us, so
Can you,
we need them to go to
and
war.
you can't build fortifications or anything to entrench yourself, so
The fortifications won't be done in time. No. So the big thing is collapse the Syndicalist and then just form like a very defensive thing. But I think we're gonna get wiped. I think that's what's gonna happen. I saved it, right? Yeah, I did. But it's time for me to eat. Well, we did pretty good, all things considered. I think if we just didn't read all that stuff, we would have been a lot further. But yeah, the big thing is that sadly the military administration's getting support from foreigners in the form of volunteers and lend-lease, which means that their weapons, they don't have the logistics nightmare that we have. That's critical. They have guns,
Yep.
we don't. And so while the other guys were just as fucked as I was, actually he's getting guns, but they're getting intercepted because where the fuck are they getting in? Nowhere. Damn it.
The only thing you could do potentially is try to shop for free guns in like Asia.
Well, the
Like,
big thing is
maybe-
that I'm already doing this in advance so that I can prepare it. So what the blue guy needs to do is blue guy needs to just not attack, and then we need to basically do individual army orders. And the individual army orders should be to shore up to here if we can, so they can push there. And then we should get the other army to try to push as well, so that they just push as far as they can. And then reorganize these orders so that those generals are acting independently. The main field marshal order will be ignored. And then we're just going to get a planning bonus for just doing this. Damn. But that's for next time. Because, yeah, we'll continue to crush the Syndicalist. At the very least, we can at least make sure America's not Syndicalist, alright?
Yeah.
That's a big W
And
in my book.
If you crush the Syndicalist, you might get more morale bonuses too.
The big issue is I think MacArthur's army is massive. He's been fed. He's been
Quite
fed
fed.
so much. And all that was feeding me was Ireland, and then Ireland went Syndicalist. Our only hope now is for us to find suitable positions to hold and somehow stop this collapse here. With once
Gibbs,
the
can-
war
Can you
happens,
start making some type of fortifications along a river line?
there's no river line we can really make use of that will get fortifications up. Right now, we're better off building factories because of the deficit of 4.8k. Now, we are shoring that deficit up, which is good.
Yeah, you went from 14 to 4, so
We can also probably do some things to address the deficit a bit further. Integration? I don't really know. Okay, that's actually the best thing we can do, so it's already good. But we can probably set it to... Like, this would have the highest suppression value. But if we set it to National Guard Cavalry, it will have suppression value 18. It won't have 13.55. Manpower is 9,800. It actually has more manpower. Do we have anything that's cheaper? 5,000 manpower. 7.5 per suppression versus 13.5. I think we'll go for state militia for garrisons of integrable territories. That will hopefully alleviate the deficit a little bit. George will last 61 days. Assuming, we don't do any more offensives. We could halt the offensives and then allow the enemy to, they'll take territories with them, but then allow us to recover. I think that might be the best idea.
The only other thing is, if you could...
Because they're going to swing, this is going to swing over here. Because this is going to swing, you can tell. And
Do you have maintenance companies researched or no?
No, we don't have them. Also, we couldn't afford to put them in divisions anyways. I'm just thinking, what we need to have happen is we need the Great War with
you have a
Syndicalism
navy,
kick off.
right?
Yeah, but they can't do anything, say Italy. We don't have Panama, so they're stuck. They don't have the fuel to navigate around, so they can't do anything. They're cucked.
Do you not have a navy in
Nope,
Texas?
we don't. Sadly. Oh, hey, no, wait. We actually get that navy because we captured it. What did we capture? A battleship, 4 heavy cruisers, and a light cruiser. It'll be immediately destroyed, I'm pretty sure.
I'm going to say the issue is there's no screening vessels.
They're cooked.
Can those guys reach Panama?
No. Even if they could, we couldn't afford a naval invasion if we wanted to. They can reach it. But the issue is a naval invasion would take divisions off the front, and we need every division on the
Yeah.
front. The reality is that we have to just hold on for dear life.
And they can't just assault like a port near.
We could gut the Navy for manpower. I think chat might be right. If we got the Navy and scuttled
Yeah.
these ships, that would prevent them from capturing these ships. If they push us off the side, how do we scuttle?
That's
Destroy task force. You will gain 7,000 manpower. Yep. So we'll scuttle the fleets. Maybe we scuttle. Fuck. I mean, the fleet is useless otherwise.
Yes, yeah, scuttle them all.
So we'll scuttle the navy completely. I mean, the ships go into mothballing or something like that. Just merge all the ships together. And that will free up when the day passes. The manpower is immediately consumed by divisions that needed it. Well, it bought divisions manpower, so it is what it is. Alright, well, we'll save this. This is going to be tricky. This might take a second run, but I'm going to save it one more time. Code. The big trick here is we got to just hang on. I didn't see that they were getting so many supplies from the other powers. That means they're being fed. Oh, it's cursed. So yeah, we need to switch to a defensive doctrine.
And then also just start begging anyone for guns and supplies.
We could go to the international market and just try to buy guns. There is stuff on the market. There's Mausers for sale. I don't know how good these guns are. There isn't a whole lot on the market, actually.
How long till your recruitable manpower? How much more political cap do you need?
We're very close. We're about 26 political power points away. And then we can raise...
That drastically...
It will drastically... It'll help with the recruitable manpower quite a bit. The
and
big
training time is not relevant right now.
Yeah. So I think you'd be able to stabilize after that.
You only get a few thousand manpower? Mythic, those ships are fucking useless. The Navy serves no purpose, and it's also incredibly out of date.
Like, unironically, Mythic, the Navy...
This campaign is more about just saving America at the very least.
You know, unironically, scrapping the Navy is probably the best bet. Like, the entire Navy, practically. Because, here's the thing.
We're not going to get to naval stuff.
If he wins the war, he could start building back up, but the Navy is kind of useless right now, considering
I
he...
feel like you could probably get around...
They will give us supplies. They will not give us that, though. All right, so there's good news. Canada will give us material support in form of rifles.
All right, click it, and then ask for more material supplies.
They won't do anything else besides that. Like, Germany? Will Germany offer material support? They will not. What about Austria? Austria did send guns earlier. They don't like me that much, sadly. Oh, no, it's negotiating license. No, it seems like we need high relations. Where do we see the overall relations of nations? It's high for them. What about Brazil? How do they feel? Brazil likes us a lot. They might actually help us out. Okay. We'll be able to get material support from Brazil as well. So there are other powers we can
start
scrape
going
by.
hat in hand to literally everybody.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Also, don't forget to ask for artillery.
The big thing logistics-wise, artillery is missing, but guns are the... Actually, we have a slowly decline of artillery, but the big thing is guns. If we can get that rifle shortage cleaned up, that will help the front line hold a little better. We also have we don't need to worry about trains, so we're good on that. Then we can start asking for planes and stuff. Man, French Republic, like, you gotta like me more than the other guy. I want to spend that, but I can't. Man, stop fucking helping them. The American military junta will not help you in the next war. I will help you. See, they need to add stuff like that. Where I can be like, I'll help you with the war with the syndicalists. Support me. Don't support him. I'm fighting the syndicalists right now.
So see.
I've done more. Damn. The problem is I just feel like he's launching a massive offensive. And I feel like he's super strong now. Because he sat there and he built. See, the benefit of going down this doctrine is we did seize a lot of territory. So this was great for rushing. But this John Lesence's DeWitt's plan might have been better for basically just bulking up in the corner. And then doing what he did. And then just focusing on building up relations and turtling. But lesson learned, if so. Either way, we did good.
I don't think it's lost either, Kibbs. I think
it's not over. No, it's just going to be bloody. The war is not over at all. The issue is I need to get divisions out in the field, but I can't recruit.
So if you could take Minnesota kids, you could drastically shorten your lines.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I'm just preparing the front lines for the next stream. So my big thinkies is that we just do, like, if we could do that.
Cut across Michigan too.
Yeah, if we could actually just push, ideally,
Back, sir.
to that point there. And then shore up the line like this along this river. That would be perfect. I don't think it'll happen, but it would be nice.
But can you cross from the tip of Michigan to Wisconsin?
Yes, there is a crossing here.
Okay,
But
so I'm gonna
a
think-
couple divisions here, and then that'll be borderline impossible for them to cross. Because crossing battles are nightmares. The river, you think rivers are bad? You think all right, we'll save one more time. But yeah, saving America is gonna have to wait for another day, Chatfish.
Yep.
We'll be popping in Discord, and it's time for dinner. I'll see you over there, chat. Thanks for the donations. Good job making the daily. Bye bye.